Hey everyone, in this video we are going to do our project setup. So here as you can see, I have created this repo for you. It's a public repo and the link will be provided to you. You can check it out. Okay. And here what I'm going to basically tell you is that I have included a readme file. We'll be configuring our project repo. So for that you are going to need this code. Okay, this is something that I have already written, but I'm going to explain you each and every line of this. Okay, so don't worry about that. And then we also have some CSS configuration for our project, and that is also provided to you inside this readme file. I'll, Apart from that, we are also going to make use of some images while we are developing our application. Okay, the UI part. So here I have also provided that folder to you. Now after that is said, we are going to now create our project. And in order to bootstrap our project, we are going to use Vite.js. Click on the Get Started button. Okay. And here you need to scroll down a little bit where you will find this section saying scaffolding your first Vite project. I'm just going to copy this command and then open up my terminal. As you can see, I'm already on my desktop. I'm going to actually navigate into this folder, Coding Monk. This is the folder where I want to basically create my project. Okay, so navigate to the folder in which you want to create your project. Then paste the command that we just copied, which is npm create white at the rate latest. Okay, then you just need to hit the enter button. After that, you are going to be presented with few questions, like you can see over here, the project name. I'm going to call it Chati. Then after that, you need to select the framework. We are using React, so I'm going to select React. Then I'm going to use JavaScript, and that's it. Our project is scaffolded, as you can see, inside this folder Coding Monk, where we have created a new folder called Chatty. Now we need to follow these three commands. That means we have to first of all navigate inside this folder. Okay, so let's write cd chatty. Okay, and after that, I'm just going to install the dependencies using this command npm install. Once that is done, we are going to now start doing our Tailwind CSS setup. So for that, we need to again go back to our browser, and here we need to look for tailwindcss.com. Okay, go to this particular link, click on the get started button or click on this docs actually, and over here you see we are by default on this installation page. And inside this installation there are various methods using which you can install it. We want to install it for a particular framework. Okay, that means we have basically used this Vite.js in order to bootstrap our project. So I'm going to use this documentation in order to set up Tailwind CSS. If you are not uh, like, I'm going to actually share this link with you. Okay, so please find this in the resources section or in the description. Okay, so here what we have already done is we have created our Vite project. This is the command that we already executed. Then we have moved inside our project. Now we need to execute commands from this step number 2. So I'm just going to copy this first line. Okay, go back to our terminal. You can see the npm packages are now installed. So I'm just going to paste this command that we just copied and hit enter. This is going to install few development dependencies. These are Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer. After that, we need to execute the next command in line, which is npx tailwind css init dash p. That means we are going to now initialize the Tailwind CSS setup. Okay, and once this is executed, you can see we got a message saying that a Tailwind CSS configuration file was created. Okay, and along with that, a post CSS config file was also created. So I'm actually going to show you these two files when we take a look at our code. Okay, but for now, let's just follow the few other commands. And the next is we need to basically make some changes to the Tailwind config.js. We need to add this content. So I'm just going to copy this part, and in order to make changes to that file, I'm going to open it up inside my code editor. So let's write code space dot. This is going to open up our code base in our code editor. Here I'm using VS Code editor, and I would suggest you to use the same so that we can be on the same page. Okay, and here inside source, you can see there are many files and folders. We are going to make changes over here in order to develop our application, but before that we need to do some basic setup. So here is our Tailwind config.js and post config.js that was created as a result of the last command that we executed. Now we need to just replace this content, which is right now just an empty array, with this one that we copied from the website. Okay, now After doing this, the next step is to basically add these three Tailwind directives. So I'm just going to copy them. Okay, go back to our code base. This is our code base, and over here inside source, actually we have two CSS files, app.css and index.css. I'm not going to basically keep this app.css, so let's delete it. And after that, inside this index.css, I'm also going to delete all of the pre-written content. Then I'm just going to paste these three lines. Okay, so this basically concludes the basic setup of our Tailwind. Okay, so right now you can actually start using Tailwind utility classes. So here is an example. What we are going to do now, let's just go inside this app.jsx. Since we have deleted app.css, I'm going to delete this. Okay, also we don't need these three imports as well, so I'm going to just remove it. Actually, let's remove all of the content. After that, I'll just create a functional component over here, and inside this, let's actually write a heading. Okay, so let's write, this is a heading. Okay, and after this we need to basically start our project. So I'm going to pull up my terminal and let's execute the command npm run dev. This is going to start our application. Okay, on localhost port 5176. There you might see a different port, but that doesn't matter. You can just visit this particular link. Okay, so open up your browser and visit the link that we got, and you can see this is a heading. It's actually appearing over here. So what is going to happen if I basically add some css classes over here? So I'm going to write class name, and let's actually make it text, and I'm going to actually make it 5xl. Okay, that means I'm increasing its size. Also make it underline and font bold. Okay, so let's see if this changes anything on our screen. And yes, you can see now the text size is bigger, it's bold, and it has also got this underline. So that means we have correctly set it up our Tailwind CSS. Okay, so if you got the same result, then we can move on to the next step. So in the last video we actually set it up our repo. Okay, we initialize the project and also did some Tailwind CSS configuration. Now in this video we are going to basically take it one step ahead. So what we need to do is we need to go back to our browser, and you will be given this link. Okay, github.com/codingmonk dash yt slash chatty. Okay, visit this URL, and here you will find this repo. And inside this repo, you see we have got this images folder. Actually, you need to download it and copy this images folder. Okay, go back to your repository, and inside source we need to paste it. Okay, so here you can see I have pasted it. Okay, it contains a user folder and it has got several user images. These are just some dummy images that we are going to use in order to develop our application. Okay, the front end part. Later on, when we integrate the API, these images will be coming from the cloud. Okay, so here we have done this first step, and then the next step is to basically configure our Tailwind CSS even more. So what I mean is we are going to now extend our theme, and let me first show you here. If you visit Tailwind CSS website, and here you can see we have got this customization option. Okay, so we have got lots of things that we can customize, like you can see colors. Okay, so Tailwind CSS actually comes with these built-in color palettes. Okay, but there might be cases where we want to basically use a different color palette. So in that case we need to just extend Tailwind CSS. Okay, so that can be done using this configuration file that you see over here, Tailwind config.js. So inside this theme extend, we can actually write some logic to extend the theme, and that can be easily seen inside this README file. Here, what you see is we have theme, and inside this extend, I've created this colors. Okay. Now, what we are doing actually over here? We are basically defining some key value pairs. That means when I say body, it will mean this color. Okay. So in that way, we have actually added spacing, different font sizes. Okay, different types of colors, max width, max height, min width, z index. All of these properties are now customly added. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, it's copied. Let's go back to our code base, and here I'm just going to select Tailwind config.js, all of the content, and override it with the one that we just copied. Okay, let me just close this sidebar and also collapse this terminal so you can see it clearly. So this is our Tailwind config. Okay, actually there are lots of code written over here, but it's just very simple. We have basically defined a font family. We are going to call it Satoshi, and it's actually going to treat Inter as the like primary font. Okay, and sans serif will be the secondary. Then from like we have some default screen sizes like small, extra large, medium, okay, large. Apart from that, we have defined these three. Okay, two extra small and 3XL, and for each of these key we have defined a value in pixel. Okay, so that is again very simple. Then we have extended the theme. We have basically defined these custom colors that we are going to use all throughout our application. Then we have defined font sizes. Now font sizes, when we define it inside Tailwind CSS, we have to provide two things. The first one is actually the font size, and the second is the line height. So we already got like text extra small, text medium, text large. Apart from that, we have defined these title extra large. Okay, title extra large, title large. Okay, these are our custom properties that we are going to use. Similarly, we have values for spacing. Okay, you can see there are lots of values. Similarly for max width, you get the point, right? I don't want to waste your time like explaining this CSS configuration again. So this is very simple, and here we are just overriding some Tailwind CSS defaults and defining our own. After that, we need to make one last change inside this index.css. Actually, we have imported the Tailwind directives, but we also need to do the other thing, and that is, if you just scroll down a little bit inside this readme file, you'll find this CSS written over here. So what is actually missing? We want to define this base layer. That means we want to apply these classes on the body. Okay, these are some Tailwind CSS classes, and we also want to define these utility classes. Okay, these are our custom utility classes, so we can just use it inside our code base, and these CSS rules will apply in that case. So I want to define this no scroll bar utility class. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this code from here, and let me just paste it over here. I'm just going to go back to my code base. Make sure you are inside this index.css file and override the content with the one that we just copied. And at the first line, what you see is it's just the import for inter font. Okay, the font that we are treating as our primary font. You can see inside Tailwind config.js, we have primary font inter, and over here inside body, we are applying font Satoshi, which is actually this one. Okay, so here now you get the point how we have configured our font family and all those things, and we have defined a custom utility class. In the similar way, we can define more utility class as we need them. So here, I think this is clear. Let me just tell you how we got this font URL. So you just need to visit fonts.google.com, and over here, let's say you want to basically, you can just select any font that you would like. Okay, so I'm just going to basically show you that there are lots of fonts over here. So let's say we want to use this one, Oswald. Then what we have to do, just click on this get font button. Okay, and then inside this card, you can see we have this one font family selected. Click on this get embed code, and when bev is selected, click on this import, and here you can see we have this code over here. Just click on this copy button, go back to your code base, and over here in place of this, okay, I'm just going to basically add one more import statement below that, like this. Make sure you remove these style tags because it's not needed. We are already inside a CSS file. So this is how you get this import statement and paste it inside your CSS file. Now, this is not enough to basically tell our application to use this font. You need to go inside our Tailwind config.js, and over here, I'm just going to enter Oswald as my primary font. Okay. Now, our application will be able to use that font. Okay, since we have correctly imported it over here, and also we have configured it correctly inside our Tailwind config. So that's it. That's about the setup that we need. Okay, after this, in the next video, we are going to now create our folder structure that we need in order to create our application. So let's now actually set up our folder structure. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let's first close all of the open files. Okay, so I'm just going to close them, and as a next step, what we need to do is go inside the source folder, and over here we are going to actually need a components folder. Okay, components. This will be used to basically house all of the components, different small pieces that we are going to need in order to create our whole project. And after that, we are going to actually create our own custom hooks. So for that purpose, I'm going to create this folder hooks. Then in order to create multiple pages inside our application, I'm going to have this folder called pages. And inside like pages, we are going to actually work on this screen called messages.jsx first of all. So I'm just going to create that. And after pages, in order to basically create a page, we are going to have several different sections. So for that, I'm going to create another folder called section. Now, inside section, I'm going to actually create two folders, chat, and the second one will be our authentication. Okay. Now, inside chat, we'll have all the sections needed to create the messages screen. Inside auth, we'll have different sections. Okay, in order to which will be basically assembled together to create the authentication screen. So after that is clear, I would like to now start by creating our messages. So here I'm just going to write RFC. Okay, this is due to the extension that I have installed. I can just hit enter and this is going to give me the boilerplate code. This is going to save some time for me, so it's very handy. And make sure you install this extension, which is called, let me just show you over here. If you search for Tailwind, okay, and then you can find this extension Tailwind CSS Intelligence. It's actually developed by Tailwind Labs itself. So make sure you install that, because what is going to happen, it's going to help us like tremendously. If you just go inside this app.jsx where we have written these classes, if you hover over it, you can see that it's actually telling us what are the actual CSS properties that are being implemented. And there is one more benefit of this particular library, which is IntelliSense. That means if I just write text dash, it's going to suggest me all of the different CSS classes that I can use. Okay, so this is just awesome. It's going to help you like very much. So make sure you install that. And if you want to know all the other extensions, you can just ask me in the questions Q&A section. Okay, and you can also ask me questions in the Discord community. So please make sure you join that. And with that said, let's now actually start focusing on this messages screen. First of all, we need to show it inside our application. Right now, you see, this is our application. Let me close the other tabs. And also, since we implemented this particular Oswald uh, font family, you can see our font is now using that. So that means it's working correctly. So what I would like to do right now is, instead of showing this text which is coming from app.jsx, I would like to show the content which is inside this messages screen. Okay. So what we are going to do, I'm just going to again pull up my terminal. Let's create another separate terminal over here. Okay. I'm going to actually install dependency which is called React Router DOM. This will be used in order to create different routes. Okay, this will be used to write routing logic inside our application. Actually, we are also going to need one more package, which is at the rate phosphor icons slash react. Make sure you don't do any spelling mistake over here. Let me show you how you can get it from npmjs.com. So just go to the web browser, look for npmjs.com and search for at the rate phosphor icon slash react. Okay, this is the library that we need. Okay, so just search for it, hit on this search button, and here you will see this exact match at the rate phosphor icon slash react. You need to copy the command for its installation. Let the page open. So this is the command for installation. Copy it, execute it inside your terminal, and the library will be installed. Let us confirm if this is installed correctly. So you can just open up this package.json and look inside this dependencies. Okay, so here you can find phosphor icon slash react latest version installed over here, and also we have our react router DOM. So that means the last two libraries that we just installed are properly available, so we can use them inside our project. And let me also show you one more thing. Then when we are going to use these icons from this library, we are actually going to visit this website phosphoricons.com. So it's actually a very good library. I use it in almost all of my projects. Okay, and here you can find all types of icons. So I just love this library. It's very like useful. So you can also use this in your further projects. With that said, Let's now come back to our project. And over here, the first thing that we should do in order to set up the routing is inside main.jsx, we need to basically wrap our application with browser router. So here I'm just going to write browser router like this, and let's wrap our application inside it. Okay. And we need to obviously import it from the React router DOM library. So I'm just going to write import browser router from React. I don't know why it's not auto suggesting, but it should be like suggesting me automatically that you should get this from this particular thing from this package. So let's now go back to our app.jsx, and inside this app, which is actually the root component of our application, I'm going to actually create the routing. So in order to create multiple routes, we have to use this routes component, which is again going to come from the same library, React router DOM. So let's write the import statement over here. Import routes comma route. This is another component route which will be used in order to create separate routes. So these two are going to come from React router DOM. Okay. Now over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just simply write route. Please make sure it's routes at the top, and this one is route. Here I'm just going to write index equals true. Okay. This will be a boolean value, and let's close this particular component, and here we'll pass this element prop. Now this element prop is actually going to be a component which is our messages. So I'm just going to write messages like this. Okay. Make sure you don't do any syntax error. Now we need to import messages. So I'm just going to write import messages from pages slash messages. After doing this, if we just go back to our application, then you can see right now it's displaying messages. I would like to switch back to the inter font. So let's just go back to our application again. And over here inside Tailwind config.js, I'm going to remove this Oswald font. Okay. Because this was just for teaching purpose. And now I'm also going to remove the import statement from index.css. So let's remove this line number 2. And once that is done, let's just go back to our messages.jsx. Here you see we have written messages, and we can see the same text over here inside our browser. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit so that you can see it clearly. So that means if you get the same result, that then that means we are on the right path, and we are going to now continue in the next video. So in the last video, we have displayed this simple text on our screen. Right now, we would like to start creating our application. And let me first show you the page that we are basically trying to create. So here, take a look at this. Actually, I need to zoom out. So this is the page that we are basically trying to build. And here, as you can see, we have got this page, and it has total 3 sections. Let me divide it in simple terms for you. So on the left side that you see, this one, it's called the sidebar. Then we have our chat list, okay, where you can see all the active conversations, search bar, and this heading. Then on the right side, we have this inbox section where you can actually see all the chats, okay, and you can send messages. So this is the simple UI that we want to basically get started with. And in order to create that, we are going to work on 3 separate components: sidebar, chat list, and inbox. I hope that is clear. Now, in order to create this, first of all, what we are going to do inside this messages page, let me first of all get rid of this sidebar, and also I'm going to collapse the terminal. Now our focus should be on this component only. What we are going to do inside this messages, first of all, we should basically remove this div. Okay. And after that, I'm going to create another div. Let's actually start styling it by giving it some class names. So the class names that I'm going to give here, I'm going to explain each one of them to you. Okay. So the first thing that I should basically take care of is the height. So the height of our page should be 100 VH. So for that, we can just write H screen. Okay. And you can just hover over this thing. Okay. And it will tell you that height is set to 100 VH. Okay. H screen means 100 VH. Then what we are going to do, we are going to set the overflow property to hidden. So you can just hover over it and see overflow is set to hidden. Then After this, we are going to now add a children to this div, which is going to be another div. Okay. And here again, we are going to add some class names. The first one will be h full. This means we are going to give it full height. That means 100% of its parents. Okay. Then after this, we are going to give some border radius, which will be basically denoted by this rounded sm. Rounded, then a small, large, medium. All these values basically give some border radius. So you can see we have provided 2 pixels border radius. After that, I'm going to actually set the border color by using this border stroke. Okay, and as you can see, it has got this color, which is actually tailwind border. You can see it's coming from a variable. Okay, the opacity, and this is the RGB color for border stroke. After this, we are going to set the background, which will be the white color. Then we are going to also set the shadow to the default value. You can again hover over all of these properties and see for yourself what this means. Now, since we are also going to implement the dark mode, let me just show it to you again. So this is the application that we are trying to build, or basically the page. When we turn it into dark mode, then you can see it's also going to basically respond to the dark mode. Everything is clearly visible, and it's also going to be very responsive. So if you just resize this application, it's actually going to uh, you know adjust beautifully. So what we are going to do right now, let me just go back to my code base here. In order to write some property for dark mode, okay, we just use this dark colon and write the property. So here in case of dark mode, I want to use different border stroke, which will be border stroke dark. Okay, and similarly for the dark theme, I would like to use another background color, which is actually called bg dash box dark. Okay, then in case of extra large screen, I want to set the display to flex. Okay, for this particular div. Now inside this div, actually we are going to have three childrens. And what are these three childrens? These three childrens are, as you can see over here inside the screen, sidebar, our chat list, and the inbox. These are the three childrens of this particular flex that we just created. So I'm just going to go back to my code base now, and let me write a comment that we are going to actually place our sidebar component over here. After sidebar, we'll have our chat list, and next to chat list, we are going to have inbox. This is going to make up our whole messages screen. Now, in order to create this sidebar, chat list, and inbox, we are going to make use of this sections folder. So if you remember, I actually asked you to create this section folder in one of the previous video. And here inside chat, we are going to now create a new file. I'm going to call it sidebar.jsx. Okay. And in order to basically combine all of the exports, I'm going to create this index.js file. And let's first create a functional component inside this sidebar. So I'm going to write RFC. Okay, this is our boilerplate code. Now let's just export this component from this index.js file. So I'm going to write export inside curly's. I'm going to write export default as, and then the name, which is, I just want to export it as sidebar. Okay, and then from which file? From the neighboring file sidebar. So this is how we are exporting it. Now the next step is to basically import it inside our messages screen. So after this comment, I'm going to just write sidebar, and you can see it's going to be auto imported from section/chat. If auto import isn't working for you, just write it manually. Okay, this line number 2, this is what I'm talking about. So now let's take care of this sidebar component. Okay, we have already imported it over here inside messages, so we should be able to see it right now. If you go to this application, which is in development mode, you can see just this sidebar text appearing over here, and we want to create a sidebar like this where we'll have this chat. Okay, inside a box we'll have this border on the right side, and at the bottom we'll have this logout button along with this functionality to toggle our light and dark mode theme. So with that said, let's just go back to our code base, and inside this sidebar.jsx, I'm going to basically get rid of this text sidebar, and inside this div, I'm going to give it some class name. So the first thing is I want to turn it into a flex container. Okay, and the direction of this flex box will be set to column. So for that purpose, I've written flex col, and I want a border on the right side. So for that, we'll use this border R. Okay. Then I want to set the border color to border stroke color. So that is why I've used this property border stroke. Then I want to give padding of 2 from all direction. Now, if you hover over 2, you can see like it's 0.5 rem or 8 pixels. Okay. Then for the dark mode, I want to customize the border color, and that will be set to border stroke dark. Okay, stroke dark, and you can actually see from where this color is actually coming from. So if you just visit actually this Tailwind config.js and take a look over here, we have this is stroke color. Okay, this is our border stroke. So whenever we write border dash stroke, this color is actually getting used, and when we write border dash stroke dark, this color is getting used. Okay, so it's all coming from our theme. It's very simple. Then inside this, the first thing that we need is that chat icon inside a box. So for that, I'm going to make use of a div. Okay, and inside this div, first of all, let's add the chat icon. And as you can see, if you write chat like this, you will be getting this auto suggestion. So that means you can import it from phosphor icon slash react, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. If you just visit the website in the development mode, you can see we have actually got this border. Okay, on the right side with the padding of 2, and we have got this chat icon. It's actually coming from phosphor icon slash react. I would like to set its size to, let's say, 24. Okay, so if we just visit it again, we can now see the icon. Let's actually add some styling to this div. I want to basically give it a border. First of all, I'm going to give it this MX auto. MX auto means margin from the left and right will be set to auto. Okay, so the item will be at the center horizontally. Then I want to basically add a border first of all. So let's write border, and the border color will be border stroke. Okay, let's add a padding of 2 from all directions, and in the dark mode, we would like to change the stroke color. So in that case, it will be border stroke dark. Okay, now if we just visit our application again, you can see we got this thing over here. But right now, what I am worried about is that the corners are actually sharp. I want it to be smooth. Okay, so as you can see over here, the corners are smooth. That means it has got some border radius. How we can achieve that? Let's see. So here inside this div where we want the border radius, we can just use this utility class which is rounded, and it depends on you how much rounded you want. None, small, medium, large. You can just basically use any of these properties, and the one that we are going to use right now is rounded MD. Okay, so if you can hover over it, you can see it is actually providing a border radius of 6 from all the different corners. So if you just visit your application, you can see now we have got border radius. Okay, that's okay. Now we just want to basically implement this thing at the bottom. That means this sign out button and this toggle functionality. So in order to get that, what we're going to do, we are going to now actually add a flex container. Okay, child over here. You see this is this content which is our kind of a logo. It's at the top. Then we have got all the other things at the bottom, and in between we have just empty space. So what I would like to have over here is just children, which is going to take all the available space. In order to achieve this effect, since we are working inside a flex container, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just add a div. Okay, and let's give it class name flex. Okay, it will be a flex container which will have a direction of column. I'm going to give it this property of grow means flex grow 1. That means it should grow as much as it can. Since it's a you can see child of a flex which has a direction of column, so it's going to grow vertically. Okay, and after that, at the end, we are going to have another div. Okay, which is again going to be a flex box. So here I'm just going to write class name. Let me just write over here. We are going to actually display two things. The first one is our sign out button. Now this sign out button is actually going to be quite similar to this one. So I'm just going to copy this chat, okay, and paste it over here. We just need to change the icon. Icon will be sign out, okay. So this is going to come from phosphor icon slash react. Let me just show you how I know the name of these icons. So if you just visit phosphor icon and look for, let's say, logout, okay, then you see this icon which has the name of sign out, and you can see how to use it in your React project. Okay, so I'm just doing the same thing. Okay, I already use these icons, so I know their name. Okay, so you can also see the chat icon that we used. Okay, I hope this is clear now. And with that said, if you just come over here, you can now see this logout button at the end. So let's now actually do something interesting over here. What I would like to do is, when we hover over this particular button, I would like to basically change the background color. So in the hover state, I want background color to be, let's set it to background, and here I'm going to use this stone color with shade of 100. Okay, so if we just visit it back, and if I hover over this, you can see now the color is changing, background color. Let's also do one more thing. When we hover over this thing, I want my cursor to change to pointer. Okay, let's now also test it out immediately. So now when I'm hovering over it, you can see my cursor is changing. So this is how you make use of states in Tailwind CSS. And after that, we are going to actually create a separate component for our dark mode switcher. Okay, so for that we are going to actually work on it later after creating our chat list component. Okay, so let's now start building our chat list in the next video. Okay, so the next component that we want to create is this chat list. As you can see, we are going to basically break this into three parts. The first one will be creating this active conversation, okay, where we are going to actually display the number of conversations that are currently active. Then in the second part, we are going to create this search input, okay, and in the third part, we are going to render this list of all the chats. So let's now go back to our code base. Okay, so this is our code base. I'm just going to basically close this sidebar. Okay, let me actually also close all of the open files right now. Then inside chat, we are going to create another file. This will be called chat list. Okay, chat list.jsx. Right away, I'm going to create a React functional component. And inside this component, we are going to basically create all of the JSX that is required to make that UI. But before that, we should use it over here where we left comment, okay, for the chat list inside messages page. And in order to do that, we are going to basically export it as a named component. Okay, so here I'm going to write inside this index.js, export default as, and then the name of the component chat list from, and then the path which is chat list. Okay, now I can just go back to messages and write over here chat list, and you see it will be imported from section slash chat. Okay, now if you just go back to your application and see the live preview, you are going to see this chat list text written over here. But what we really want over here is the UI. So let's now focus on that. So I'm just going to go back to my chat list.jsx. Okay, then let's actually remove this text chat list from there. Okay, and after this, we are going to now start styling this. Okay, so let's actually add some class names, okay, using CSS utility classes from Tailwind. So first of all, I would like this thing to be hidden on a small screen, so I'm going to set its visibility to hidden. But for large screens, we are going to set it to visible. So let's see, we are going to also give it full height. That means 100% of the height of its parent. Okay, I'm going to make it a flex column. Okay, that means a flex with the direction of column. On extra large screen, its visibility will be it's going to be set to flex. Okay, and in extra large screens, its width is going to be 1/4 of the total width. Okay, so this is the logic that we have placed right now. I hope this is clear to you. Okay, then after this, we are going to start creating our chat list. So the first thing that I'm going to create over here is a sticky header. Okay, so let's write class name. In order to set make it sticky, we can use this class sticky. You can just hover over it and see the position is now set to sticky. Then we want a border at the bottom. Why do we want it? Let me just show it to you. If you take a look at this, here you can see we have got this border line over here, right? Uh, so this is our border bottom. Okay. Then after this border bottom, we want to set the border color, which will be our border stroke. Okay. Then for the dark color, let's right away set the border color to border stroke dark, border stroke dark, not in the x direction, but in both. Okay. And after this, after setting the border color, we want to set the padding. Now I want to set the padding in x direction, that means horizontally 6, and in the y direction I'm going to use this value 7.5. Okay, you can again hover over it, see the value in pixels as well as ram. Okay, now inside this we need to basically display the active conversation text. Okay, so in order to display the text, I'm going to make use of this h3 heading. So let's write active conversations over here. Okay, and after this, I need to style it. So I'm just going to take a look at how it's looking right now. It's like this active conversation, but we want to make it look like this. That means the font size should be slightly bigger, text should be slightly dark, and then you can also see the font weight is also like bold. So we are going to do all those things over here using class names. So inside H3, I'm going to first of all make it text large. Okay, that means I have increased its size. Then I'm going to basically set its font weight by using this class font medium. Let's also make it black. So I'm going to write text black. In the dark mode, we want to set a different text color so that it will be visible easily. So for that, we'll use text white. Okay. And on two Excel screens, we are going to set the size even bigger, which is text extra large. Okay. So this is the styling for our active conversation text. You can just visit it back and see how it's looking right now. It's looking just like we wanted it. Okay. And after this, we are going to now create that number. Okay. So for that, I'm going to make use of this span tag, and again we'll be adding few class names. So let's write let's say 8 over here. Okay, this is just a dummy number for right now, we'll later get it from the API. First of all, I would like to make the border rounded slightly, so I am giving it rounded MD. Then I would like it to have border, okay, on all sides. And here, instead of basically having the default thickness, I want to customize the thickness. So whenever we want to provide a custom value, we use this square bracket notation in Tailwind CSS. So I have given it border, okay, with width of 0.5 pixel in all directions. That means top, bottom, left, right. Then let's actually give it border color, which will be the border stroke color. In the dark mode, we want to customize this color. That will be border stroke dark. Okay. I want to set the background color to gray, and padding in X direction to 2. Padding in Y direction, I'm going to give it 0.5. Then I want to set the text size to base. Okay. Base is 16 pixel, or you can say 1 rem. After this, I'm going to set its font weight to medium. Okay. Text will be set to black. This is for the light mode, which is the default mode. Then for the dark mode, we have already set it the border stroke. Okay. Now I just want to set the background color, a different background color. So I'll just write BG box dark 2. Okay. Then let's also customize the text color in the dark mode. So that will be text white. And on over here on 2XL screen size, okay, I am going to basically set the margin left to 4. Okay. So these are all the styles that we have implemented over here. Again, it's very simple. Here I'm just going to wrap it all in one line so that you can see it clearly. Okay. And right now, if I just go back, you can see active conversation and this 8 is appearing, but they are not currently in a row. So what we should do in order to bring these two together in like a row, it's very simple. We are just going to work on the parent component. So let's just go back to the code base again. And here you can see this is our H3 and this is the span. And the parent is this div. Okay. So I'm just going to set it as flex row. Okay. After that, we can just view it and now it's fixed. Okay, so it's looking just like we wanted it to. And then as a next step, in the next video we are going to create this search input. Okay, so we'll see how to create this kind of input in the next video. Okay, so let's now work on this input component. Okay, and as you can see from this UI that this list and this input, they are going to be grouped together. Okay, that means they are below this component that we created in the last video. So I'm just going to go back to my code base, and let's actually collapse this div which contains the active conversation along with the number. After that we are going to create another div. Okay, and let's actually style this div. First thing is we are going to turn it into a flex. We are going to set the max height to full. That means 100%, as much as it can take. We are going to set the direction to column. After that, I'm going to also set the overflow property to auto. Okay, that means if the content like overflows the inside the chat list, it should basically have the behavior of a scroll. Then let's also give it padding of 5 from all the directions. After this, in order to create an input component, we are going to actually make use of this form from HTML, and I'm going to again make it sticky. Okay, so let's write sticky. This is going to set the position to sticky, and I'm going to give it margin bottom 7. Okay, then inside this form, we are going to just create two things, input and the button. So let's first use input component, and inside this input, the first thing that I want over here is our placeholder. So the placeholder text will be search like this. Okay, and let's also define the type of input. So the type will be text over here. Then in order to style it, we are going to make use of class names. So first of all, it should take the full width. That means 100% of the width that is available. Then it should have rounded borders. Okay, we are also going to provide it border. Let's customize the border color. So for that, I'll just write border stroke. Let's also set a background color. So here we have BG grade 2. This is going to be a suitable color for the light mode. So we are also going to set a opposite color for the dark mode. We'll see how to do that. Then I would like to set the padding in Y direction. Let's set it to 2.5. Padding from left, I'm going to set it to 5, and padding from right, let's set it to 10. Okay, these are the values that I have already experimented with, so don't think about like how do I know how to basically put this value, because I have already tried and tested that this value is looking good. This is how you need to work with Tailwind CSS. When you practice it more and more, you'll get hang of it, and you'll automatically start to basically guess what is going to look good according to the requirement. Then after setting the text size, we are going to set the outline property to none. Okay. Then for the focused state, we are going to set the border color to primary. And what is this going to do for us? Let me just show you. If I set in the focus state, border is set to primary. If I visit it, okay, right now, let's say you click on it. Now you see there is a blue, or you can say the purple color, which is our primary color border. Similar is the case over here. Okay, so we just created this type of input, but there is something missing over here, and that is our icon at the end. And also when we switch it into the dark mode, the background color and the border stroke are going to remain the same, because we haven't defined any custom property for the dark mode. So let's do that right now. So here I'm just going to write dark. Okay, then the property, which is border. In dark mode, I want border to be stroke dark. Okay, and let's also customize the background color to BG box dark 2. Okay, now this is all the styling that we need for our input component. After this, we are going to create a button. Okay, so let's write button from just HTML. Okay, then actually this button needs to be placed inside the input. So for that, we are going to set its position as absolute. Okay, and we are going to basically position it from the right by 4, that means 4 pixel. From the top, it will be shifted by 50%, that means 1 by 2, and then we are going to translate it in the y direction. So let's write translate y half. This means translate in the y direction by 50%. Okay, by minus 50% actually, because we are using this dash at the start. So if you just hover over it, you can see that it's just translating in the y direction by negative 50%. So this, after this, we need to basically place an icon inside this button. And for the icon, we are going to now visit this phosphor icons library. Let's search for the search icon actually, and this is the one that we need, magnifying glass. You can click on it and see how to use it inside your React project. Okay, now let's just go back to our code base, and I'm going to write magnifying glass. You can see it's auto suggesting to import it from phosphor icons slash React, right? I have done that. Let's also set the size of this icon. I'm going to set it to 20 for now, and let's see how it looks. If I just visit my development server, you can see this is the input that we have got right now. And this is pretty much the same like we have over here. So that's it for this video. If you have got the same result, then you can move to the next video. If you are stuck in any doubt, just ask it in the Q&A section. You can also connect with me on the Discord. So that's it for this video. In the next one, we are going to render this list of different chats. So now in this video, we are going to render this list. Okay. So let's see how to create this kind of UI. Here, I'm just going to switch back to my code base again. And after this form, we are actually going to add our list over here. So let's create a div for that purpose. Okay. Now inside this div, we need to provide some class name in order to give it some styling. First of all, I would like to use this no scroll bar. Okay. So let's write no scroll bar. Okay. And actually, this is not a class from Tailwind. We have created it our custom. Okay. You can see if you just visit our index.css, then we define this utilities over here, no scroll bar. This simply means display is set to none. Okay, and here we are also basically setting a scroll bar width to none. So this is all the styling that will be applied when we use this class name. Okay, that we are simply using inside this, because we don't want the scroll bar to be visible, but there will be scroll. And in order to have a scroll over here, I'm just going to set overflow property to auto. Then let's also define the max height to full. Okay, that means it should take 100% of the available height. And in the y direction, okay, since we are going to have multiple children inside it, so I'm going to give it a spacing property later on. Okay, let's now actually render our chat list item over here. So I want to render multiple chat list items. In order to do that, we need to have a list of chats. Right now, we are not going to get any results from the API because we haven't created the API at this point. So what we are going to do, we are going to just go back to our GitHub repo, which is this Chatty. And inside this README file, if you just scroll down to the bottom, here you'll see I have created this chat list snippet. Actually, I have just provided you a list because I don't want to basically waste any more time over here writing this list, because here we are just importing images from our images folder. Okay, and then we have created this list which has image for each conversation, the name of the user, and the last message. So I'm just going to copy this snippet, then go back to our code base, and at the top you can just paste it over here like this. Okay, so this is just to save our time. You can see already that we have basically created this images folder when we were setting up our project, and we have user inside it which has multiple images, and we are just importing all these over here. So let me just open it up again. So here we have imported all of these images of the user, then we created this list. Okay, which has multiple objects. Each object has these three properties: image source, that means the image of user, the name, and the message. Now we want to basically display this list or make use of this list in order to render items over here. So I'm going to write list dot and then use the map method. Then we are going to iterate over each item. I'm going to call it object. Okay, and item. So what we are going to do, we are going to return from here. We are going to return a div. So let's write div. I need to close it. Okay. Then here I'm going to provide some class names, but more importantly, we should provide the key. Key will be set to this item. Actually, this item is the index. That means we have total 8 children over here. So the first one it's going to have the item set to 1. That means the index is, sorry, 0, then 1, 2, and 3, so on. Okay. So I hope you get it, because index starts from 0 in array, okay, inside JavaScript. So here, inside class name, now we are going to basically style it. So let's give it this flex property. Then when we hover over any of the list item, we want the cursor to turn into pointer. I'm going to set the align items property to center. Let's also set the corners to be slightly rounded. Okay, that means we are going to provide some border radius using this property. Then in the x direction, we are going to set some padding. Similarly, in the y direction, we are also going to need some padding. In the hover state, actually, I'm going to set the background color to slightly gray. Okay, so here I'll use this gray too when the card is hovered. Then in the dark state, I would like to use, like in the dark state when the card is hovered, we are going to again set a different background color, and that will be bg stroke dark. Okay, so you can see actually we can combine multiple states, like dark and hover are combined over here, and then when these two properties are satisfied, that means the mode is dark and our list item is in the hover state, then we are going to set the background to stroke dark. So this is just awesome. We can, like, there are endless possibilities with Tailwind CSS, as you can already see over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do after this, inside this we should get a div. Okay, now over here, let's actually close this div first of all. Then inside this div, we are going to render the image. Okay, so let's use the image tag img from HTML. Let's first of all render the source of the image. Source will be actually derived from this object that you see over here. So I'll just write object dot image source, and then let's also add an alt attribute. So the text that will be displayed if the image is included is profile. Then in order to style it, I'm going to give it some class name. First of all, it should take the full height and width, okay, of the image. That means 100% height, 100% width. Then let's actually make it rounded. Okay, so for that we can just give this rounded full. This means it will be turned into a circle. Okay, because border radius is now set to the maximum value. And after this, please notice that we have used the value in pixel, a very large value, not in percentages. Because if we use percentages, it will be like an oval, not a circle. Okay, so that's the concept that you should know. And over here, after that, we are going to also set the object property. Let's write it like this: object property to cover. Okay, and I'm also going to set the object center. So you can just already hover over it, like object fit is set to cover and object position is set to center. Now, if we just go back, okay, let's open up our development server, and you can see all the images are actually appearing. We have got the card. When we are hovering over it, we got different, like this mouse is turned into a pointer, okay, cursor is turned into pointer, and right now the image sizes are actually a lot bigger than we want. So what I'm going to do, on this parent, I'm going to add some classes. So let's write class name. I'm going to make it relative first of all. Okay, and after making it relative, I'm going to set its margin right 3.5. Then here I'm going to set its height to 11. Okay, width will be set to 100%, and max width is also going to be restricted to 11. Then I'm going to actually make it rounded full. Okay, that means it will be again a circle. Then here from the original, now you see the image sizes are now a lot smaller because we have restricted the height and width. If you see over here, we have got this green dot. Okay, so this is actually going to come from an element which we are going to style it as absolute position. Okay, so let's actually create a span element, and inside this span element, we are not going to basically provide any children. We just want to add some styling to this span. And the first thing is I wanted to have absolute position. You can already see the closest parent is already relative, so that means it will be positioned with respect to this div. Okay, now after the position is set to absolute, we are going to basically place it at the bottom, so bottom 0, and also at the right. So right is 0. So that means it will be placed at the bottom right corner. I hope that is clear. Then we are going to set its display property to block. Okay. Let's also give it some height and width. I'm going to give it height and width of 3, like this. Okay. You can just hover over it and see it's 12 pixel actually. Then let's make it circle because that's what we want. Then we're going to give it border of 2, and let's actually give it a border color. So border gray 2. This is what's actually giving us this effect. You can see actually it's looking like that if you just see over here that these are overlapping and there is a white like section between them. It's because of the border that we are creating right now. Okay, I hope that is clear. Because of this border which has this gray 2 color, then I'm going to set the background color to actually success. This success is a green color that is defined inside our theme, so we are taking it from there. Now if we just visit it back, okay, see it inside our development server, you can see like it's this is how it's looking right now. And as a next step, we need to basically render the name of the user and the message. So let's do that right now. So I'm just going to go back to my code base, and this div which contains the image and the span, I'm just going to collapse it. Okay, after this div we are going to add another div. Okay, so let's make it like this. And on this div, I'm going to provide some class name. The first is W full. That means it should take the full width, 100% width, as much as available. Because you can see already from the UI that this part is actually going to take all the available width. Okay. So that is why we are giving W full. I hope that is clear. Then we just need to basically render two things inside it. So I'm just going to make use of h5 in order to render the user's name. Okay, so let's write class name. First of all, the text size will be small, and the variable for that is object dot name. Okay, now you can see the names will be visible. If you just see over here, now all the names are visible, but we need to style it appropriately. So let me just uh, show you over here, like this is how we want it. So what we are going to do, we are going to now provide few additional classes over here. Right now the text size is set to small. Then let's also set the font weight to medium and text color to black. Okay, and in the dark mode I'm going to set the text color to white. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now if we just take a look at it, okay, this is how it's looking. And the only part that is remaining right now is our message. Okay, so let's also build this message. It's again going to be very simple. Below this h5 we are going to add a paragraph. Okay, now inside this paragraph we want to just display object dot message. This is the property that we want to display. Let's actually give it some class name. So here I would just like to customize the size and set its size to small. So here we have used text sm, that which means text is small. And with each text size, we provide two properties: font size and line height. This is how it's done in Tailwind. Okay, so if you just visit it back and see, so this is how our application is looking right now. Okay, and if you want, you can actually create this border on the right side. Okay, this one. But actually, we can, it's our choice whether we want to put this border in this inbox or in the chat list. So I'm going to just put it inside the inbox component. So that is why I'm not going to provide it over here. So that's it. Now we have completed our chat list component because we have our active conversation, search input, and also the list. So that's it for this video. If you have got the same result, then we can move on to creating our inbox now. So in the last video, we have created our application till this point, and the next thing we want to create is our inbox. Now, just like we divided our chat list into three parts, we are also going to do the same for this section. That means we are going to first of all create this header. Okay, then we'll work on this input section where we can basically send message to the user. And then we are going to work on displaying all of the messages in the particular chat. Okay, so that is how we are going to break this thing into small pieces. So let's now start by creating our header. Okay, so first of all, you see this is our code base. We have created two sections till now. Inside chat, we have chat list and sidebar. Now I'm going to create a third section which is going to be called inbox. So let me call it inbox dot jsx. Okay, let me just make it capital. Now here I'm just going to create a React functional component. Okay, and let me first export it from this index.js file. So I'm just going to write export default as message inbox. Okay, here you can just write the name using which you will import it in the other component, and then the path to that component is inbox from which we are exporting. Now, what we need to do, we just need to go to our messages.jsx, and here in place of inbox, I'm just going to write message inbox, and it's going to be auto imported from section slash chat. Okay, so that's it. You can see at the top it's imported. Now I'm just going to close this sidebar and let's work on our inbox component. Now the first thing that I would like to do over here is let's remove this inbox text and provide some class name. Okay, so the parent here is going to be a flex container. We are going to give it full height. Okay, that means whatever height its parent has, it's going to take full height from its parent. Okay, then let's actually set the direction of flex to be column. Why? Because you see the content on this particular section is going to be basically from top to bottom. That means this is the first component, then the second comes below it, and third comes below it. So that is why we have set it the flex direction to column. I hope that is clear. And after that, we are just simply going to provide a border on the left side. We talked about it in the last video that we need to provide a border so that we can see a clear separation between chat list and the inbox section. Let's provide a border color. So for that, I'm going to give this border stroke color. And just like we do always for the dark mode, I want to change the border color to border stroke dark. Okay. And these colors are coming from our theme. Okay. And in the extra large, uh, basically at the extra large breakpoint, we are going to set the width to 3/4 of the available width. Okay, total width. That means it will be 75% of the total width. Now, if we just go back to our application, then you can see now we have a clear separation between our active conversation and on the inbox side. So, right now we are going to focus on creating our inbox header. So that will be our first child component inside this flex container. So here I'm just going to write div, and now let's provide some class name to this div. First of all, it has to be like position sticky so that it's always sticking at the top. It will be again a flex container. Items, align items property will be set to center so that all the items are basically aligned horizontally at the center. It's going to have flex direction of row. So you can just write that flex row like this. Okay, then justify between so that the content will be on the extreme left and right side. As you can see from this example, this section is on the left side and this menu is on the right side, so that is why we have provided justify between property. Okay, then at the bottom we want a border, so for that we'll use border b, and we are going to use border stroke color as always. Okay, so let's write border stroke. For dark mode, border stroke dark, border stroke dark. Okay, like this. Then let's also provide it padding from the x direction 6, and in the y direction I'm going to give it padding of 4.5. So that is it for this particular div. I'm actually going to wrap it, word wrap it, so that you can see all of the code in the available screen size. And after that, inside this we are going to now create a flex. Okay, so again, why are we going to create a flex? So that we can basically put this image and these two texts together in a row. So that is why we are going to turn this div into a flex. So let's write class name flex, and align items property will be set to center. Now, first of all, we need to focus on rendering the image. Okay. So we have already done that. So it will be quite easy this time. I'm just going to write div, create a div, add a class name. From the right, we are going to give it some margin so that the text, the user's name, and the image have some separation. So I'm giving margin right 4.5. Let's give height of 13, width full. Okay. 100% width this means, and we are going to restrict the max width to 13 as well. Overflow property will be set to hidden. Okay, so after that I also want the image to be rounded, so I'm going to set rounded property to full so that our image is a circle. Okay, inside this we need to use this img tag in order to render an image, and the source is actually here we need to again import image from the images folder. So let's write import user 01 from, and the path which is our images slash user slash user dash 01 dot png. Let me just make sure that the name is correct here. Yes, we have user dash 01 dot png. So this means we can now use this as a source for our avatar. Okay, so here I'm just going to write a variable which is our user 01, and in the alt property I'm going to just call it avatar. Okay, let's also give it some class name to add some styling. We are going to provide it full width and height so that it can take 100% height and width. Object fit property will be set to cover. Okay, and object position will be set to center. So let me write object position. Let me just correct the spelling. So here we need to write object center. Okay, now if we just take a look at this, here you can see now we have got our nice avatar image. Then the next step is to basically add the user's name and also the user's bio. So for that, after this div, I'm going to just create a new line. And over here, we are going to now create another div. Okay. Now inside this, we are going to have h5. Okay. And let me just write class name. First of all, I'm going to make the text inside this h5 medium. This is the font weight that we are setting medium. Text color will be set to black. Okay, and in case of dark mode we are going to display the text as white. Let's now write the name of the user. Okay, so whatever it is, then after that we also want to display the user's bio, so I can just write anything like reply to message or hi there, I'm using this app, something like that. Okay, so here we can just again provide class name text small. This is the only property that I want to basically customize over here. Then you can take a look at it again, and now it's looking like this. Okay, then over here on the right side we are going to have this menu, so let's create that as well. I'm just going to again switch back to my code base again, and over here as you can see we created this flex, this one. Okay, which has this property justify between. So after this div, I'm going to basically add another div. Okay. For now, I'm just going to render an icon, but later on we are going to create that drop down. Okay. That will be a separate component. We'll have a separate video for it. So let me just go to this phosphor icons library and search for dot three. Okay. So here you can see this is the icon that we need, dots three, and you can use it like this in your React project. So let's just go back and write dots 3 from phosphor icon slash React. And if I take a look at my application, here you can see at the right side it's actually visible, but I need to increase the size and its weight. So I'm going to write weight and let's set it to bold. And also the size should be set to 24 around. Okay. And now it's looking much better. So this is our header. Okay. And there is one more thing that we should do actually over here. You see, uh, if you compare it with this one, here we have a little more space between each component, but here it seems like congested. So what we should do to fix it? Actually, we forgot to provide a property over here. So I can just go back to this component chat list where we are mapping over all these elements. And here I'm just going to provide spacing value. Okay. So here, in order to get some space in the y direction between all the children, I'm just going to write space y and 2.5. This will be suitable value. So now you can see there will be more space to breathe. Okay. So this is looking much better now. We have created our header. In the next video, we are now going to focus on creating the input component so that we can basically start typing some message. So if you got the same result as me till this point, then we can just move on to the next video. So now we need to create our input. Let me just open this preview in the same browser actually, because we have two browser instances open right now. I'm just going to open it over here. So as you can see from this project that we want to have something like this, an input. We already created an input, so we have an idea how to do that again. And inside this, we are going to have two buttons, one for picking up the files and the second for emoji. Then we have a send button. Okay. So let's actually create this. What we need to do, just let's take a look at our code base right now. This is our inbox.jsx. Okay. Right now, inside the parent div, in this inbox, this is a parent div. We have just created this chat header. Okay, so let me just add a comment for you. Okay, so that you can basically see clearly this is our chat header, this div. Let me also word wrap all the content. Then after this, we should basically display all the chat list. Okay, basically messages. So let me write list of messages. That is what we want to display next. So for that, I'm going to create a div, and the thing is we want to allow it to take maximum height. Okay, so in order to do that, first of all, I'm going to give it this max height full. This means it should take 100% of the available height. Okay, so after the header and the input section takes their height according to the content, all the remaining space will be given to this middle section. Okay, then here again, in order to create some spacing between all the messages, I'm going to give it this property space y and then 3.5. Okay, then overflow property, I'm going to set it to auto in order to enable a scroll. And over here, I don't want to show the scroll bar, so I'm just going to write over here no scroll bar, like this. Okay, let's also provide padding in x direction and padding in y direction. So in y direction, I would like it to have padding of 7.5. Then after displaying the list of messages, actually we are going to work on displaying the list in the next video. But before that, we want to create our input section. So here I'm just going to write input. Okay. Then let's create another div. Okay. Let me just format the document so that it's neat and clean. After that, we are going to now start by adding some class name. First of all, I want it to be sticky, but this time at the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to provide a position bottom 0. This means sticky at bottom. Then I want it to have a border at the top. Okay, only on the top side. Then as usual, border stroke. Then background property will be set to white. I'm going to set its padding in the x direction to 6, and in y direction I'm going to set the padding to 5. In dark mode, the border color will be set to stroke dark, and in dark mode we also need to change the background color. So here I'm just going to write bg dash box dark. Okay, so let's write bg dash box dark like this. And now let's actually take a look at our application first of all. So this is our application. Here you see the right now, since we don't have any messages, so that's why uh, it's actually appearing at the top. But when we render the messages, it will be fixed. There is another way to do that as well. What I'm going to do, let's actually just give grow property to this children, which is the second children of this flex. Okay, so let's see. Right now you see it's now pushed to the bottom. Okay, so As a next step, what we are going to do, we are going to now start by putting the input component inside it. Okay, but before putting the input component, you should keep in mind that we have to create a row where we'll have a input component, and on the side we'll also have a send button. So let's actually create again a row. So inside this div that we are working on just right now, I'm going to create a div, and the purpose of this div is to basically create a row. Okay, we can also use a form instead. So let me just use a form element, okay, because this will be better. So here I'm just going to write class name. Let's make it flex. Okay, then items center, I'm just going to set align items property to center, and justify content to between. Okay, that means a space between one component, or you can say the one children will be on the extreme left and the other will be on the right. Okay, so this is how the distribution is going to happen. Then in the x direction we also want to put some spacing between children, so for that we can use this property space x 4.5. Okay, and after that we are going to now make a div, and to this div we are going to give it this relative position and width full. Now you already know, since we are making it relative, so that means there will be some childrens inside it which will be positioned as absolute. Let me show it to you. Here you can see inside this div that we just created with width full, and here we are actually going to create this input component. After this input is created, we are going to create these two icon buttons, and they will be positioned absolutely inside this input. So that is what is our reasoning behind creating this form and then adding this div with width full, okay, and position relative. Now let's now talk about this input component. The type will be set to text. Let's also set the placeholder. Placeholder will be like type something here or type your message, anything you like. Then in order to style it, we are going to provide it quite a few class names. So the first one is I want to basically set its height to 13. Then width will be set to full. That means it should take all the available width. Okay. Then we are going to set its rounded property to MD so that it has a smooth borders. Okay. That means border radius. Let's also provide it border since we are talking about the border radius. So I'm going to give it border on all sides. Then the border color will be our general border stroke color. Okay, let's also set the background color to gray. Padding left, I'm going to set it to 5. Padding on the right side will be given as 19, and the text color inside it will be set to black. Okay, then we can also customize the placeholder color. So here I'm just going to write placeholder, and the color I want for placeholder is the body color. So let's write placeholder body. Okay, just like that. And here I want to disable the outline, so I'm just going to write outline none. In case of focus, I want to basically show border in primary color, so I'm going to write border primary when the input is in focus state. And then let's actually add few properties for the dark mode. So in dark mode, first of all, I would like to customize my border color. This should be set to stroke dark. And in case of dark theme, we also want to customize our background color for the input. So it will be set to BG box dark 2. Okay, then we also want to customize the color of the text. Okay, that will be basically that we are going to write inside the input. So I'm going to set it to white in case of dark mode. After writing all the CSS classes, let's just visit our application and see what we got. So right now you have this input. It's actually taking all the available width because its width is set to W full. That means 100% of the 100% of its parent. Then we are going to create a button on the right side for sending the message, as you can see over here. So let's work on this button right now. After that, we'll create two absolute position element in order to create display those icons for picking up the files and emoji. Okay, so here let's just go back to our code base. You see, this is our form, okay, which has this property justify between. So I'm just going to collapse this div. After this div, we want to create a button. Okay, so let's write button. And as you saw, this button is going to have a blue background. Actually, that is our primary color from the theme. So I'm just going to start giving it some class name. First of all, I'm going to make it flex, and then let's set items property to center and justify property to center. We are doing this so that we can place the icon at the center of this box. This is just a general way, like one of the many ways of centering the content using CSS. Okay, like using flex box and then setting align items property to center and justify content to center. Then after basically positioning it at the center, let's define the width and height for this particular box. So I'm going to give it height and width of 13. Okay, actually, let's give it max width 13 so that it can take according to its need. And here I'm just going to write W full. That means it should take the full width, 100% width, but it will be restricted, or you can say the max cap is 13. Okay, after that, I want it to have rounded border, so I'm going to write rounded MD. You can also choose rounded LG, SM, it depends on you. Here, MD is going to look because we are using it all throughout the application. So I want to be just consistent. Okay, that's my reasoning behind it. And here, I'm going to give it background color primary, and the text color, I'm going to set it to white because the contrast between white and this purple color is very good. So it's going to look nice. And when we hover over this button, I want to basically add this property. When we hover, I want to set the background opacity. I want to reduce it to 90%. So here I'm just going to write background opacity 90. Okay, so this is like a new property because we are using it for the first time, BG opacity. Then there is only one thing left. We should put an icon inside this button. Now, in order to put a send icon at the center, we have to go to our first for icons library. Okay, then here we are going to just search for send, and the icon that I'm looking for is this paper plain tilt. So this is how you should use it inside your application. So here I'm just going to write paper plain tilt. This is the one that we want, so I'm just going to import it from first for icons slash react. You can see it's imported over here. And if I just go back to my application, then you can see the icon is appearing, but the issue is it's very small right now. We want it to look large like this. Okay, so what we should do, we should just use this size prop that is available on this icon, and I'm going to set its value to 24. Let's also set the weight to bold so that it has like thick borders. Now you can see over here it's clearly visible and it's looking pretty nice. So there is only like two things left. The first one is this a link icon button, and the second is this emoji icon button. Let me tell you that we are not going to implement the click functionality because if you click on these icon buttons, nothing is going to happen for now. But in the upcoming videos, we are also going to basically add functionality to them, like opening our emoji picker and picking up the files, things like that. So for now, let's just go back to our code base. And here, as you can see, inside this div, which has this position of relative, we have just created an input. Now I'm just going to add two elements after this input. Okay, so let's make use of a div, and I'm going to give this div some class names. First of all, it has to be absolutely positioned. So let's write absolute. This is going to set the position to absolute. You can just hover over it and see. Okay. Then from the right side, I want to give it this position of 5. Then vertically, I want to center it. We already discussed how to do this. Just write top 1 by 2. That means from the top, we are setting the position 50%. Then we are going to translate it negatively in the y direction by 50%. So let's write translate y by 1 by 2. Okay, this means translate in the y direction by negative 50%. Then I'm going to set the items center property and justify end. Why we are doing this? Because actually it will be a flex. Okay, so here, I am also going to give it this property space x4 so that there is some space between the two childrens. Now the two childrens will be the icon buttons. Okay, so we can just use this button element from HTML, And over here we just need to provide the icon, but before that I would like to add some class name. When this button is hovered, then the color should change to primary. Okay, similarly for the other button we will repeat the same. Now let's get the link icon and the emoji icon. So here I'm just going to search for link first of all, and we should use this link simple icon. Okay, so let's just go back and use it over here inside this first button. I'm going to write link simple. You can see it will be auto imported from phosphor icon slash react. And in the other case, we need to get an emoji icon. So here I'm just going to write emoji, and the emoji that I want to use is this is smiley. Okay, this is the one that I want. So let's just go back, and right over here inside this button we are going to provide a children called smiley, and it's going to come from phosphor icon slash react. Make sure it's imported correctly, because in my case it's being auto imported by my editor. Okay, so this is how we have created our input component right now, and you can see it's looking like this. Again, I want to emphasize that the size is not appropriate, so let's fix that. Here again, inside this link simple, I am going to set size to 24. Same for the smiley, size will be set to 24. Okay, and now you can see these icons are a lot bigger, but I think size 20 will be a lot better. Instead of 24, we should give it size 20. Let's check it again, and yes, it's perfect. And you can already see when we are hovering over it, the color is changing. So that is because of this hover state property that we have used, which is this hover text primary. Okay, so that's it. I hope you enjoyed building this input component along with me. And in the next video, we are going to now target the list of messages. That means we want to display the incoming and the outgoing messages, as you can see in this example. Okay, and we're going to learn pretty much like many properties, like how to basically put these incoming and outgoing messages separate. So it's also going to be nice. So if you have got the same result as me till this point, you are good to go. Let's meet in the next video. So now it's time to work on displaying our messages. Okay, you can see we want to display two types of messages, incoming and outgoing. What is the major difference? Here you can see in these in these incoming messages, okay, or you can call it outgoing actually. We have the name of the user. Okay, and this color, background color is different, text color is different. And also you can see, if you pay attention to this box, it has border radius on these three sides, but on this top left corner the border radius is set to 0. Similarly, you can see the opposite over here on the bottom right corner. Here the border radius is 0, background color, text color, that is different, name is missing. So with that said, let's now also start creating it. And the obvious difference here is one is on the left side and the other is on the right side. So now we are going to see how to basically achieve all these things using just Tailwind CSS. So inside this div, which is going to contain the list of messages, we can already see we have provided it max full height. Okay, that means 100% height of the parent, the available height, and the spacing between the children's. That means different messages, that will be 3.5. Okay, overflow property is set to auto so that we can have a scroll behavior, and we have set it no scroll bar, which is our custom utility class that we created inside our index.css. This is just to basically hide the scroll bar. Then we have just some padding from the x and y direction, and grow property to make it grow vertically. Then here, let's actually create a div, and to this div I'm going to give it some class name. First of all, I'm going to restrict the width to 125. Now, why I'm doing this? So that we can basically, you see, 125 is actually 500 pixels. So max width can be this much. Okay. So after that, we want to basically display the name of the user. So I'm going to use a paragraph tag for that. Let's write a name. Okay. And in order to style it, let's give it some class names. So the first class name is, I wanted to have some margin from the bottom. So MB 2.5. After this, I wanted to have a small text, so text sm, and let's also customize its font weight. So I'm going to set font to medium. After this paragraph, the next thing I want is I want to basically display the message along with the time. So let's create a div. Here you can see from this example that we have created this name just now. Now I want to basically display the message along with the timestamp. You can see this name is now displaying. Next thing we need is our message with timestamp. So let's now actually give it some class name. Here I'm going to write on this div class name. First thing is margin bottom. Okay. So again, margin bottom 2.5, then rounded to XL. Why I am doing this rounded to XL? So that it can have a large border radius. Okay. So that the roundedness is clearly visible. Then I told you that we don't want to have roundedness on the top left corner. Okay, so here I'm going to write rounded TL none. So these are some properties that you are going to know when you practice Tailwind a lot. Okay, so just keep making projects. Don't try to basically like think about it like I don't know all the classes, how I'm going to develop all these things. You don't need to actually think about it. If you just keep practicing, when you basically learn from a lot of tutorials, you practice by yourself, you're going to get hang of it. Okay, that is how things work. And over here, I'm going to next give it some background color like BG gray. Then in the X direction, I'm going to give padding 5. Okay. And in the Y direction, let's give padding of 3. In the dark mode, I'm going to change the background color to a dark color, which will be our BG box dark 2. Okay, this one. Then inside this div, I want to create a paragraph. This paragraph is going to contain my text. Okay. So here, I'm just going to write, I want to make an appointment. Okay. You can just write whatever text you like. I'm just writing it for the demonstration purpose. So from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., something like that. Okay, this is our message. And let's just see how it's looking. Okay, so this is looking like this. Pretty nice. Okay, then let's work on the timestamp. This one. Okay, so in order to display the timestamp, let's just move out of this tab and pick a paragraph. Let's just write the time 1:55 p.m., just a dummy time. Then in order to style it, add a class name. Here, I just want it to have text extra small. That's it. Okay, that's all I want for this particular text. Now, if I just take a look at it, okay, it's looking exactly the same like this. But what about this other text? Okay, how we are going to create that? Let's take a look at that right now. So I'm just going to duplicate this div, okay, which has max width of 125. Then let's make some changes to it. First of all, I'm going to remove this name because the messages that appear on the right side don't need a name. Okay. Then here, let's just change the text message to something different like hello. Uh, I will check the schedule and inform you. Okay. I will check the schedule. Let me correct the spelling and inform you. Okay. Something like that. And this is it. After, let's also change the timestamp. Okay, or let's keep it same like 157 after 2 minutes. But if we just go back and take a look, it's actually displaying on the same side. How we should fix this? So you see, we have property this over here. You can see max width of 125. But what if I just write ML auto? That means margin from the left side auto. Then you see now it's posed to the right side. So this is the only one property that we need to basically post the content on the right side, because right now we have said that margin left should be auto. That means it will basically implement all the uh, all the available margin on the left side. Okay, if we said ML or MX auto, basically then it will distribute the available space or the margin equally on both sides. So this is how it works. Okay, and after this, we should also change the background color. So instead of displaying this BG gray color, we are going to use the VG primary. And in this case, we don't need to change it in the dark mode. So I'm just going to remove the dark mode selector. Okay. And there is one more thing. Let's first take a look at it. If the now this color is different. Okay. Let's also change the text color. So in this case, I would like this paragraph, this one, to have white text. So let's write class name text white. Okay. So now you see the text color is fixed, but also we need to fix this border radius. We want to have no border radius on the bottom right corner. Okay, not on the top left. So here I'm just going to change it from TL to BR, which means bottom right. Okay. If we take a look at it right now, okay, that's perfect. This is exactly what we wanted, and now we have it. Okay. And here you can see these are the two div. This one has max width 125, other also has max width 125. You can actually change this value. Okay, it doesn't need to be like 500 pixel or something like that. You can, it depends on you. I just chose this value, and in order to post the other message on the right side, we have used this ml auto property. Then we can just repeat it multiple times to basically get a feeling of like having multiple messages. Then you can take a look at your uh, you know inbox and have multiple messages displayed over here. So now at this point you can see our application is looking exactly like this, but there is something left, and that is we don't have the ability to switch to light and dark mode. Okay, and we also don't have this kind of drop down. So let's now work on these two features next. So let's now work on this dark mode switcher component. Okay, so we are going to actually do it in two parts, the functionality and the UI. First, in this video, we are going to make this switch button. Okay. Then in the next video, we are going to actually need to create few custom hooks using which we'll be able to basically store which theme we are currently using. And based on that, we'll add the functionality. So the first thing is we should create a separate component for it. So I'm just going to go back to my code base, and over here you can see we have created these three sections till now: chat list, inbox, and sidebar. And our page is almost looking complete at this point. But we need to actually add our dark mode switcher, because without this, we don't have the full functionality in our UI yet. So here I'm just going to create a component inside this components folder, and let's call it dark mode switcher. Okay, dark mode switcher.jsx. Now, first of all, as usual, I'm going to create this React functional component. Then instead of div, this time we are going to make use of li, that means list item. So okay, and over here I'm just going to give it this class name list none, so that we don't get that dot because of the list item. Okay, if you want, you can just remove this class for now, and we'll see what actually happens, why we want to place this class. Okay, so inside this list item, first of all, I'm going to create a label. Okay, label is from HTML. Okay, so inside this label, I'm just going to leave this as empty because we are not going to provide any ID till now. So here I'm just going to give it few class name. First of all, it has to be relative because one of the children is going to be absolutely positioned with respect to it. Then margin should be set to 0. Display should be set to block. And let's set the height of our inputs switch that we want to create. We are going to set its height to 7.5, and width will be set to 14. We are going to set rounded to full so that it has completely rounded, that means circular borders. Okay, after that, let's actually make use of it inside our sidebar. So I'm going to move to our sidebar component over here. Then you see we have this sign out button. Okay, so above this div which has mx auto, I'm going to now add dark mode switcher, and you see it will be auto imported from component slash dark mode switcher. And if we just view this application in the preview mode, then you can see right now we have just this dot, and this dot is because of the list item. Okay, in order to make this dot disappear, I said that we should use this list none. Okay, this means list style none. Okay, list style type none. So if you just take a look at it again, that dot will be gone. And soon enough, we are going to basically display our switch component. Okay, so let's now create it. For that, we are going to make use of this input, and this time the type will be set to checkbox. Okay, let me just again correct the spelling. Type set to checkbox. Then we're going to add few class name. First of all, it has to be absolutely positioned. Z index will be set to 0. Okay. Sorry, not 0 but 50, so that it appears at the top. Okay, it has a very high Z index now. And let's also give it position. So because it's absolutely positioned relative to its parent, so we need to give it position, that is top 0. And after that, I'm going to set its margin to 0, height to full, that means 100%. Similarly, width to full. So it's going to basically take the height and width of its parent, height 7.5 and width 14. Okay. Then when we hover over it, cursor should display as a pointer, and opacity will be set to 0. Why we are setting opacity as 0? Because we just want it. We are not going to basically let the user see that there is a checkbox over there. There is a no switch component in you can say HTML, but we are just creating it, okay, like visually, but it's but behind the scenes it's still a checkbox. Okay. Then in order to give it that look and feel of like a switch button, we are going to now make use of a span tag over here. Now inside this span we'll have two icons. Okay, one for the light mode and the other for the dark mode. So here let me just write span, and as you know, at a time only one icon will be visible. So in the dark mode, this icon will be set to hidden, visibility will be set to hidden. Okay, that means here we'll provide the icon for the light mode. Then we'll have a reverse case where it will be hidden by default, but in dark mode it will be visible. So in dark mode, we are going to set the display to inline block. Okay. So here we'll provide the moon icon. Here we'll provide the sunlight icon. So let's just go back to our phosphor icons library and let's search for light. Okay. And this is better sun. Okay. So I'm just going to go back, and in this first span, I'm going to write sun from phosphor icons slash react. And in the other case, I'm going to make use of moon, but let's see what is the name of the icon, exact name. Okay, it's called moon, or we can also use this moon star, but moon is going to like work for us fine. So I'm just going to make use of that moon from phosphor icon slash react. Okay. Later on we can obviously change the size of this icon, but let's also see it in the preview. Okay, so right now it's displaying like this. Okay, we'll adjust the size later on, but before that we need to take care of the background. Okay, so for that I'm going to add some class name to this span. Okay, so let's write class name, and here we'll have quite a few classes. The first one is absolute. It is going to have position absolute. Let's define the position. From the top it will be 50%, so 1 by 2. This means top position 50%. From the left, we are going to provide a custom value, so we are using this square bracket. From the left, the position will be set to 3 pixel. The display will be set to flex, and height will be set to 6. Width will be set to 6. Okay. Then after this, we are also going to translate it by minus 50% in the y direction. So let's write translate y 1 by 2, and we have already added this negative sign at the start, which means translate in the y direction by 50%, minus 50%. In the x direction, we'll again translate it by 0. Okay, we'll set the items property to center and justify center, so that again we are using the same trick to basically bring the content at the center, both horizontally as well as vertically, using flexbox. Then I'll set the rounded full so that we have a complete circle. Background will be set to Vite, and when we basically switch the theme, there will be an animation. So the duration for that will be 75, and is linear. Okay, this is going to basically set the timing function for the transition that is going to happen, and this is it. Let's actually see. We also need to actually provide a background color to this label, but it will depend on the color mode. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to write over here inside this, in the light mode we should just provide bg stroke. Okay, so let's now check it out over here. Yeah, this is our button, but right now if I click on it, nothing is going to happen. Why? Because we haven't added the functionality yet. So we can do that in the next video. But the concern right now is that this logout button and this, they are like sitting on top of each other. There should be some space between them. So how we can fix that? Let's just go back to our sidebar component, and over here you can see these two are the childrens of this parent. So we can just ask the parent to provide some gap between them using this property space dash by, because we want a spacing in the y direction, that means vertically. And then let's give a spacing of, let's say, 1. It will be, or let's actually give a spacing of 2. Okay, and see how it appears now. So there is some visible spacing between them, but I would like to have more spacing. Let's give a spacing of 4.5. Okay, yeah, so now this looks better. And in the next video we are now going to create few custom hooks in order to add functionality to this button. So if you got the same result as me till this point, you are good to go, and we'll see each other in the next video. Now, in order to basically add functionality to this switch button, we should be able to basically keep track of the current theme. That means whether we are in light mode or dark mode right now. And for that purpose, what we are going to do, we are going to create a hook that can be used to store some value in local storage and also update that value, get it out of local storage, all these things. Okay. So we don't want to basically write the logic every time. So we are going to create a custom hook for that. Inside hooks folder, I'm going to create a new file, and let's call it use local storage. Okay, use local storage.js. Okay, and inside we are going to now make use of some hooks which are already provided by React in order to create our own hooks. Okay, so let's write import. We are going to need use state and use effect. So I'm just going to import these two. Okay, then here we are going to create this function, and the name will be use local storage. Let me tell you that what is going to be the use of this hook. We are simply going to uh, pass a key and an initial value. Okay, that means let's say theme mode. Okay, and we set the initial value to light. So inside our local storage, we'll have a key value pair. The key will be color mode and it will be set to light. So we can basically update this color mode later on to dark, and the theme will switch to dark. This is what we want. And as a return, like what we want to return from this particular function is the stored value, the current value that is stored in our local storage, and a way to update that value. That means a function. So what we are going to do, we are going to first of all make use of use state in order to have our stored value, and here we'll get a function to update that stored value. So let's write set stored value. This will be equivalent to use state, and now inside use state we are going to basically call a function. Okay, basically create a callback function. So let's create a try catch block where we are going to basically return something from here. So if error happens, then we are just going to console log that error. Okay, and we'll return the initial value in this case. Okay, but In the try block, what we are going to do, we are going to get value from local storage using key. Okay, so we are going to try to get the value, current value from the local storage using the provided key. And we can do it like this. We can just write const item. Okay, and the way to get things from local storage is window dot local storage dot get item. Okay, and pass the key. Now, after doing this, we are going to basically return. We are going to uh, return the item after passing it. Okay, so let's write json dot parse item. But it's totally possible that item may not be found. Okay, for that particular key. So we are going to check if there is an item, then return this. But in the other case, if no item is found, then return the initial value. Okay, so this is our simple logic. After this, we are also going to make use of use effect. Okay, let me tell you why we are doing this. First of all, we need to define the dependency list over here. So the dependency list will be the key and the stored value. So whenever the key is updated, okay, that means we get a new key, okay, or the value which is stored gets updated, okay. This logic that we are going to write inside use effect will be run every time. So let's actually create a try catch block again over here. So I'm just going to write try catch, and in case of getting an error, we're just simply going to log it to the console. So let me write console.log error. In this case, we are just going to console log it. But in the try block, what we are going to do, we are going to determine the value that we should store. Okay. And here we actually need to write this logic. We need to check the type of stored value. Okay. So if it's actually possible that it can be a function, okay. In that case, we just need to call the stored value, okay, and pass the stored value as a argument to it. But in the other case, if it is not a function, we should just return the stored value. This is why we are writing this line of code. Okay, we are writing it so that we are allowing value to be a function in order to have the same API as user state. Okay, and after that, we are just going to store this value into our local storage. So let's write window dot local storage dot set item, and over here we need to use the key, provided key, and while storing anything we need to parse it, basically stringify it, not parse it. So we are going to stringify the value to store. Okay, and at the end, after executing basically this use effect, what we are going to do, let's just make sure everything is correct. Actually, this v should be capital. That is why I was getting that 3 dot over there. Now it's fixed. Okay, because it was not matching the our field. Then we can just return an array from this. Okay, like stored value and set stored value. Okay, so this is our custom hook, and don't worry, it's just our custom implementation. Okay, I already told you what is the use of this particular hook. We just want it to use it like this. We are going to provide a key and an initial value for that, and in return we are going to get an array. Okay, just like we get in case of user state. The first will be our value, okay, the stored value, and the second one will be a function using which we can update this value. That is why we have to basically write this line, okay, so that we are determining whether it's a function or a value. If it is a function, we call it and pass the argument. So this is our use local storage custom hook. Now in the next video, we are going to create one more hook that will be using this particular use local storage in order to update our theme. So let's meet in the next video. Okay, so now we need to create our another custom hook. Let me first close all the open files and folders. Then inside source, we need to go inside hooks and create a new file. We are going to call it use color mode. And let's see what is the use case for this. Okay, so first of all, we need to define a simple function use color mode. Okay, And this function is not going to take any argument actually, it's just going to toggle it. Okay, so here what we are going to do, we are going to make use of our use local storage that we created in the last video. Use local storage. Let me see why it's not suggesting. Here we have use local storage. Function name is use local storage, and it's being exported as a default export. So maybe I can just import it manually. Okay, so here I'm just going to write use local storage from dot slash use local storage. Now it's correct. Then here the key that I'm going to pass is color theme. I want to basically keep the track of this value color theme, and initially color theme will be set to light. As a result, we are going to get the stored value and a way to update that stored value. So here I'll write color mode and the function to update that color mode. So I'm going to call it set color mode. Okay. Now what we are going to do, we are going to make use of use effect. Okay. Now this use effect is going to come from React. As you can see already at the top, the import is written over here in the line number one. And what is going to happen? We are going to actually provide this color mode and set color. Here, let's actually remove the dependency because we want this to run only once. Okay. So what is going to happen? We are going to write this class name equals dark. Okay. And what we are going to do next, we are going to write body class. We are first of all going to get the body element. Okay. And the way to get the body element is simple. Just write window dot document dot body. Now, in order to get the class list from this body, we can just use dot class list. Okay, so this body class is going to contain a list of all the classes from the DOM tree's body. Okay, now what we want to do, we are going to check if color mode is equal to dark or not. If it is dark, then we are going to add a class name to this body class list. So let's execute this method add, and here we'll add the class name which is dark. But if the color mode is set to light, then in that case we are going to just remove that dark class from the body. Okay, so like this body class dot remove, and actually here it should be class name. Okay, and when this function should be executed, whenever the color mode changes, this uh, callback function that we have written inside should be executed every time color mode changes. That means whenever we switch from light to dark mode or from dark to light, this should execute. Now, what we are going to return from here, we are going to return an array which will have the color mode and the set color mode property. Okay. So now we need to basically export this use color mode. So let's write export default use color mode. Okay. This is our custom hook, which can be used to basically set the color theme to light or dark. Okay. And depending on whenever this color mode changes, we are going to execute this logic where we get the class list from the body, and then we check if the current mode is dark, then we add this class name dark over it. And if it is not, that means if the color mode is light, then we remove that dark class from it. Okay, and then we are returning an array which contains the current color mode, that means this color theme, and also a way to update that color theme. So that means we just need to use this use color mode inside our dark mode switcher over here. So that is a task for the next video. And let's see how we are going to implement this custom hook inside our dark mode switcher in the next video. So in the last video, we created this use color mode. Now we want to make use of it in order to add functionality to dark mode switcher. So the first step is to just make use of it inside this component. So I'm going to write use color mode. You see it's auto imported from hooks slash use color mode. And what we are going to get from it, we are going to get the color mode and a function to update that color mode. Okay. Now what we are going to do on this input, which is actually a checkbox, we are going to execute this on change. Actually, this is going to be an event listener whenever this event occurs. That means whenever we click on that checkbox or the switch button, then we need to execute some logic. First of all, we are going to check the type of this set color mode. Okay. So if set color mode is a function, okay, if the type is function, then in that case, we are going to say set color mode, call this one, okay, and then see if the current color mode is light, then set it to dark, okay. Otherwise, let me just change it to question mark. We are using the ternary operator over here. And otherwise, if the current mode is dark, then set it to light. This is a simple logic that we are placing over here, right? Then as a next step, we need to basically make changes to the background color of this label. So here, instead of just writing it like this, I'm going to wrap it inside curly bracket. Then let's use this string interpolation. I'm going to remove this double quotes. Okay. Then this background stroke color is actually going to depend on the color mode. So I'm going to make use of this dollar sign curly brackets. Then I'll use a condition. I'll check if the color mode is currently set to dark. If color mode is set to dark, then you should use a different color which is BG primary. Okay. But if the current color mode is light, then we should use BG stroke color. Now here you see actually it's not looking good because it has to be a string. So right now we need to format it like this. Make sure you type it correctly. And after basically customizing the background color of the label and also implementing this on change, we need to do one more thing. That is on this span where you see the icon will be changing. Okay. First of all, let me word wrap it. What we want is when the icon changes, let's first try it out. If I just go to my application over here, this is my application that we are developing right now. So when I click on it, you see the icon is changing and also the color mode is changing. But the thing is, this should also translate to the right side. Okay. But it's not happening right now. So what we should do, we have to basically add some logic over here. So again, I'm going to add some logic based on a condition. So let's turn it, wrap it with curly bracket and this backtick so that we can write some, we can do string interpolation over here. Now we are going to check the color mode. If the current color mode is dark, okay, then we are going to apply these properties, okay, these properties which are like this. First of all, I'm going to change the position from the right side, okay. So let's write right and I'll set the position to a custom value of 3 pixel. So that is why I'm using this square bracket. And then I'll translate along the x direction. So let's write translate x full. Okay, that means 100% translation along the x direction. Now there is one more thing that I want to draw your attention to, and that is I'm going to put this exclamation at the start. This means I want to mark this property as important. Okay, so if you know CSS, you must remember this important. When we use this, the precedence will be the highest. Okay, that means it is going to take the priority. So both these properties are now marked as important. And if we just go back to our application right in this state and I click on it, now you see that this switch is actually working like very smooth. Okay. The icon is changing. We have the transition effect and also the color mode is changing nicely. So this is our uh, dark mode switcher component. Now we have achieved this effect as well. And then the next thing would be to basically just build our drop down. Okay. So like you see over here, when we click on it, we get this nice little drop down which says like you have few options. So similar to that, we should also have the same thing over here. This is what we are going to do in the next video. So now we need to create our drop down. As you can see over here, we need to create something like this where we'll display multiple options. These are just some dummy things, or you can say dummy buttons for now, but we'll have few more options, okay, while we do the API integration. So how we need to basically proceed with this. Let's take a look at this one. Actually, we are going to create it as a separate component. So you need to navigate inside your components folder, and over here we are going to now simply create another React component. So I'm going to create this file dropdown.jsx. Then as usual, I'm going to create a React functional component. Okay. And over here, I'm just going to remove this text from the inside. Okay. Then as a class name, first thing I want over here is position relative. Okay. And display flags. Why relative? Because the children is going to be positioned absolutely okay with respect to this one. Now, in order to create a drop down, first we should have a trigger. By trigger, I mean something on which when we click and a pop-up will open. Okay, so the trigger here will be a button. Okay, so I'm going to make use of this button component. Now inside this button, we need to have that icon on which we are going to click. Okay, so that icon is called dots 3. We have already seen this. Okay, so I'm just going to import it from phosphor icon slash react. Let's set its size to 24. Okay, now after doing this, let's also style this button a little bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just write some class names like text. I want to have a custom color over here, okay? Not some color from the theme. So I'm going to make use of this square bracket notation, okay? So hash 98A6AD. This is the color that I want for the icon, okay? And when I hover over it, then I want the text color to change to body, okay? So this is the effect that I want. That default color will be this. When I hover over the icon, it will turn into this color, okay? Then as a next step, we should keep track of the state. Okay, what I mean by state means whether the drop down is open or closed at any given time. Okay, so here I'm going to write drop down open comma set drop down open. Okay, and this will be equal to our user state. Okay, and the initial value will be set to false. That means by default the drop down will be closed. Now I'm going to actually create a reference to the trigger. So let's write const trigger equals useRef. UseRef is another hook from React. Okay. And initially the reference will be set to null. Okay. Similarly, for the drop down menu that will be open, that we will open, I'm going to actually create a reference to that as well. Again, I'll set the initial value to null. Okay. Now, what we have till now is just a div which has class name of relative. That means it has this position relative and display flex. It has a button which is actually a trigger. Okay, so when we click on this button, we need to open up our drop down. So here I'm just going to write on click, and inside this we are going to create a callback. Okay, here I'll write set drop down open. Okay, and whatever is the previous value, I'm just going to take the previous value and I'll just reverse it. That means we are simply toggling it. Okay, so if it was false by default, it will turn to true and vice versa. Now we have got our button done. Okay, then the next thing we should focus on is our drop down. Okay, so for that I'm going to make use of this div element. Okay, let's add some class names to it. But before that, I would like to add the reference. So here I'll just write ref, and that will be our drop down, this one. Okay, now you see this is highlighted because it's like this use ref is going to now keep a reference of this particular div. Okay, which is actually our drop down. Similarly, I would also like to add reference to this button. So let's write ref, and this will be our trigger. Okay, now on this drop down, okay, we need to basically apply two things. On focus, when it is in focused state, then what we should do, we should open the drop down. So here I'm just going to write set drop down open. This will be set to true. Okay, when it is in focus state. When it is in blur state, okay, Then we are going to close the drop down. So here I'm going to write set drop down open, and here I'll set it to false. Let me just put it all in one line like this. Let me also close this sidebar. So now you can see it clearly. Then we should also basically style it. Okay. And this element is actually going to be have going to have this position absolute. Okay. So that means it will be like position with respect to this parent div. Okay, because that is the closest relative parent. Okay, now I'm going to define its position. From the right side it should be 0. From the top I'm going to set its position to 100%. Okay, top full means top 100%. Then let's actually provide it a z index. Here I'll set a higher z index value so that it appears on the top of everything. Then I'm going to set its width to 40, and it's going to have two buttons inside it. Okay, so between those buttons we are going to have some space in the vertical direction, so that is why I'm writing this property space y1. Okay, then I would also like this drop down to have some border radius. It will be very faint, so that is why I'm providing rounded sm. You can see when you hover over it, it's only going to give it a border radius of 2 pixel. Okay, after this we are going to define the border. Okay, we need a border, and as usual we are going to define the border stroke. For the background color I'm going to use white color. Padding will be set to 1.5, and shadow will be default. Okay, default shadow will be used. Now for the dark state, okay, we want a different border color, that is stroke dark. And for the dark theme, we also need a different background color, which is BG box dark. Okay, like this. Now, I want to basically show this drop down only when this is true. That means only when the drop down open is set to true, then only this should show up. How we can control whether it's visible or not? It's very simple. We can control it using CSS. Pay attention over here. Here I'm just doing string interpolation. I've used this dollar sign curly bracket. That means I'm going to write some JavaScript inside it. I'm just going to write this conditional statement. I'll compare if drop down is equal to true. Okay. If drop down is equal to true, then set the display as block. Otherwise, otherwise we want it to be hidden. So this is the logic that is going to basically make sure that this drop down component only shows up when this state is set to true. Drop down open. Actually, this should be drop down open and not just drop down. Okay. And after this, inside this div, we need to basically create two buttons. So let's start with the first one. So inside this button, we are going to add our icon. Okay, edit icon. But before that, let me just add a class name. I add few class names to this button in order to give it some styling. First of all, we need it to be a flex box. Okay, width will be full. That means take all of the available width, which will be effectively this 40 minus this padding. Okay, and after that I'm going to set this property items center. That means align items will be set to center. Gap will be set to 2. Okay, so that the we are going to basically have text and icon, and the gap between those two will be 2. This 2 actually corresponds to 8 pixel if you convert it into pixel. Then we also want it to have some border radius. Okay, even though it will be very small, so we have used rounded sm. Then I want to add some padding in x direction 4, padding in y direction 1.5, and let's set the text align property to left. Okay, so I'm going to write text left. Then I also want the text size to be small, so for that purpose we are using text sm. When it's in the hover state, then we want background color to be gray. Okay, now for the dark mode, when it is in hovered state, when it's dark mode and it's hovered, then we want bg meta 4 color. Okay, this is a custom color that we have defined in our theme. Now inside this button, we can just place our icon. So we need to go to this website first for icon and look for edit icon. Okay. And the one that is suitable for our use case is this one, pencil simple. Okay. Let's also search for delete. So for delete, we are going to use trash. Okay. So let's now go back, and inside this button, which is for the edit, I'm going to use this icon, pencil simple, from phosphor icon slash react. Okay. And the text over here will be edit. Let's actually give it a size of, let's say, 20. Then I'm just going to duplicate this button, and over here I'll just write delete. Okay. And this icon will change to trash. And please note that I'm actually auto importing it from phosphor icon slash react. So make sure you also import these things. You can see I have used these three icons inside this component. So now is the time to basically use this component. Okay. So I'm just going to go back to my section, and where we have this chat, we are going to go inside inbox, and inside inbox, inside chat header, we have to implement it. So let me just open it up. And here we have our dots 3. In place of this dots 3 icon, actually, I'm going to place this component that we just created, which is our drop down. You can see it's my editor is suggesting me to auto import it from component slash drop down. So I've done that. Let's now go to browser and see how our application is looking. So if I click on it right now, you can see these buttons are now visible. But there is a problem that if you see from this original application, when we click outside, this drop down actually closes. But here, that's not the case. We have to click over here. So this is one of the improvement that I want to make over here right now. And the other thing is, let me just show you. If I open up my keyboard, okay. So let me open the on-screen keyboard, and then let me put this keyboard over here. If I just open up this again, and if I press escape, see what happens. That menu closed. Okay. But this is not the case when I press any other button. Okay. Actually, since I'm pressing outside, so that is why it's closing. But if I press escape button on my keyboard, it's going to close. So that is also one of the functionality that I want to add to this button. Okay. Also, this icon is not clearly visible. So let's just open up our code editor once again. And inside this drop down where we use this dots 3, I'm going to write wait, and I'm going to set it to bold. Okay. Now the visibility is better, but now again we need to implement those two things. That means when we click outside, it should close, and also when we press escape button, it should also close in that case. So let's do that in the next video. So let's now see how to close this drop down when we click outside. So for that purpose, we have already did something over here. If you noticed, we created these two references, one for the trigger, one for the drop down. Now I'm going to make use of use effect over here. Okay, this is a hook from React. Okay, so what we are going to do over here, we are just going to simply say, let's create a function inside the callback. I'm going to call it click handler. Okay, let's make this H capital, click handler, and this is just going to be a simple arrow function. Okay, that's it, a simple arrow function. Now, what is going to happen when something gets clicked? We are going to receive target inside this event. Okay, so we are just destructuring that target over here. Now, what we are going to do, this target is of very important, like this is very important for us. We're just going to check if dropdown dot current. Okay, so this current is the property on because of this use ref. Okay, so we can access the value of dropdown reference by writing dropdown dot current, and I'm checking if not dropdown dot current. Okay, then return. What it means, if the value of dropdown dot current is set to null, that means then in case this function is going to just return from this line. But In the other case, if not drop down, okay, that means uh, the drop down value is still null, and drop down dot current dot contains target. Okay, so that means uh, the drop down current value contains target, or the third case in which our trigger dot current, that means the value of trigger, contains the target. Okay, then in that case we need to return again. Okay, that why? Because in both of these cases that we have created over here, when the value of drop down dot current is null, uh, or in this case when this happens, we are just going to return from this particular function. Okay, but if like the control passes through all these checks, okay, then what we are going to do, we are going to set drop down open to false, because when these two cases fails, okay, these two check fails, that means click was outside. That means it wasn't clicked on the trigger, it wasn't clicked on the like our drop down, so it was clicked outside. In that case we are just going to set drop down open to false. But we have created this function, how are we going to use it, where are we going to use it, this is still the important question. So for that we are going to just add an event listener on the document. So here I'm going to write document dot add event listener, and the event that we want to listen for is click. So whenever click happens, okay, we are going to basically, when this component is rendered on the screen, this document dot add event listener, that means our DOM will be listening for all the click events, and whenever some click happens, this click handler function will be executed. Okay, and all the logic that we have written over here will run. Then in order to clean, like when this component is unmounted, we must make sure that we clean this event listener. Okay, so for that, otherwise if we don't clean it, it will be like our application will become very unresponsive, it will start to lag. Okay, there will be performance issues. So we must always make sure that whenever we are like setting some timer timeout, or we are setting some event listener, we should always clean up, okay, when the component is unmounted. So here, by writing this return function, we basically we are telling the React that you should execute this function when this component unmounts. So here I'm going to write document dot remove event listener. Okay, it's the opposite of add event listener, and the event that we want to remove is click, and the function that was executed on this click was click handler. So this is how we are doing the cleanup. Okay. Now, if we just go back to our application after saving all the changes, if I open up this drop down again, click outside, then you see now it's working. Okay. But if I click inside, then it's not going to close. And that is because of the checks that we have basically added. So this is how we basically make sure that we can listen for the click event like outside, okay, and react to it. This same principle can be used anywhere else. It's just a concept that I have taught you inside this particular course. Okay, you can apply it in any of your project. I hope you found this useful. Then in the next video, we are going to again see how we can listen for certain key press. Okay, like the escape key. When it's pressed, we are going to close this drop down. So let's meet in the next video. Okay, so let's now finish this drop down by implementing the last functionality over here, and that is when we press escape key, then we should close the drop down. So for that, again, I'm going to make use of use effect. Okay, and again we'll implement a callback function. Okay, we're not going to add any dependency because we only want to run this once when the component is mounted. So here again we will be creating a function. I'm going to call it key handler. Key handler because it's going to listen for basically it's going to react or do some task when a certain key is pressed. So here, actually, this time we are going to receive the argument, which will be our key code. Okay. So when a key is pressed, we receive the event, and that event contains a property called key code. We are just destructuring it. Now we are going to make a check over here. If not drop down open, that means if drop down is not open. Okay, that means if drop down open is set to false, then this will be true. Or the other case in which key code is not equal to 27. Why I am writing this certain number 27 and what this means, let me tell you. So here in browser, I have already opened up this key code for escape key. Like for every key in our keyboard, we have some key code. So in order to identify which key was pressed, we use these numbers. Okay, and these are constant. Like in your keyboard, in my keyboard, whenever you press escape key or let's say enter key, every key has a defined unique key code. Okay, so we are just comparing it with that in order to basically know which key was pressed. So if this happens, we're just going to return. Okay, but in the other case, if this check fails, then we are going to set drop down open to false. Okay, now again we have created our function, but it's important to know where and how to use this function. So once again, I'm going to add an event listener on my document. That means our DOM tree. So here I'm just going to write add event listener, and this time we are going to listen for key press event, and the event name when the key is pressed is called key down. Okay, and when this event happens, we want to execute this function key handler, and when this component unmounts, we are going to do the cleanup. For that, we are going to define this function, return function. Here, I'll just write document dot remove event listener. And the event that we want to remove is our key down and where this key handler was supposed to be executed. Okay. So now we have created this functionality as well. So if I just go back to my application, open up this drop down and press escape key, then it's closed. Okay. So this concludes our drop down functionality. Now we have actually created our very basic and beautiful design using Tailwind CSS. This is enough for implementing the one-to-one chat. Now, from next video onwards, we are going to start building our authentication system. That means we'll be building screens for login, sign up, reset password, and two-step verification. So I'll see you in the next one. So in the last video, we created our theme, okay, and we also implemented this drop down. Now the next step is to basically create our authentication pages. And let me tell you that this is how we are going to do it. If I just visit slash login, okay, right now you can see this is going to be our login page. That means we are going to basically divide it into two parts. On the left, we'll have this illustration along with logo and our simple text. Okay, on the right side we are going to create our form. Okay, and over here you can see we are going to provide option for to the user so that they can sign in with email and password, and the other option will be sign in with Google. And on the sign up screen we have a different form, so let me just show it to you. On the sign up screen, we are going to ask the user to enter their full name, email, and password. They'll also need to confirm their password. Okay, this is how the sign up process is going to be. Then we also have one more screen in the sign up flow, and that will be for the verification of email. So this is what we're going to create. We are going to basically send a 4-digit OTP on user's email, and we'll basically see how to use email API, okay, in order to send transactional emails. So we are going to do that later on, and we'll also implement this resend functionality. Okay, so we'll have many things in our backend. So this is our authentication system. Total 3 pages. Okay, first one is login, second is sign up, and third is verification. So let's now start by going to our code base, and over here what I'm going to do, let's first open up this sidebar. I'm going to close all the open files, collapse this, then let me just zoom in a little bit so you can see clearly. And now inside source folder we are going to now create another folder, and that will be for the authentication. So I'm going to create this folder name as auth. Now inside this folder I need to create two files, not two, actually three. The first one will be login.jsx. Later on in the next videos, we'll also create sign up and verification. Now, talking about this login page, we have to first of all create a React functional component like this. Okay. And now, after doing this, we need to basically think about the login page. what is the design. Okay, so let's take a look at it again. Here, as you can see, we are going to divide it into two parts. And one more thing, I'm using this image over here. Actually, it's an SVG. Similarly, we have a different illustration for the sign up page. I have already added these illustrations over here inside this Chatty, okay, this repository. You can just go to images, and here you will find these two SVGs, chat login SVG and chat sign up SVG. We are going to use that. Okay. So you can just get these two from here. And for the SVG that we'll be using in order to render this Google icon over here, I've already given it to you inside this repository. If you just scroll down into this README file, you'll find Google SVG logo. You just need to copy it when I tell you, okay, during the video. So that's about the assets that you will be needing in order to create this. Now, here we are going to now start by removing this already written code. Let's create a div, and here I'm just going to add few class names. So let me just write class name like this. Okay. Now, the first thing I need over here is a border. Okay. So I'm just going to first of all create a border. Okay. Then I'm just going to, after this, let's actually give the border color. So border stroke and background, let's set it to white for the light mode. And I'll also provide this page some shadow. Let's give it shadow default. Then for the dark case, that means when the theme is set to dark, we are going to change the border color to border stroke dark. And let's also change our background color for the dark case, which will be VG box dark color. Okay. And I'm also going to do one more thing. I'm going to give it edge screen. Edge screen means 100% of the viewport height. You can just hover over it and see it's going to give this property height 100 vh. Now inside this, I'm just going to basically make another div. Okay, so let's create this div. Now inside this div, I'm going to again put some class name like flex. I'm going to make it flex wrap so that when the screen resizes, the content will be wrapped around. Okay. Then I'm going to make sure the items are center. That means align items property set to center so that horizontally the things are aligned through the center line. Then let's also give it edge full. Edge full means 100% of the height of its parent. That means it will also take 100 VH height. Now inside this flex component or actually flex element, I'm going to make two childrens. Okay. So one will be for the right side where we display our form, and one will be on the left side. These are the two children that we want to create. So let's start with the left one. So I'm going to make use of div again. Okay. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to set its visibility to hidden. Why I'm doing this? Because if you just resize this window, okay, then on the smaller screen size, that left part will not be visible. So that is why I have done this, so that we can just hide this on a smaller screens. Okay, the left part. And after that, I'm going to set its width to full. Okay. And on extra large screens, I'm going to set its visibility to block. And on extra large screens, width will be set to 1 by 2. That means 50%. Okay. Then inside this div, okay, which is going to contain our logo, text, and the image, I'm going to now create another div. Okay. And this div is going to basically create a column where these three children will be rendered: logo, text, and the image. So let's now start by giving it some class name. First of all, I would like to give it padding in y direction. I'm going to give this padding 17.5. Okay. Let's also give padding from the x direction. I'm going to give padding 26, and text center. Text center means align item center. So all of the childrens will be aligned towards the center vertically. Now inside this, I'll be like rendering my logo first. So we need to actually create this logo, okay, because it's going to be composed of this icon and the text. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just navigate into my components folder over here. Okay, so this components folder, and let's create a new file for the logo. So I'm going to write logo.jsx. Let's create a React functional component. Okay, and inside this logo, I'm just going to need a text and an icon. Okay, So what we are going to do, we are going to first of all turn it into a flex box. Okay. Flex direction will be set to row because the logo and the text both will be side to side horizontally. Then items property will be set to center so that the content or the children's are aligned along the center line horizontally. Then space x 2. This property we are giving so that we can have some spacing between the two children's text and our icon. Now, the icon that I want to use over here is called chat teardrop text. Okay, this is actually the name coming from phosphor icon slash date. I have already like searched for it in this library. If you just search for chat, I actually want to use this one, chat teardrop. Uh, okay, so actually this one, chat teardrop text. That is why I'm using it like this. Okay, and it will be auto imported. As you can see at the top, it's already imported by my IDE. Let's actually give it some size. So I would like to have size 32, and I will also make it bold. So let's write weight equals bold. Then besides this, we want text. So I'm going to make use of div and our app name, which is Chatty. Then let's actually style this text. I'm going to first of all increase its size. So let's set the size to 2XL, okay, 2 times extra large. And font weight will be set to medium. By default, that means in the light mode, I'm going to set the color of the text to body, okay, which is actually a color coming from our theme. For the dark case, we are going to set the color to white. So let's write in dark, we want to set the text color to white. Now this is our logo. It's already ready to use. So we can just go inside our login page. And over here, I can just write logo. You see, it's imported from component slash logo. If I just visit my website actually over here, and first of all, we need to basically add a route for this login page. So let's go back to our app.jsx, and over here now we are going to add another route. So let's write route inside this routes component. Okay. And this route is going to now take two fields. The first one is path. Path means where you want to display this page. So I want this page to be displayed on auth slash login. So let's write auth slash login and the element that you want to display on this path. So element is our login page. Okay, coming from pages auth slash login. Now, if I just visit our web application and here, if I just write auth slash login, then you can see on the left side, now we have our logo. But we also want to add this text as you can see over here. So let me just copy this text from here and we'll be back in our application. Okay, inside the login page. And the next step is to basically render this text. So after logo, I'm going to make use of a paragraph tag and let's write this text. I'm going to also add some styling to it. So for that, I'm just going to write 2XL PX20. That means on 2XL screen size, I want it to take padding of 20 from both sides. Now you can see this is how it's looking right now. And I would also like to basically make this logo at in the center as well. So what I should do over here, I'm going to also make it clickable. So let's actually make use of this link component from React Router DOM. Okay, I'm going to wrap our logo inside it. So I'm just going to select it, hold Alt key. If you're working on macOS, use Option key instead of Alt. Okay, move it inside. Now let's actually give some class name to link. First of all, I want some margin from the bottom 5.5 so that we can have some separation between our logo and this text. Okay. Then I'm going to set its like with display to inline block and let's now visit it again and see. Now it's in the center because it's display set to inline block. Okay. And that's it for this video. In the next one, we are going to basically make use of our image to display it over here and we'll also start by creating our form in the next video. So let's now start by rendering this image first. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my code base again and after this paragraph now I'm going to make use of image tag. Okay, and the source will be actually coming from an import, but before importing the image, we need to place it inside images folder. Right now, you see, we have just this user folder nested inside images. Now I'm just going to add another folder inside images. Auth, it's going to contain two things, login.svg, okay, for our login, okay, and another is signup.svg. These svgs are actually coming from these files over here. I already told you in the previous video that inside images folder you can find two things, chat login.svg and chat signup. These are the two svgs that I'm using over here inside this folder, these two, login and signup. Now I'm just going to import it over here. So at the top I'm going to write import login illustration, import login illustration from, and then the path to this file, which is two steps back, and then go inside images, then inside auth, and then login.svg. Now we need to use that over here. So I can just write inside curly bracket. I can reference this login illustration like this. Here I can just write login inside alt attribute. Okay. Then let's actually style it. So I'm going to give it few class names again. First of all, I would like to set its height to 115. Okay. Then I'm going to set its width to auto so that it can basically take whatever height is width is suitable according to the given height. And I'm also going to make sure the object covers the given space. And object position, I'm going to set it to center. Okay. Let's see how it's looking right now. So if I just open it up, you can see the image is actually placed over here. Now, in order to make it centered, again, I'm going to wrap it. Okay. So here, let me use a span tag. And inside this span, I'm just going to move this image. Actually, you can also use the div tag. It doesn't matter. I'm just trying to use it so that I can teach you like different elements. Okay. So it's your choice. You can just make it using div. Now inside class name, I'm going to first of all give some spacing from the top. So for that purpose, I'm going to give margin top 15. Let's see. Now it has like some separation from this text, but I would like to make it centered. In order to make it centered, I'm just going to set its display to inline block. Okay. And then you can see it's at the center. Okay. And why it's actually following this center text, why it's at center when I said inline block, because you can see the parent has this property text center, which means uh, text alignment is set to center. So that means if the children are set to inline block, they will follow this rule. Okay. So this is our left side concluded. Okay. Then after this, we need to move on to the right side. Okay. And on the right side, actually, we are going to create our form. So for that, first of all, we are going to need a div. Now inside this div, I'm going to add few class names. You can again take a look at the form that we are trying to create or the page. Here we are going to actually place a border, okay, between these two things. Then we'll have our border where we'll start with this text, start for free, then sign into Chatty, then our form elements. So with that in mind, here the first thing that I should do is, first of all, I'm going to give it full width. So let's write W full. I'm going to give it border. So in light mode, the border color will be border stroke. And for the dark case, it's going to be border stroke dark. So let's write dark border stroke dark. Okay. Then on extra large screens, I'm going to set its width to 50% of the total width. And on extra large, I'm going to give it a border only on the left side and with a thickness of 2. Okay. On the extra large screen, I'm going to provide px, that means padding in horizontal direction of 44. Okay. So these are all the styles that we are going to need. Now, if you just take a look at this application, over here right now we don't see any border. So let's add some content inside it. Okay. We have given it full width, border stroke color. In case of dark, we have given change the border color. We have provided width of 50% on extra large screen. Border on the left side. Here you can see width is set to 2 pixel. And on extra large screen, we have provided px of 44. Now inside this div, I'm going to add another div, which will act as a like parent, so that we can render things inside a column. Okay, that means in the vertical direction. So here, first of all, let's inherit the full width from the parent. Then I'm going to give padding of 4 from all direction. On a smaller screens, I'm going to customize the padding to 12.5. Okay. On extra large screens, I'll give a padding to this div of 17.5. Now inside this div, we are going to now add elements which will display on our screen. So the first one is the simple text, which is start for free. So for that, I'm just going to write a span tag. Inside this, the text will go like this: start for free, start for free. Okay. Then inside this, let me first start by adding some styling to it. Margin bottom, let's add some separation. So from the bottom element, so that will be margin bottom 1.5. I'm going to set its display as block, and let's also customize its font weight to medium size. Okay. Then if I view this, here you can find the start for free written like this. Okay. And after this text, the next thing we need is a bigger text. So after this is span, I'm going to use H2 heading. Okay. Inside this, I'll just write sign in to Chatty. Okay. Then here, let's add some class name. So the first class name that I'm going to add is margin bottom 9, so that it can have some separation from the bottom element. Okay. Then let's set the text size to 2 times extra large, 2XL. I'm going to make the font bold. We also want to change the text color to black. So let's write text black. Then in case of dark mode, I'm going to change the text to white color so that it's clearly visible on a dark background. So text white. On a smaller screen size, I'm going to change the text size to text title XL2. Okay. Let's now view this in our application, and this is how it's looking. Sign into Chatty. Next thing we need is our form elements. We'll start by creating this one. Okay, email. As you can see, it's just an input with this icon towards the end and this input label. So let's now pay attention to this thing, how we can create it. Okay, it's going to be very important for us. So after this H2 heading, we are going to actually need to create a form, because form is going to contain all the different elements along with the submit button. So here I have our form. Then let's create a div. Okay. I'm going to give class name to this div, MB4, that means margin bottom 4. Okay. First thing I should do is add a label. So here inside this label, I'm just going to leave this HTML for empty for now. Okay. Let's add some class name. So the first thing is I want some separation from the input. So let's add margin bottom 2.5. Okay. I'm going to set its display to block, font weight to medium, and I'm also going to make the text black. So let's write text black. After that, in the case of dark mode, it will be set to text white. That means the text color will be white. And label for the first input is our email. Let's view it. Okay, we got our label. Next thing we need is our input component itself. So after this label, I'm going to add input. But let's first add this input, then we'll worry about the icon towards the end. This is our input. I'm going to set its type as email, not text, so that it can have some validation inbuilt. Okay. Then let's add placeholder, enter your email. Then we are going to style it with few class names. The first thing I want is I want this input to take the full available width. So W full. I want it to have rounded corners, so rounded LG. LG means I want like a few extra border width, sorry, border radius. Okay. Then I want to give it border, and the border color in the light mode will be defined by this color, border stroke. Okay. And background should be transparent. Let me just word wrap it so you can see clearly. Background will be set to transparent. Padding in the y direction will be set to 4. and padding from the left side will be set to 6, padding from the right side will be 10. These are all the values that I have already tried, and this is how I want to style it, so I'm just doing it. Then the text color will be set to black. That means the text that we write inside the input will be of black color. I will remove the outline by setting outline none class over here. Okay. Then in case of focus, I want it to have the primary border. So I'm just going to write focus border primary. Let's write it like this: border dash primary. Okay. Now, in case of focus, when the focus is visible, so I'm just going to make use of this state focus visible. In this case, I'm going to remove the shadow. So let's write shadow none. Okay. Then after that, after we have removed the shadow, let's write few things for the dark mode. In the dark mode, I want this to have border form, border form stroke dark. Okay. This is another color that we are going to basically implement over here. In case of dark, I want to use a different background color, which will be our BG form input. These are some colors that we have defined inside our theme. So if you just visit this file, Tailwind config.js, then you can see we have form stroke dark, form input. Okay, so this color is what we are using as a background color. This is what we are using for the inputs border color in dark mode. Okay, so we have already defined these things in our theme, and now we are just using it over here. I hope that is clear. Then for the dark mode, we are going to need to change the text color as well. Okay, so I'm going to set it to white. One more property: in the dark case, when the input is in focus state, I want my border color to have primary color. So I'm going to write border dash primary. Okay. Now, if we just visit it back, then you can see this is our input. Okay. And if we want to basically see it in the dark mode, actually, we'll do that after we complete the form. Right now, what we should worry about is placing an icon at the end of this input. And how we are going to do that? Actually, we'll take the help of CSS for that. That means we are going to wrap this input with a parent component, which will have position relative, and then we'll place the icon as an absolute element. Okay, so let's create a div over here, and to this div, I'm just going to provide one class name, which is its position relative. So let's write relative. Okay. Then I'm going to move this input inside the div. Let me format the document. Okay, and now after this input, I'm going to create a span tag. Okay, and this will be positioned absolute. So let's write absolute. Okay. And as you can see, the closest parent for this absolute children is this one, this div. So it will be positioned with respect to this div. So here I'm just going to define its position from the right side, fourth, and from the top side, fourth. Okay. Then inside this, we need to place the icon. So for that, we are going to go to our icon library, which is phosphor icon. Here I'm just going to search for the mail icon. And the one that I would like to use in this case is this envelope symbol. So I can just go back, and over here, I'm just going to write envelope simple. This is the icon that we need. It's auto imported in my case. If auto import isn't working for you, make sure you import it like this at the top of your component. And right now, if I just visit my application, then you can see we got this icon over here, but it's too small. So let's change its size. So inside this envelope simple, I'm going to write this size prop. Let's set the size to 24 and see how it's looking. Now it's better. Okay. So in this video, we have basically completed till this point. Now in the next one, we are going to continue from this retype password. Okay. Then we'll create these two buttons and this link if the user hasn't already created their account. So that's it for this video. If you have the same result as me, please move on to the next video, and we'll begin by creating the further form. But if you are stuck in any of the problem till this point, then make sure you ask your doubt. You can join our Discord community. And that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next one. Okay, so let's now focus on the other input. Okay, I'm just going to collapse this one, and we can just actually duplicate it. Okay. And over here, I'm just going to change the margin from the bottom. I'll set it to 6 because we are going to have submit button after this input. Okay. Let's change the label to, let's say, password. Okay. And over here inside input, I'm going to also change its type. Here, as you can see, it's type email. We are going to change it to password. Then placeholder will be changed as well. So here I'm just going to write 6 plus characters, one capital letter. This is the validation that we'll be implementing inside our front end as well as in our API when we implement form handling. Now, after that, we are going to keep all the class names same. Okay. We just need to update the icon over here. So in this case, it will be a lock icon. So we can just visit phosphor icons library and look for lock. Okay. And this is the icon that I would like to use. uh, This one. So we can just go back to our code base. And in place of this envelope simple, I can just write lock and it will be imported. Please import it from the correct place, that is phosphor icon slash react. So that's it. You can just confirm that it's imported at the top. Okay. Go back to your website, actually web app, and over here you can find your next input component. If you just write something inside it, it will be like uh, hidden. Okay. It will not be shown because it's a password field. And in this field, it's our email. Okay. You can also mark it as required, but we'll do all of that form validation stuff with our React hook form library, which we'll be implementing after we complete the UI. Okay. So let's now target these buttons. So this is the button that we want to create. First of all, sign in submit button. So before that, let me just collapse this div which contains our password input and this div which contains our email input. Now after these two divs, we want to add a button. Okay, so let's now see how to add a button over here. So actually I'm going to create a div. Okay, let's give this div over here. I'm just going to give this div class name MB5. It means margin bottom 5. Then inside it, I'm actually going to make use of input. But this time the type will be submit. Okay, and the value will be sign in. This value is the text that will be displayed inside the button. Okay, as the button text. Then we are going to style it by giving few class name. Right now you can see how it's looking. Over here it's looking like this. Okay, it's our submit. It's going to submit the form. It has type of submit and it has value of sign in. So the sign in text is being displayed. So now I'm just going to give it few class name. Okay, you can also like put it side by side if you want to see the changes live. Let me just close this sidebar and I'm going to write class names over here. So the first class name that I'll place is, let's give it width full. So let's write w full. Now you see it's at the center. Then cursor pointer. Let's write cursor pointer. So when we take our mouse over it, it's going to turn into pointer. Then the next property, I want to basically give it some border. So let's write border. Now you see it has got border from all sides. And I'm going to give it primary color border. So let's write border, then the color name, which is primary. Now you see it's blue, which is our primary color. I'm also going to set its background as primary color like this. Okay. Now you see the text is not visible clearly. So we want to change the text color. But before that, let me give it some padding from all directions. Okay, now it has got padding and also I'm going to give it some border radius so that it has rounded corners. So let's give rounded LG. Now you see it has got border radius as well. Let's also fix the text color, which will be set to text white. Okay, now it's looking much better. Then as a next property, I'm just going to write over here transition. Okay, this is going to transition the color change, which we are going to do on hover. So let's write hover. When we hover over it, I want to change the opacity to 90% of the original opacity. By default, it's 100%, but I will set it to 90 when we hover over this. So now you see the opacity is changing and we have a transition effect. So this is our submit button. Okay. Now next to this button, we want to create another button which will be sign in with Google. So let's now shift our attention to that one. Okay. So for this one, I'm actually going to make use of a button component itself. Okay. And inside this, I'll have a span. Inside span, I'm going to place an SVG. I already gave you the SVG. If you visit this Chatty uh, repo over here and look into this README file at the bottom right now, here you can find this Google SVG logo section and copy this SVG. Now paste it inside span. When you do this, look over here, you will get this icon. Okay. I'm actually going to collapse this SVG so that I can work uh, over here, and I will not be bothered with the like huge size of this SVG. Okay, there is just so much text, so I don't want to be distracted by that. So I've collapsed it. And then over here, after this span, I'm just going to write my text, which is sign in with Google. Okay, then let's actually style this button. So I'm just going to make use of Tailwind utility classes. So let's write, first of all, I want to make it flex so that we can put these two side by side. Okay. Then let's give width full. And after this, I'm going to make sure the items are centered along the horizontal line. Now you see, just Google icon moved slightly lower when we place this property, then justify center. Okay. Now the content is placed at the center. I want to put some gap between these two, so I'm going to give gap 3.5. Okay. Now you see there is gap between them. And I would like to have some border. So let's write border. Actually, we got the border, then border stroke. Okay. Now you see the border stroke color is changed. Then background will be set to gray color. Okay. Now we have the gray background color. After this, I would like to give it padding of 4 from all directions and roundedness from all directions. So rounded LG. Okay. Now you see it has got padding and border radius from all different sides. After this, let's target the hover state. So here I'm just going to write on hover. I want background opacity to turn to 50%. Okay. So BG opacity 50%. In case of dark mode, I want border stroke dark color, border stroke dark. Actually, the spelling is wrong. That's why it's not auto suggesting me. So border stroke dark, not X, but only border stroke dark. Okay. And after that, I also want to change the background color in dark mode. I'll set it to BG Metaphor. This is another color from our theme. In case of dark mode and when this button is hovered, it's in the hovered state. I'll again set its background opacity to 50%. So let's add BG opacity 50%. Okay, now you can just hover over it and see. Yes, it's working. Okay. So these are our two buttons. Okay. And then the next thing we want over here is this text, don't have an account, then sign up. Okay. So for this, we can just simply go below this button, and let me just collapse this button for so that we can have less text visible over here. And after this button, but inside the form, we are still inside the form. I'm going to create another div. Okay. And here I'm just going to give two class name, margin from the top 6 so that we can have some separation. Okay. Like you can see between the button and this text, we have some separation. So that will be provided by this margin top 6. And I'm going to set the text line property to center. Then inside it, I'm going to make use of a paragraph. Inside paragraph, let's write our text, which is uh, don't have any account question mark. Okay. Then over here, let me just see. Yeah, we got the text over here. After this, we are going to make use of the link tag from React Autodom. Actually, it's already imported at the top. You can just scroll and see. This is coming from React Autodom. It's a named import. Okay. Now inside this link, we just want to display sign up text. If you haven't created your account yet and you are on the login page, so I'm going to send you to sign up page. Okay. Then to put some space between these two, we can just use this. Okay. Now you see they are separated slightly. Then over here, I need to provide one thing, which is to property. It is going to take it to actually auth slash sign up. Okay. This is the route where we'll have our sign up page. So I have entered the path over here. Then let's also change the color of this sign up text. I'm going to set it to text primary. Now you see it's got blue color. Okay. And this is our sign in page. Okay. That's all. Now we have created our sign in page. It has got all the inputs that we needed. It has got the two methods, email and password, and the other is Google. So this is our sign in page. It's already like theme aware. It can handle itself according to the light and dark mode. And also we have implemented one more thing, and that is the responsiveness. It's totally responsive, as you have already seen. So that's it for this video. If you have got the same result as me, then it's time to move on to the next screen, which is our sign up screen. Okay, so I'll see you in the next one. So in the last video, we created our login page, and now it's time to move on to our next page, which is sign up. So I'm just going to add a new component inside pages slash auth. I'm going to call it signup.jsx. Okay, let's first discuss the layout of this page. As you can see, this is how it's going to look like. Pretty much similar to what we had on login page. On the left side, we have just this display content where we display our logo, text, and some image. Then on the right side, we are going to have a similar form. Just the two fields are extra, name and retype your password. Okay. Apart from that, everything is same. This time, we are going to ask the user if they already have an account with us, they can just go to the sign in page and log into the application. So this time, actually, I'm going to make it fast because we spent quite a lot of time building our login functionality. So I'm just going to borrow everything from the login page. I'm going to copy everything, paste it inside sign up. Okay. Then the first thing we should do is we're going to change the name of component that we are exporting. I'm going to call it sign up instead of login. Then in place of login illustration, we are going to show sign up illustration. But changing the name over here is not going to actually change the SVG. So I'm going to just update the path as well. Then after that, logo will remain the same. Then this text is actually going to change. So let me just copy this text from here. Okay. And I'm just going to replace this text with the one that we copied. Okay. Then in place of login illustration, we are going to have our sign up illustration. So let me write sign up illustration. Okay. Then after that, this start for free text is going to remain the same on the right side. We are going to have sign up with Chati. Okay. Instead of sign in with Chatty. So I'm just going to replace this text. Then inside form, the first input is going to be our full name. Okay. So I'm just going to collapse this div which contains our email input. Then let me just duplicate it one time. Okay. And over here, I'm just going to change the label to let's say whatever is written over here, name, and the placeholder will be enter your full name. So let me write over here name and the placeholder. Here the type will change to text and the placeholder will be enter your full name. Okay. Everything else will remain the same. Also, this icon should change. Here you can see the icon in this input is this user icon. So let me visit phosphor icon and search for this user. Here we have got this icon user. You can see how to use it inside your React application. This is how you should use it. Copy the snippet from here or just write it yourself. So I'm going to write in place of envelope simple user from phosphor icon slash react. So the next thing is if we want to view this page in our application that we are developing right now, which is running on localhost port 5173, we should first set up a route for this page. Now we need to go inside app.jsx where we have the routing logic. Here I'm going to add another route for this page. Let's set the path first. So the path name is going to be slash auth slash sign up. Okay. Then element, this is obvious, it's going to be sign up. Okay. sign up from pages or slash sign up like this. And now we are ready to basically get a preview of this page. Over here, if I just change from auth slash login to auth slash sign up, okay, we have got some error because I entered a wrong path over here. Okay, let me just correct it, auth slash sign up. And now you see, this is how it's looking right now. So we have got a very big problem that this image is not looking like we wanted it to. So what we're going to do, let's take a look at it inside our signup.jsx, where we are displaying this image, this illustration. Here you can see we are controlling the height, but we are allowing the width to take it like 100%. So the things are going to change in this case, okay, in the sign up page. What we are going to do, we are going to restrict the height, okay, or you can also restrict the width actually. So let's actually restrict the width to, let's say, 64, and this time we'll set height to auto. And if I view this right now, you can see now the image is fixed. On the right side, we have got start for free, sign up to Chati, enter your full name just like we wanted to. Then we have got email and password. But we also need one more field over here, that is to confirm your password or retype your password. You can also say that. So I'm just going to duplicate this div, okay, but we'll make a very slight change over here. After duplicating it, I'm going to change this to MB4 in the password field. Then it will be MB6, that means margin bottom 6 for the retype password. Let me write over here, retype, retype password. Okay, this is our label. Input is going to be of type password. Placeholder will remain the same. Okay, and this icon is also going to remain the same. So if we just view it again, this is how it's looking right now. In case of retype your password, we can just basically update this placeholder text. So I'm just going to write over here and retype your password. Let's also update the placeholder for our password field. I'm going to write over here, enter your password. Enter your password. Okay. Let's take a look at our web app again. Okay. Now here, let's change this button text to sign up with Google. And here I'll write already have an account, then sign in. So let's make these changes. Here you see this is our submit button. It's going to remain actually the text inside button is also going to change. It right now it's saying sign in, but we want to say create account. So I'm going to just change the value from sign in inside this input with type of submit to create account. Okay. Then inside the next button, which is our sign up with Google, I'm just going to update the text to sign up with Google. Here I'm going to write already have an account, then sign in. And here we should redirect the user to login page. Okay. Now let me also do one more thing. I just remembered that where we are placing this logo, we have used this link as a wrapper, but we haven't provided this to prop, which is actually mandatory. So I'm just going to enter this slash so that it can take us to the root when we click on it. Okay, this logo is going to act like a link. I'm going to do the same thing over here in the login page. So let's write to equals forward slash. Okay. So this is our sign up page for you. Okay. You can see this is the sign up page that we have created. If I click on sign in, we are redirected to this page. And if I click on sign up, we are basically sent to this page. So these are the two pages that we need in order to allow the user to log in and sign up to our application. But there is a third screen which is called verification, where we are going to basically verify the if the user's email is correct or not. So in the next video, we are going to now start building this form. Okay, actually this page. So let's meet in the next video. Okay, so let's now start building our verification page for the authentication flow. Okay, so the first step is to again go back to your code base and Let me first close all the open files and collapse this file structure. And here we have source. Inside this, we are going to move inside pages auth. Let's create a new component. This is going to be called verification.jsx. Let's create the boilerplate code for the functional component. Okay, this is our functional component. Now inside this, over here, let me start by giving some class name to the parent div. First thing is I want absolutely no scroll over here, so I'm going to write overflow hidden. Okay, that's the first thing I'm going to do. Then to the overall page, I want to give padding of like from the x direction actually. In the horizontal direction, I want to give padding of 4. Then in the dark mode, I'm going to change the background color to BG box dark 2. This is a color from our theme. Okay. Then on the small screens, I want to give padding from the horizontal side. That means in the x direction of 8. I want to basically double the padding. Then inside this is just our wrapper. The next thing is I'm going to add another div. The purpose of this div is to act like a flex box. So let's first give a flex property over here. Then the height will be set to h screen. I want it to act as a column, okay, flex column. So I'm going to give flex direction column using this class flex call, okay. Then I want items to be centered. That means align items property will be centered. Justify content is also going to be set to center. Overflow will be hidden, okay. So that means no scroll. Now let's make use of another div over here, okay. And inside this div, again, I'm going to add a few classes. The first thing is I want to hide the scroll. So I'm going to add this custom utility class no scroll bar that we have created. It's not inbuilt. That means if you go to Tailwind CSS documentation, you won't find anything about this no dash scroll bar class. It's not coming from Tailwind. We have created this as our custom class. As you can see over here inside this index.css, we have defined it here. Okay. Now back to this div, I want to set overflow in the y direction to auto. That means in the vertical direction, overflow will be set to auto, but only for this div, not the outside div. They are going to have overflow hidden. Okay. So next thing is I want padding in y direction to be 20 for this particular div. This is the div that is going to basically contain all of the things. Like you can see already on this page, we are going to have our logo, then this card, which is going to contain 2 headings, and then our form. Okay. So inside this, I'm going to add another div. This div is going to have a restricted width. So let's write over here. First of all, I would like it to have equal margin from both sides so that it's absolutely at the center horizontally. I'm going to give it width full. Okay. But also I'm going to restrict its width to a maximum value of 480 pixels. Now, please notice that I'm using a square bracket over here because I want to add a custom value. This is how we add custom value in Tailwind CSS. I hope that that will help you in your further projects as well. Then let's create another div. This div is actually going to host our card as well as our logo. Okay. So I'm just interested in giving it this property text align center. Now here we'll first of all add our logo as usual. We are going to wrap our logo inside a link so that it can also be used as a link. Okay. We are going to give this two props so that it can take us to the root page, which is our slash. Okay. Then let's actually give it few class name. First thing is I want it to be at the center horizontally. So MX auto. I'm going to give it some separation from the card. So margin bottom 10. And let's set its uh, I'm going to set it to inline flex. Okay. Then inside this, we just need logo, which we already created in one of the previous videos. So logo is going to be imported from our components folder. Actually, it's not. It wasn't like suggesting my editor. So I'm just going to import it manually from component. So let's write the path components slash logo. Okay. Now after this link, we want to create our card. Okay. So for that, we are going to just make use of a div. Now, in order to create a card-like structure, first of all, I'm going to give it background white background. Let's also add some padding. So P4, that means padding of 4 from all direction. Let's also give it some shadow effect so that it looks kind of elevated. So shadow and then the value. I would give it this suitable value of 14. Let's also make it quite rounded. So I'm going to give rounded axle. This is going to give it this border radius of 12 pixel from all four sides. Okay. Now, for the larger screen sizes, I'm just going to customize few things. But before that, let's also customize the background color for the dark mode. So in dark mode, background color will be set to box star. For large screen size and above, padding will be set to 7.5, and for extra large screens, padding will be set to 12.5 from all directions. Now it's time to basically test it out. So here, what I'm going to do, uh, let's just go back to our app.js so that we can set up a route for it. Here I'm just going to write route path, which will be auth slash verify. Element over here will be our verification element. So let's write verification. It's going to be auto imported. It's already imported at the top. You can see from pages auth verification. Okay. Now we can just visit our application, and at the top I can just write auth slash verify, and this is what it's looking right now. It's we have already created a card. You can see a shadow at the bottom, and there is a spacing which is the margin between this logo and our card. Now the next thing I would like to do is add this heading inside our card, which is verify your account. So let's go back to our verification.js. This is the card. Now inside this, I want to add our heading first of all. So let's use h1 tag. Here I'm going to write this text: verify your account. Then inside h1, I'm going to make use of class name. So let's write class name. Let's put some margin at the bottom, which will be 2.5. I'm going to make text 3xl size. Okay. Then font will be set to extra bold, which is actually called font black. Okay. Then I'm going to define this leading property as well. So I'm going to just set this custom value for it, which will be 48 pixels. Okay. So you can see that now we have defined the line height, which is actually 48 pixels because we wanted to customize it. Then text color will be set to black, and in the dark mode, text color will be set to white so that it's clearly visible on a dark background. Now, if you just visit your application back and see, now we have got verify your account. Next thing we need is this enter your 4-digit code, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to add another text below this h1. Let's use a paragraph tag this time. And inside this, I'm just going to add two class name. First one is I want some margin bottom 7.5. Okay. And font weight will be set to medium. So now you can see, okay, we got this. And here, I would like to make one more thing, capitalize this text. So here I'm just going to write capitalize. If we visit our application again, let's see. Yeah, the text is capitalized now. And after this, let's take a break over here. In the next video, we are going to complete this page by building the form. You can already see that inside the form, we are going to need this input where we can basically enter the OTP. Then we are going to ask the user if they haven't received the code, then they can just ask us to resend it. We'll have a submit button and this information displaying with like it's a crucial message. So we are displaying it in red color. We are going to see how we can achieve that. So let's pause this video over here and I'll come back in the next one to complete this form. Okay, so now we are going to complete this page by building our form. So inside this div, which is actually acting as a card, I'm going to add our form element after the paragraph. So let's make use of this form. And inside this form, I'm going to make use of this wrapper, which is actually our div. This will contain the four input fields that we need in order to enter the OTP. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just create an array of four. So let's write array from method. Okay. Then I'm just going to specify the length of the array that I need, which is four. And then I'm just going to map over the resultant array. So let's write map, then create a callback function over here. We are going to get the argument. The first argument, I don't need it. I'm just going to create a basically leave a placeholder, this underscore. Then the next field is index. We'll use it as a key. Okay. Then I'm just going to render input. Okay. Input is our HTML element. So I'm just going to write input. Okay, like this. And the type will be set to text. Here, since we are rendering a list, so I must use this key. Key will be the index over here. Okay, index of the array. Then we need to customize it using, basically style it using class. So on this div, we can basically provide it some properties. So the first thing I need is flex because we want to render all the input in a row. So that is why I'm going to make it flex row so that we can have all these inputs in a row. Then after that, I'm going to set item center so that every input is horizontally aligned at the center. Let's also put some gap between each input. So I'm going to give it a gap of 18 pixel, which is gap 4.5, right? Then it's time to style this each input. Okay. If you just visit it right now, you can see here in our application, we are able to see it like this. It's actually taking a lot of space. They are very large and they don't have any border or anything like that. So we need to basically add a lot of styles over here. Let's start simple. First thing is I'm going to give 100% width. Then I'm going to set the border radius to rounded MD. Okay. I'm going to give border, but this time I'm going to give a custom value for the border thickness, which will be 1.5 pixel. Okay. Let's also give the border color, which will be border stroke. Then after this, let me just zoom in a little bit so that you can see it clearly again. And I'm also going to format this document. So after this border stroke color, actually the spelling is wrong. That is why I'm not able to see the color. Now it is displaying the color at the front. This is our border stroke. Then I'm going to make the background transparent. Okay. Then padding in X direction will be set to 5. Padding in Y direction will be set to 3. Text alignment will be set to center. Okay. And after this, I'm going to set the text color to black for the light mode. We'll customize it for the dark mode as well. Then let's set the outline to none. Okay. I don't want any outline. I want the transition effect. So let's add this class transition. Okay. Then let's target the focus state. In focus state, I want the border to have primary color. So let's write border primary when it's focused. In active state, again, I want border primary color. So border dash the color name, which is primary. Then in the disabled state, I want cursor to be default. Okay. Then in case of disabled, I want to customize the background color and I'll set it to whiter so that it looks like it's disabled. Then for the dark mode, I want to basically change the border color. So I'll use the color which is defined inside our theme called form stroke dark. Okay, especially we have chosen a color to use in borders in our form. Okay, and we call it form stroke dark. You can actually see it inside your Tailwind config.js. Here you can see this form stroke dark, and for the input color we use this form input. Okay, so over here, next thing is I'm going to basically specify background color for the input, which is bg form input. Okay. Then the text color, it will be set to, in case of dark background, it will be set to text white. Okay. And one more thing, in case of dark mode, when our input is in focus state, I want the border to have still the primary color. So border dash primary. These are all the class name. I know this is a lot, but that's the beauty of Tailwind CSS, that we can basically customize every little detail using various class names. Sometimes it's very tiring to write all this, but at the end, it's very satisfactory when you get the exact thing that you want. Okay, so I like it. Okay, and it just needs a little bit of practice to basically get fluent in Tailwind CSS. So just follow along with me, practice on little projects. Okay, if you want further help, you can just message me on Discord. I'll suggest you some projects for learning resources. Okay, you can talk to me. After that, let's now focus on rendering this text which says don't did not receive a code yet, then resend. So in order to create that, here after this div which contains our input, I'm going to add a paragraph, and inside this paragraph, first of all, I'll create a div which will have this did not receive code, did not receive a code, question mark. Then I'm going to create a button for resend. So let's write button. Here the text will be resend. Let's start by styling the button. First of all, I want it to be blue. So I'm just going to write class name, and the text color, it will be set to primary, which is our blue color. Okay. Then in this div, I don't want to basically provide any styling. I'll provide that styling to paragraph, and this div will inherit its properties from the paragraph. So let's write class name over here. First of all, margin bottom 5, margin from the top 4, and text alignment will be set to left so that all the content is on the left side. Then font weight will be set to medium. Text color will be set to black. Okay. In case of dark mode, text color will be set to white. Then space between the two elements that we are rendering will be set to 2. Then I'm also going to make it a flex container, and the direction will be set to flex row. Items align items property will be set to center so that the both the things div and button are aligned horizontally towards the center. So now you can see here we got this did not receive a code, then resend. This is the button. Okay, we can click on it. Now we need this button for verify. Let's now focus on creating the button, submit button. Okay, so below this paragraph, I'm just going to use button element from the HTML. Okay, let's write the text which is verify inside it. Then on this button element, I'm going to provide few class names. So the first is flex. Let's give it full width. Justify content center so that the text appears at the center. Okay. And I'm going to make the borders rounded. So rounded MD. Okay. I'm also going to set the background color to primary color. Then I want to use a custom padding over here, which is 13 pixel from all sides. I'll set the font weight to bold, and let's set the text color to gray. Okay, when we hover over this, we are going to just change the opacity of the background to 90%. So let's write hover vg opacity 90. This is all. Okay, this is all the styling that we need for this button. Here you can see this is our button now, and the last thing, we need this text which says don't share the verification code with anyone. Let's just talk about it. You can see it's a text aligned center because horizontally it's at the center. It has a like it has this red color, so we want to basically provide this styling. So after this button inside the form, I'm going to make use of a span tag, and let's just write don't share don't share the verification code with anyone. Okay, and here in order to style it, let's give it some class name. So I'm going to write class name, and first thing is I want some margin from the top element which is empty 5. I'm going to set its display as block and text color to red. That is all we need in order to basically display this kind of text. So now you see our verification page is also completed. So this completes our authentication pages. Okay. Actually, this is the page that we want. Here we also have the same result. Okay. So with this, we conclude our application. Okay. Like most of the part in UI is already about to be covered. Next thing we want to develop is this emoji picker. Okay. Because if we click on the emoji button, then we should be able to see an emoji picker. So if you are like following along with this at the like to this point with me, then very congratulations, you have come so far. Okay, I'm sure you might have learned a lot about Tailwind CSS and front-end development in general. Okay, so congratulations for that, and let's meet in the next video where we'll start creating our emoji picker. So now in this video, we are going to implement our emoji picker. So as you can see, this is what we need. Okay, when we click on this emoji icon, then we should be able to toggle this emoji picker. And also please notice that when I'm clicking outside, it's closing. Okay, so that is exactly what we want to implement inside our application. Okay, this is our application in the development mode. So what I'm going to do, let's first of all close all of the open files. Okay, then here I'm going to collapse all the files and folders. Then inside source, I'm going to go to components and create a new component. This is going to be called emoji picker. Okay, emoji picker.jsx. Let's create a React functional component. This is our functional component boilerplate code. Now we need to install the dependency that we are going to use in order to create this feature. So for that, we need to visit npmjs.com and here search for emoji mart. Okay, this is a package that we are looking for. So search for emoji mart and we need specifically a React version of it. Okay. So you can just look for it and here you can see that emoji mart slash React. Okay. This is the one that we need. And if you just copy this command, it's not going to be like, it's not going to give you all the dependencies that you need. So you need to copy this one that is written inside the documentation npm install save emoji mart data and emoji mart react. All these three dependencies should be installed. So I'm just going to open up my terminal. So let's open up this terminal and over here you can see that our application is already running and it has been refreshed many times. Now I'm just going to split the terminal and here I'm going to run this command. Okay. Then after this, let's start by writing some logic inside emoji picker. So the first thing I need over here is a state, okay, so that I can keep track whether the emoji picker should be open or closed at any given time. So here I'm just going to write picker open and set picker open. Okay, this will be equal to use state. Now I'm going to set the initial state to false. That means by default this will not be open. Okay. Then after this, I'm going to create a function. I'm going to call it handle handle trigger. Okay. Why I'm calling it trigger? Because there will be a button emoji icon actually. When we click on it, it will trigger the emoji picker. Okay. So when we click on it, we are going to receive an event as a result. Okay. And first thing that I would like to do over here is I am going to call e dot prevent default. This is I'm doing this so that we can prevent the default behavior, which is to submit the form. Okay, when we click on the button, and if this happens, if we don't write this line of code, then what is going to happen? Emoji picker will open up, but it will close instantly because this use state will basically run again. So instantly it will be again set to false. So we need to basically keep in mind that we should add this line e dot prevent default. And after that, I'm just going to write set picker open, and over here we'll create a callback function. We'll take the previous value and we'll just set the opposite of it. Okay. So this is going to basically toggle our emoji picker. Now, for the JSX part, we are going to just create a div, and this div is going to have few classes. So let's write class name. The one that I need over here is relative and flex. It's going to be a flex container and its position is going to be relative. Now, why I'm setting it as relative? Because inside this, we are going to create our emoji picker and we'll style it as absolute position, okay, with respect to this div. But before that, let's create the trigger, and trigger will be a button. Inside this, we'll add our icon, smiley from phosphor icon slash react, okay. Now, onto this button, we want to basically first of all let's style it. So I'm going to give it this class name text dash and then a custom color over here. The color that I need right now is 98A6AD, okay, this one. And when I hover over this icon, I want the color to be text body, okay. And let's also do one more thing. When I click on this button, I need to call this function handle trigger. So I'm going to write over here on click, and I'll pass the reference to this function handle trigger, okay, like this. Then after this, we are going to make use of this state picker open, and based on it, we are going to render our component which will have our emoji picker, okay. So let's create a wrapper around the emoji picker using the div element. Let me just again close this terminal, and I'm also going to close this sidebar so that you can see, you can like focus on this part alone. And now inside this div, we are going to place our emoji picker. But before that, let me add few class name in order to style it. First thing is I want to position it absolutely with respect to this div, which has a position relative. So I'm going to write absolute over here. Then let's set its z index to be high so that it appears at the top of other components. Then I'm going to set its position negative 150 from the top, and from the right I'll set it to 0, okay. This is the like position that will place it in the correct place, okay. So after this, we just need to create our emoji picker, and for that we can just go back to the documentation of emoji mart, and over here you can see you just need these two packages. So I'm just going to basically copy the import statements, I'll paste it over here. Then I'm just going to copy this one, this line, okay, and let's paste it inside our div. So now what is going to happen? We'll see our when we click on this smiley button, this emoji picker will open because this will be set to true. So this element will be rendered on the screen. Let's now test this out. So for that, we need to go back to our pages and we have messages. Now inside messages, we want to place it inside the inbox component. So let's go to message inbox, and inside inbox, we have our input at the bottom. Now inside input, you see this is the smiley button. I want to replace it with our emoji picker. So I'm just going to do that thing. I'm going to write over here. Let's actually not remove the button, but I'm just going to remove the smiley icon from here. Now inside this, I'm going to write emoji picker, and this emoji picker should be imported from the correct place, that is component slash emoji picker. Not don't import it from the emoji mart package. It should be imported from the custom component that we made. Okay. Now if I just visit the application over here and let's see, if I click on it, you can see the emoji picker is now opening. But I should also pay attention to its size, okay, because right now it's not like it's very small. So I'll go to emoji picker, and over here where this smiley is written, I'm going to set its size to 20, and I'm also going to change its color. So for that I'll use this text body, okay. This is the color that I need. Now let's test it out again, okay. So this is looking icon is looking better, and emoji picker is also working. But again, if we click on outside of this picker, then the functionality that we need is that it should close, okay, but it's not closing right now. So what should we do? We have already learned this concept in one of the last videos where we learned about drop down. So I'm just going to repeat the same concept. First of all, I'm going to create a reference, okay. reference to this picker element as well as to this trigger element. So let's write over here picker ref. This is going to be the reference for the picker. So here I'll use this hook from React, which is use ref. Initial state I'll set it to null. Then I'll also create another reference to our button element, which is our trigger for this picker. So here again I will use ref. Let's set the initial value to null. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to first of all set up my reference correctly. So inside button you have to write ref, and ref should be equal to button ref. Similarly, for the picker, you should target this div, which is actually the wrapper around it. So here I'll write ref, and this should be equal to our picker ref. Okay, let's format this document. And now here we need to write the logic. So for that, we'll use effect. Okay, this is a hook from React, which is used to basically execute some side effects. And here I would like this to run only, basically execute the callback function inside it only at the start when it is mounted. So what I'm going to check over here, I'm going to check when when we click outside. Okay, then we are going to basically close the emoji picker. So here I'm going to create a function inside it called handle click outside. Now, this function is actually going to receive an event because whenever we click on anywhere on the screen, our browser is going to give us an event. Now, we are going to make use of this event in order to detect whether the click happened outside or inside. Now, what we call outside, let's define that. So whenever we don't click on this emoji trigger or the emoji picker, okay, if we click anywhere except these two things, then it will be considered outside. So here I'm going to write the condition for that. If picker ref dot current and not picker ref dot current contains, here I'm just going to write uh, contains event dot target, and I'm going to do the same thing for the button ref. So let's just copy this thing and place it over here. I'm just going to replace this picker ref in the next two place with button ref. Okay, let me again format this document. Now what is actually happening, we are checking if we are not clicking on the button itself or on the picker. Okay, then in that case we are going to set picker state to false. Okay, so here we are going to do this, and creating the function is not just enough, we need to call it somewhere. So for that we need to create an event listener on the document. So here I'm going to write document.add event listener, and we want to basically listen for mouse down event. So this is the call click event. Whenever we click somewhere, this mouse down event is fired by the browser. So here I'm just going to execute this function when this happens. And we are going to also remove this event listener when this component unmounts. So for that, I'm going to create this return function. And this return function is going to do the opposite, which is to remove the event listener. So here I will write document dot remove event listener and the event name, which is mouse down, and the associated function, which is handle click outside. Now this is the functionality that we need to basically implement this feature where we click outside and the emoji picker closes. Just like this, it's working. So if you got the same result, then it's very like congratulations, and we can move to the next part. Let me tell you the problem for the next video, what we are going to solve. So here, if I just turn on the dark mode, you can see emoji picker is still in the light mode. And if I just navigate to this screen, let's say auth/login, then again it's in light mode. So we should solve this issue. Okay, and we are going to basically do exactly that in the next video. So let's meet over there. Okay, so let's now resolve this issue. We talked about this thing that when we switched our theme, still we can see that this effect is not taking place in our emoji picker and on the profile sign up page and verification. So what's the issue? What is actually happening right now is that, let me tell you the root cause of this problem. Since this toggle button is placed over here on this page, so when we click it, okay, then the body gets a class which we implemented over here. If you just look at it, look at the logic that we have inside this hook. Here it is, use color mode. So when the mode is set to dark, then a new class is actually added to the body. Okay, here you can see we are adding it. When color mode is set to dark, then we add dark class, and if it is light, then we remove this dark class. So that's why it's taking place only on this page. So what do we need to do in order to apply it on all the components? Here we are going to implement the same thing inside our app.jsx. Okay. So what I'll write over here, please pay close attention to this, okay? Because I'm going to tell you about how to get the item from the local storage. Here, first of all, we are going to write const color mode is equal to, we are going to get this from the local storage. So here I'm going to write json.parse, then inside it window dot local storage and get item, and the key that we have used to store our color mode is color dash theme. So this is going to give us access to this color mode. Okay. Now based on this, we are going to basically switch our theme. Okay. So here what I'm going to write const class name is equal to dark. Okay. Then we are going to get all the classes on body. So here I'll write const body class equal to window dot document, like this, window dot document dot body. We want to access body on the document, and over here I'll just access the class list property. Okay, this is actually going to be an array. Now we just want to add or remove something from this array, so we can use simple methods provided by JavaScript. So here I'm going to write check if color mode is equal to dark. If that is the case, then we have this array body class. We are going to execute this method add on it, and we are going to add class name, which is defined over here, which is set to dark. Okay. And if it's not the case, that means the color mode is set to light. Okay. Then we are going to just write body class dot remove and remove the class name. Okay. But all of this is going to happen inside use effect. So I'm just going to take use effect from basically imported from React hook. Okay. Sorry, React library. And over here, I'm just going to leave my dependency array as empty. Then I'll copy all of this. Okay. Let's actually just move it one line above. And if I just go back, okay, let's now try switching our theme again. And this is not going to work on emoji picker. That's another story I'm going to tell you. But if we just go back to, let's say, auth slash sign up, I'm going to visit another page, auth slash login. Then you see it's in dark mode right now. If I visit sign up page, it's also in dark mode. Let's also verify it for the verification page. So I'm going to write auth slash verify. It's also in dark mode. So it's working over here. Then why isn't it working on emoji picker? Now, the emoji picker is not like, it doesn't have Tailwind CSS classes. So we have to look inside the documentation. Here, you can just click on this documentation link. Okay. And inside this table, you can find one field called theme. Okay. Here you can find theme. It defines the color theme of the picker, and there are three values: auto, light, and dark. Okay. Now, by default, it's set to auto, which means based on your computer's or your mobile's theme, whether you are using light or dark, it will adjust. So here I want to basically toggle it with the help of this variable. If we are in light mode, then I want to see it in white color, otherwise in black color. So for that, we are going to navigate inside emoji picker over here, and we'll write the same line that we used inside app.jsx. So let's copy this line, color mode, and let's paste it inside emoji picker at the top inside the component. Then on this picker, I'm going to write theme, and this theme is going to be equal to color mode, because color mode is either light or dark, and that is exactly what we want to pass inside theme to the picker. So this is going to work absolutely correct. Okay, so here you can see it's dark mode and emoji picker is in dark state. If I switch to light mode, then it's now visible in the white color. So that is the simple fix for this problem. Okay, now on every page our theme will work correctly. So I hope this helped you. Okay, and we are going to now continue in the next video where we'll build our UI. Okay, a little bit more. Like we are going to create things like user profile, where user can basically update their information like their name or their about information, upload some image. So we are going to take that task next up in the video. So now for the next couple of videos, we are going to work on our chat section, as you can see, and we are going to implement a lot of things. Let me first start by describing this message with links. When we send a link in our messages, we are going to display this kind of preview for it, okay, which means the website's header, their description, link, and apparently an image, which is actually a hero image sometimes. And this is how our links are going to look like. Then the second type of message that we want to include is our audio message. Now you see, we are going to create a custom waveform like this, and it will depend on the audio file. Okay, so we are just going to write, we are going to use a library, and we'll write a function to create this kind of wave structure. Okay, so we are going to learn that how to create this kind of waveform. Then for media messages, we are going to implement a grid like structure. Now this grid is actually going to be flexible. That means based on the number of images, it's going to adjust. If it's just one image, it's going to be bigger. If it's two image, it's going to be basically divided into two equal spaces. Okay, then for three we have a layout, and if the images are more than three, then we are going to show it like this. Now if you just click on this plus button, then you'll see this full screen thing, and here all of the images that are sent, okay, together, or even videos, they will be displayed. Okay, and we are going to implement this feature as well, as you can see. Then after that, we can also send our document messages. That means sharing any kind of document. You can say PDF, PPT, okay, Excel, CSV, Figma file, anything that you can wish. Okay, then we are also going to implement this typing indicator. As you can see, whenever someone is typing, we are going to display it like this, okay, in one-to-one message. In group message, we are not going to display the typing status, but in this one-to-one, we are going to implement this. Now there is one more thing that you should pay your attention to, and that is this message separator. You must have seen this in lots of applications that you have used previously. Like what is the use case of it? It's used to basically group messages by day, weeks, or you can say even months. Okay, so as we scroll through messages, we are going to see this one. Okay, like these are all the messages that were sent today, then yesterday, and so on. Okay, then on the right hand side, we are going to have our profile section, and inside the profile section, we are going to display the profile image, name of the user, and the information that the user is going to basically customize in this particular page that we are going to create. Then we'll have option for huddle and message. Huddle is basically for video call. Okay, and we can just toggle this section by clicking on this profile section, or you can even click on this cross button. Then let me talk about this input section over here. Now you see this input section actually contains lots of uh, options for us to basically send different kinds of messages. The first thing is we can send a simple text message. Then we can obviously send emojis. Then we have the option to basically send GIFs. Now if I just enter any, let's say like haha, okay, then it's, you can see it's going to load up the emojis, sorry, gifs for it. Okay, and similarly you can search for anything. Okay, let's say sad, then you can see the reactions for it. So this feature is also something that we are going to implement. And then we have our file picker. Now you see inside file picker we are going to display two options. The first one is to pick images and videos. When you click on it, this kind of uh, UI is going to pop up which says choose your media files to send, and we can even type some message along with it. And let me show you how it works. So if I just, let's say, choose this video, okay, or let's actually go to the downloads folder. I'm going to select, let's say, two files from here, okay. Then let's also add a video. So I'm just going to go back to my videos, and let's just go to the desktop, coding monk, and this Chatty app. Actually, I have lots of videos, but right now I don't think it's here. So you can just understand what I'm trying to say is that you can only select images and videos over here. And since right now we haven't connected this to our backend, that's why you are seeing the server responded with 404 code, because we are actually failing to upload these files, which we'll fix later on. So here you can see we can send our media files. Similarly, we have the option to send our files and documents. So if you just click over here, now you can see only the PDFs and all the allowed like Excel files are displayed over here. So I can just select it like this. Okay, let's say click on this one. Then you can see it displays the file size. We can just remove the file, file name, and it's actually trying to upload my file, but it's failing. So here you can see we also have the option to record our voice. Okay, so if I just click on it, then it's going to start recording my voice. Then you can just stop it, listen to it, and also you can send it. So when you send a voice message, it's going to look like this to the other user. Okay, so that's our input section for you. Okay, now, apart from that, on the right hand side, sorry, on the left hand side, where we have our active conversation list, you can see that we can actually select any of the conversation. And when we integrate with our API, the content on the right hand side is also going to update. Okay, that means this header and this messages section. So we can just select any of the conversation that we would like. Okay, then at the top, we are going to basically change our options. We are going to have block and delete option, and over here we are going to implement our voice and video call. Now for those of you who are asking me at the start that are we going to implement groups feature, profile, and so on, yes, you can see on the left hand side I have already given these options. Okay, so in the workspace, just like you create in Slack, we are going to have different workspace, and each workspace owner is going to have lots of control over their community. That means their groups, private channels, and all the members of the workspace will be able to basically do direct messages with each other. Then we can have option to create public and private groups. Okay, inside profile section we'll have option to basically update our password, update our profile details, and inside more section we'll be able to basically customize the background of our chat. Okay, our privacy settings, and we can also delete our account. Okay, that means leave the workspace. So that is the overview. I think this is good enough for like a lot of videos that are going to come after this. So now, starting in the next video, we are going to start by creating this simple link message. Actually it's just a text message, but it may even contain link. So we are going to create it as a separate component. Okay, we are going to now target each and every type of messages separately. So that's it. I'm going to see you in the next one. So now you can see this is the current state of our application. And the first thing I want to change over here is our sidebar. Uh, I mean that we should have multiple buttons that we can switch to. Okay, like you can see in this application, we have DMs, group, profile, and more buttons. Okay, so we are going to now do this, and let's now open up our code editor. This is our code editor, and inside source we need to move inside section folder where we have chat. Now inside chat we have this sidebar.jsx. Right now it's a very simple file. As you can see, we have just got ourselves this sidebar component, which is a functional component. Then we have just three childrens for this flex box, which is the parent of all these three childrens. Okay, so these three are the childrens which are contained inside it. Now the changes that we need to make is inside this div, okay, which contains currently only this chat icon. So before that, in order to render all of these different icons, as you can see, what we are going to need is an array, okay, of all the different menu options that we are going to present the user with. So the first thing we should do is get that array. Now I don't want to write all of this, so what I'm going to do again, I'm just going to copy it, but I'm going to also provide this to you in the readme file. So at the start, when we were looking at the README file, which is also given in the first lecture, okay. So you can just take a look at that, and I'm also going to provide it in the resources section. So make sure you check it out. This is a public repo, and inside that you have a README file where you can find this array, okay. Now inside this array, let me explain. We just have these four childrens, which says chat, groups, profile, and more, okay. So what is going to happen? We have a title, we have an icon for the same. Now we need to also get these icons because right now you can see chat is already there, okay, but these users, user circle and dots three circle, these are absent. So I'm just going to import that from first for icons less React. Okay. Similarly, let's also get this one user circle, then this one which is dots three circle. Okay. Now after that we need to now focus on rendering these. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to now make some changes over here. Okay. So right now we have just got ourselves this chat icon, and right now it's not even clickable. So if you just go over it over there and try to click on it, you won't be able to basically, when you hover over it, it's not clickable, it's not showing any hover effect. So let's just get back to our code base, and for now I'm just going to comment it out. Okay. Then after that, we are going to now start focusing on building this thing. Okay. So for that, since we want to basically get multiple children's inside a column, so I'm going to create a flex box over here. So let's get a div, and I'm going to give it few class name. The first one is flex, and obviously since we want it to be column, so I'm going to write flex call. Okay. And then item center, so that the align items property is set to center. Okay. Then I also want some space between all the children, so I'm just going to write over here space in the y direction of 5. Okay. Now let's now talk about the children that we want inside it. Okay. So for that, again I will have to show you this thing. So over here, as you can see on workspace, we are not actually going to display this hover effect, because when we hover over it, we want to basically display a drop down, or you can say a popover like this, where we'll just ask the user to switch the workspace or create a new one. Okay. So we are going to create it separately. Then we are going to render these four childrens, which are a part of our array that we created just shortly. So what we are going to do, let's now start by writing some code over here. Inside this flex, which is a column, I'm going to create a children. So let's create a new line over here first. Then I'm going to take a div, and let's style it with some class name. First of all, I want a space in the y direction of 2. I'm going to show you why we are doing this. Then flex and flex column. Okay. Then I'm also going to set the text align text line property to center. So let's write this. Now there is a reason behind using these properties, and that is, you can see we are creating a box inside which we are going to place an icon, and below that we'll have a text. Now I want all of these things to be at the center vertically. That is why we've used this property text align center. That means text center class name. Okay. Then we also want some space between the box with icon and the text, so that is why we have used space y2. And you already know why we are using flex and flex column, because we want to create a flex box with the direction of column. Now next thing we need to talk about is this div is going to have two childrens of its own. The first one is box and the second is the text. Okay. So now we can just focus on that thing. So we are going to just copy this one that we have commented out over here. Let me just get it from there and I'll paste it. Okay. So here we have margin X auto. That means the content will be placed horizontally at the center. Then rounded is set to MB. We have got ourselves a border color. And for the dark mode, we have a different color. and a padding of 2. Now inside this, we just need to change this icon. Here, the icon that we need is shapes. Okay, it's called shapes in phosphor icon slash React library. So I've just imported it over here. As you can see, it's auto imported. In my case, if auto import doesn't works for you, then please do it manually. Okay. So after that, after writing this div, the next thing we need is the text. So for that, I'm going to make use of a span tag. And here, let's just write workspace. Okay, workspace. And obviously, I want to style it. So I'm going to give it some class name. First of all, I want it to have font weight of medium. So let's write font medium. And text size is small. So let's write text SM. Okay. Now, again, I'm just going to save all the changes, go to my application, and now you can see we have got this workspace written over here with this icon. Later on, we are going to create this kind of hover effect on it. Okay, so when we hover over it, we want to see that kind of option where we'll ask the user to switch their workspace. Okay, they can have multiple workspace, and also we are going to allow them to create a new workspace. Okay, now, the next thing is we want to just render few children. So using an array, that's why we are going to now use mapping. Okay. So what I'm going to do, you see, this is the parent and it contains this children. I'm going to just collapse that children. And after that, let's create the map function over navigation. So I'm going to write navigation.map. Okay. Now inside this, we are going to destructure all of the properties. Okay. So here the root element that I want to basically return is div. So let's write div like this. And after that, I'm just going to go inside this curly bracket and press space bar. So we have icon property, key property, and the title property. These are the property from this object, key, title, and icon from inside the navigation. Okay. Now on this div, first thing that we should do is provide it a key. Okay, because we are rendering a list in React. So we must do this thing. After that, I want to add class names to it. And now the thing is, class names are going to be just like that, that we have over here. So I'm just going to copy it from this one, space y2 flex call and flex center. But apart from that, since we want to basically have other effects like hover effect and also a background color, so that is why we are going to add few additional classes. So let's write when this is hovered. Okay, then we want cursor to be pointer, and in case of hover, we want text color to be set to primary color. Okay. Now our primary color is a blue color. This is coming from our theme. We have already talked about it. Okay, so I'm just not going to repeat it. So because you must already know it from the previous videos. Now, over here, actually on this div, we are also going to implement one-click functionality because when any of the button is clicked, we want to switch to a different screen. So for now, I'm just leaving this callback function like this. Okay. And let's now move on to the children. We already know we want to place two children, box with an icon inside and a text. So let's now work on that. For now, I'm just going to copy it from here. So let's take this thing, this div and this span. I'm just going to paste it inside like this. Okay. Now we need to basically make it personalized. So I'm just going to remove the icon from there and let's use this variable icon. Okay. And in place of this hard coded text, also I'm going to replace it with title like this. Okay. Then if you just go back and see over here in the preview, now you can see the text is actually changing the color and also the icon, but we still don't have the click functionality and but it's looking pretty much similar to this, but we want to achieve effects like this. Okay. So let's now actually create a state in order to keep track of which button is currently active. Okay. So here I'm just going to write const selected comma set selected, and this is going to be equal to use state. Now this use state is a hook coming from React library itself. Initially I want the selected buttons index to be 0, so I'm going to set its value to 0. Then when any of the button is clicked, I'm going to call a function which I'm creating over here. Let's call it handle click. Now inside this function we are going to write the logic that we want to execute when the button is clicked. The only functionality that we want when button is clicked is to update the value of selected. So I'm going to make use of this selected function, and I'm going to accept the key, okay, over here as the argument and pass it over to this function. Okay. Now let's make use of this handle click function over here. So on click, I'm just going to write inside this curly bracket handle click, let's call it, and pass the key to it. So now we are passing this key over here, and you can see the key is starting from 0 to 3. We have already defined it inside the object of our array. Okay. So the next step is where we are rendering this icon. We want to basically add few properties based on the fact that whether this button is currently selected or not. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this class name into a string interpolation. So I'm just going to remove double quotes. Before that, I have wrapped it with curly bracket. Now I have removed double quotes and placed this backtick instead. Okay. Now after this dark border stroke dark color, we are going to add few properties based on some variables. So let's check if the current selected key is equal to the key of this button. Then in that case, what we want is actually it should be ampersand ampersand. Then in that case, what I want is I want background to be of primary color. That means background should be this our blue color. And I also want to set the background opacity to 90%. So I'm going to write BG opacity, and then let's select this one, BG opacity 90. Since the background is going to be dark, so I want to make our icon to be light color. So I'm just going to write text white so that there is contrast and it will be visible. Let me format this document so that you can see clearly, and also I'm going to word wrap it. Okay. So here, after writing this text white, we can now write over here a few other properties. So I'm just uh, out of that dollar sign curly bracket. Here I'm just writing simple string. I'm writing in case of hover, I want border to be of primary color. And when the state is dark, okay, that means we have the dark state and the button is hovered. In that case as well, I want border to be of primary color. Okay. So now, after that, we need to also add some additional styling to the text, because if you just go back to your application and take a look over here, if I'm going to hover over it and let's say I click on another button, so what is going to happen? Actually, this text is not changing its color. It should also be blue. So that is what I want. Okay. So let me just go back, and over here where we have this span element, what I'm going to do, I'm going to again turn this normal string into string interpolation. So for that we need to write it as JavaScript, because because interpolation is a JavaScript concept. So we have used this curly bracket. Now inside that we have wrapped the string inside backticks. So we want this property font medium and text is small. But apart from that, we also want to add an additional styling or a class based on whether it is selected or not. So I'm going to write selected. Let's compare it with the key of this button. If it is selected, then as I said just now, we want text to be primary color, that is our blue color. So I'm going to write text primary. Okay, and that's it. This is it for our sidebar. If you just go back to your application, now you can see when it's in the active state, that means it's clicked, the text is also blue. Okay. And I've already explained you why we have created these different buttons. Okay, because we are going to implement different screens for it. Okay. So there is one thing that is actually not uh, like perfect over here, because we want this switch button to be actually at the center horizontally. Similarly, this icon, okay, we want it horizontally to be at the center. So let's now fix these things. So what I'm going to do, let's now open up this div which contains these two buttons actually, and inside this where we have this dark mode switcher. Okay, here you can see this is our sign out button which has margin X auto. Okay. So what I'm going to do, actually, let me make it a flex box. Okay. I'm going to remove this MX auto. I'm going to just write flex row, item center. And let's also set the justify content property to center. So here I'm going to write justify center. Okay. Now, if I just format this, go back, and you can see now this icon is at the center. So the concept that I used just now is centering something using flex. Okay, so we just have to make use of the flex property, set a direction, and make sure you set horizontal direction as well as vertical direction to the center. So we are basically controlling that using these two properties: align items and justify content. Okay, so that's it. Now, as for this dark mode switcher, we can actually use the same concept. We can wrap it with a div, which is a flex box. So let's use a div. I'm going to give it class name flex row, item center, and justify center. Okay. Now wrap this dark mode switcher inside it. So I'm just going to move it inside the div that we created. And now you can see this dark mode switcher is also at the center horizontally. So that is it. Now we have our sidebar. Okay. Then the next thing I would like to do in the next video is to make this any of the conversations selectable. That means you can see we have got a hover effect on this, but when we click on it, nothing is actually happening. So I want to change that. Okay. Because when we click on it, we should basically have this kind of effect so that we know which conversation is currently selected. Okay. So that is the part for our next video. If you have got the same result as me till this point, then we are good to go to the next video. Next up, we need to make this chat list clickable. Okay. So what we're going to do, let's go back to our code base, and over here, I'm going to again click on this sidebar, and inside chat, we have chat list component. Okay. Now inside this chat list component, you already know that we are mapping over this list, okay, which is actually rendering a dummy list for now. Here we have our search icon, okay, and we have this list, okay. Now inside this list, we want to make some changes, and the changes are such that we want to we already have this class name and key. Now we want to place a on click, because when we want to basically select any of the conversation, then we should click on it. So here I'm going to write on click. Okay. Now we are going to need a function in order to execute over there. So I'm going to write over here inside chat list component, let's create a state. I'm going to call it selected comma set selected. Okay. Now this selected is a piece of state, and set selected is a function that will be used to update its value. Again, we'll be making use of use state hook from React. Let's set the initial value to 0, because we want to basically, you can see inside this list we have multiple items, okay, objects, and here we have the key value which is actually set to the item value. And if you take a look at it, this item is the second variable, which is actually the index of this array. Okay, so that means this item is going to go from 0 to length -1. Okay, I hope you understand this JavaScript concept about arrays length. And now what we're going to do, we're going to execute this set selected inside this on click, and I'm going to pass this item. Okay, now you see we have set at the initial value to 0. Now for the first element of the array, the index is set to 0. So that means by default, this first conversation will be selected. Always the first conversation is going to be selected. That is going to be the case with this list. Now, based on that, we need to basically make some visual changes. So inside of this class name, again, I would like to make some I would like to basically introduce some variables. Okay. So let's now wrap it with curly brackets first of all. Then I'm going to also wrap it with with this backtick. Let's remove this double quotes actually. And here we have flex, cursor pointer, all these properties are fine. But at the end, I'm going to write $sign curly bracket. We are doing a string interpolation again. Then I'm going to check if selected is equal to, okay. And then let's actually compare it with the item. Okay. I'm going to word wrap it so that you can see it clearly. And also let me just format this document. Now, what we are writing over here, if selected is equal to item, then I want to change the background color to BG gray. Okay. Now you can see this is a different gray color from when we are hovering over it. Okay. And in the other case, I want when it is not selected, then I want hover color to be still BG gray too. Okay. Now actually we can remove this one from here, okay, because we have written this property twice. So I have removed that from over there. That is the only change that we need. So if I just go back, and here you can see now by default this first chat is selected. If I click on another one, then that gets selected. And you can also notice the difference between the hover color when it is not selected and when it is selected. Okay. So that is the difference. But if I just switch it to the dark mode, let's say, then you can see we have got a very light color, which is not looking good. So we must adjust this for the dark background as well. So here I'm going to write this dark, and when it is the selected item, then I want this to be BG box dark. Okay. And in the other case, we don't need to provide anything because in not selected state, it's still the default. Okay. But actually, it's looking same like the others. If I put this BG box dark, so I'm going to set it to BG box dark two color. Okay. This is again coming from our theme. And now you can clearly see which one is selected even in the dark state. Okay. Let's also make the change for the hover. Actually, because when it is hovered, okay. So I would like to write over here in case of dark mode, and when it is hovered, okay, I want a different color, which will be our BG box dark. Okay, so we can even write it like this: BG box dark two color, but we can lower its opacity. Like we can write over here 90, which means 90% opacity. So if I just go back and if I hover over it, you can see in the dark mode, I can see clearly the difference over here. Now, when I hover over the selected one, it's still displaying me this color. I think this is looking fine, so I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay, so that there you have it. Now we have basically implemented this feature successfully, where we can simply have a clear distinction between the selected and not selected chat. Now, in the next video, we are going to now focus on this header part of our inbox. Okay, what I mean is, I want to place this audio and video call icon, and also when we click on this profile, okay, yeah, even on name or this status, I want to open up this menu where we can display the user's profile information. So that is the task for the next video. If you have got the same result as me for this chat list, then we can move on to the next one. So as I said in the last video, let's now start working on putting up the icon buttons for our audio and video call. And also I want to make it such that when I click on this user's profile image or even the name, then we want to open up a profile section on the right side. So for that, we need to go back to our code base, and I'm just going to close these two files. Let's open up our Explorer, and over here, we need to go inside inbox. Now inside inbox, you see, this is our chat header. This is where we need to make changes. So I'm just going to collapse input and list of messages. Okay, so you already know that we have a sticky header. Let's now open it up. And inside this, you can see we have got this div which contains just a simple drop down. Now, what I would like to do is I would like to turn this div into a flex. So let's write flex. And let me explain the logic that here, as you can see, we have our video call button, audio call button, and this button in the same row. So that is why I want to create a flex with direction of row. So let's set flex row. And obviously, we want our items to be aligned horizontally towards the center. So I'm going to set item center. Let's also put some space between all the items in the horizontal direction. So I'm going to use space x8, okay, which means spacing in the x direction, that is horizontal, of 8. Now you can just hover over it and see what this means in pixel. Okay, it's calculated like this using few variables from Tailwind. Now, what I'm worried about right now is I want to create a button component. So I'm going to make use of button element from HTML. Then I want to place an icon inside it. So I'm just going to use this video camera icon from phosphor icons less react. Again, it's auto imported. And let's also set its size. Okay. So I'm going to just set its size to 24. Similarly, let's create another button. I'm just going to select this one and I'll press shift and alt key. If you are working on macOS, use shift and option key. Okay, then press the down arrow key while holding these two keys. And now I can just remove this video camera, and instead I'm going to use this phone icon from first for icon slash react. Okay, now if I just go back, then you can see this is the preview of our application that we are developing. And here we have, now you see these two are the buttons. We even have this cursor changing to pointer when we hover over it. Now, the next thing I want to create is I want to basically reduce the size of this inbox, okay, and display a profile section over here at the right hand side when we click on it. So for that, again, we need to manage a state inside inbox, which will tell us whether the profile section is open at any given point of time or not. So I'm just going to go at the top of my inbox functional component. Then let's define our local state of this component using this use state hook from React. So let's write use state. Now initially I want it to be false. What it means is that initially our profile section will be hidden. So here I'm just going to write it like this: user info open, comma set user info open. Okay. So this is just a descriptive name that is going to basically tell me what it does. Now let's create a function which will help us change the value of this user info open. So here I'm going to create handle toggle user info. Okay, handle toggle user info. Let's create an arrow function over here. I'm going to write set user info. Now I will take the previous value, and I'll just reverse it and return it from this function. Now this is the callback method used inside set state. Okay, this is a very common pattern in JavaScript, so please be aware of it. We use it like this in order to get the previous value of a state, and then we are using the previous value to set the new value. Okay, now, what will happen over here is that you see this is this flex which has this width of 3/4 on the extra large screen. We want to basically reduce its width to just 1 by 2. Okay, that means 50%, and we'll give the rest of the 25%, which is going to come from its reduction, to our profile section. So the first thing I would like to do over here is let's actually collapse this div, okay, which is the actual parent component returning from this component. I'm going to create a React fragment. Then let's move this div inside our React fragment. Okay. Then here I'm going to write, actually, let's create another component inside this chat section. We are going to call it user info dot jsx. Let's create a React functional component inside this user info. Now, what I would like to do is inside inbox, we are going to write a condition like this. We are going to just simply write over here, check if user info open is set to true. Okay, so let's get its value user info open. If it is set to true, in that case, we are going to use this AND operator to render a div. Okay, so let's create a div, and this div is going to have a class name which is just width 1 by 4. Width 1 by 4 means 25% of the parent's width. You can see over here when you hover over it. Okay. Now inside this, we are going to render our component, which is our user info. Okay. Now this user info, actually the spelling is wrong. So this user info is going to come from the neighboring file, which is userinfo.jsx. So I'm just going to import it like this. Now inside this user info, we need to pass this handle toggle user info. Okay. I'll tell you why we are doing this. We are just passing this function to the component as a reference using this prop. Okay. Now we need to make some changes actually. Here we can't afford to have the same width 3 by 4 when the profile section is visible. So what we need to do, we need to again make use of a string interpolation that we have done several times till now. So I'm just going to select these class names. Okay, let's select this string actually, wrap it with curly bracket, then single this backtick, remove the double quotes from here. Okay, then I'm going to write a condition, and that condition will be like this: dollar sign curly bracket. We are going to write JavaScript inside it. That is why we are using this syntax. And then here we can write our JavaScript, which is we are going to compare user info open. We are going to check if it is true. In that case, I want on extra large screen, width should be 50%, that is 1 by 2. Okay. And if it is not the case, that means user info open is not true, then in that case, we'll have this extra large screen width will be set to 75% of the parent's width, like this. Okay. So this is the small change that we need to make. Now, the next thing is we need to focus on trigger. I already told you that when this section is closed, then the only way to open the profile section is to click on the user's profile image or the name. So what we are going to do, let's now take a look at the chat header, and this is the user's name, user's in basically bio, which is contained inside this div, and this div contains the user's image. Now, this is a parent which contains all of the user's info basically that is presented on the left side. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write over here on click, okay, or we can even implement it on just image if we write on click on this div. So, but I'm going to implement it over here. So let's write on click, and what is going to happen on click, I'm just going to trigger this function which is handle toggle user info. So by default, since it is false, so when we click on this div, it's going to be set to true. Now if I just want to test it out, we can open up our browser. If I click on it, you see the width is reduced for this action, and we got this space where this user info component is visible. Now for the moment, we can just see the text because right now we only have that thing inside our user info component, just a div with a simple text. So the task for the next video is already clear. We need to basically work on this user info component. So I hope you understood what we discussed in this video. So in the next one, if you got the same result as me till this point, we are going to start building this user info section. If you are stuck in any of the doubts, if you're not getting the same result as me, you can just ask me in the discussion section and I'll reply to you within 24 hours. So that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next one. So let's now work on the profile section. Okay. So here I'm just going to switch back to the preview of my application that we are building. Let's go to our code base, and I'm just going to close this inbox.js, and so that we can focus on just this user info component. Now inside this, first of all, I would like to remove this div. Let's get a new div. And on this, I would like to place some class names. Okay. So the first class name is I want a border on the left side. Okay. Then I want it to have flex display. Okay. And the direction of flexbox will be set to column because we want to render the things in vertical fashion. Let's also provide it the full height, that means 100% height of its parent. Then let's work on the border color. I'll set it to border stroke color for the light mode. Then for the dark mode, as we are always doing, I'm going to set it to border stroke dark. Okay, this is the color that we want to use. Now inside this, first of all, let's take a look at our application. Now we have a clear separation between the inbox and our profile section. The next thing I would like to do is create this profile header, basically, where we can have this close button and also this profile text. So for that, again, I'm going to create a div, and the class names will be like this. I want it to be sticky, position will be set to sticky. Then I want border at the bottom side. So let's write border B. Obviously, we are going to provide a border color since we are using border property. So let's write border stroke. I need to write the correct spelling. So after that, let's also define for the dark mode. That will be our border stroke dark. Okay. Then it's going to be flex with flex row because I want to put the profile text and the close button in a horizontal direction. That is why we are doing this. Then I want the items, that means the childrens of this div, to be placed at the center horizontally, but I want them to be at the extreme ends in the horizontal direction. So that is why I'm going to write justify content between. Okay. Then let's also provide it full width of its parent, which is this div. Okay. Now inside this, we need to obviously create two things. The first is profile text. So before that, let's actually take a look at it. So this is our preview. Actually, you can't see it really because we haven't provided any padding. So let's actually give it some padding in the X and Y direction. I'm going to write over here PX. Let's provide padding of 6 in X direction. And in Y direction, I'm going to give it padding of 7.5. Okay. Now again, if we take a look at it, now this time you can clearly see it. It has got a border at the bottom and padding. Now it's again already a row. So I'm just going to place children inside it. Let's actually word wrap it and also format this document. Now inside this, I'm going to place two children. The first one is going to be text. So I've used this div. Let's write profile inside it, the text that we want to display. Then as for the class name, I want text to be black color. So I'm going to write text black. But in dark mode, we need to change the color to a lighter color. So let's write text white. Font weight, I want it to be semi bold. So I'm going to write font semi bold. And I want text size to be large. So let's write text LG. Okay, then as for the other children, we are going to make use of button element from HTML. Inside it, I want a button, sorry, the icon called X from phosphor icon slash React. You can already see it's auto imported from phosphor icon slash React for me. If it isn't, if auto import isn't working for you, please write it manually. Okay. Now I have set it the size to 24, and on click, I want to basically execute a function. Now let me take you back where I told you that inside inbox, when we are basically rendering this component, we are passing this prop, which is handle toggle user info. This is the function that is used to basically alter the state of this variable user info open. So that is why, since we already have access to it over here, so I'm just going to destructure it as a prop. So I'm just going to write inside this curly bracket handle. What is the name? Let me just copy it from here. Handle toggle user info, not from here. Actually, this prop name. So this is called handle toggle user info. I'm just going to get it over here. And then when we click on this button, I'm going to just reference it. Okay. Now, if we just go back and you can see this profile text and this button. If I click on this button, it's closing. So that means the functionality is working. Then the next part we need to focus on is rendering the image. So let's now talk about that. So as for the image, we are going to now make use of a div. So let's go back to our code base. This is a div that contains that profile and close button. So I'm just going to collapse it because it's of no use for us now. We want to focus on rendering the image. So let's write a div. Okay. Now inside this div, I'm going to render our image. So let's write img. Then this is going to be a self-closing element. Here we'll make use of src. Okay, that means the source that we want to use for this image. Now you can actually take any image from Google. Okay, just take any image from Google or any library that you might know of. Let me just tell you. We can go to pexels.com. Okay, okay, search for person, or let's say profile image, profile image, profile picture, whatever comes to your mind. So let's say we want to use this image. Okay, take any image, and I want to copy this image's address. Let's get back to our code base. Inside source, I'm just going to paste it. If you go back to your preview and see how it is looking, actually it's a very large image. So what we want to do is we want to restrict its height width. So here I'm just going to write, after this source, let's write few class name. First of all, I want to restrict its width to 44 and height will be set to auto. Okay. Also, I want to give it border radius. So I'm going to write rounded LG because you can already use like rounded LG, MD, SM. These are different basically roundedness. So after that, I want to set the object fit property to cover. So let's make use of this object dash cover. You can hover over it and see it's going to correspond to this CSS property object fit cover. And I want object position to be center. So I'm going to write object center. Okay, object dash center. Now you can just already take a look at it, how it's looking. Okay. But I would like to restrict its height as well. So instead of giving it this H auto, I would like to give it H44. Okay. Now we can again take a look at it. This is looking pretty much better now, but I would like it to have here at the center horizontally. So let's fix that by providing some class into its parent. So here I'm just going to write mx auto. this MX auto means margin from left and right will be same. Okay, so now you can see it's horizontally centered, but it's like sticking to the top. So I would like to provide it some padding. Let's write PY to this parent, or actually I would like to use MY8. That means margin in the Y direction set to 8. So now we have got our profile image. Then after that, we need to focus on rendering this thing, which is user's name, user's position that we are going to require the user to fill in his profile section. Okay. So we want to focus on rendering these two things right now. Let's just go back to our code base and create another div for it. So I'm again going to collapse this div which contains the image. Let's add another children to the parent div. And as you already know, the job of this div is to render two things. So here, first of all, let's get some padding in the x direction of 6. And also, since it's going to contain multiple childrens, so I'm going to put a separation between these using this property space y. That means putting some gap between the childrens in the y direction, that is vertical. And we are giving it one space. That means you can already see it's going to be calculated like this. Okay. Now, over here, what I would like to do is I would like to create those two children. So first of all, let's take a div. Inside this, you can just write user's name. I'm just going to use whatever comes to my mind right now. Okay, like Blake Jonathan. Then class name, we can just give it this text color of black for the light mode. Then for the dark mode, I would like to use text white because it's going to be looking better on a dark background. Let's give it text size of extra large and font weight of medium. Then the second text we want, here we can just use a span tag. Okay, I'm going to write, let's say the person works as sales manager, so they have this position of sales manager. Here I would like to write some class name. First of all, the text color, I'm going to set it to body color, then text empty. Now this body color of text is actually going to look better on both sides. That means in light as well as dark mode. So if we just go back, and here you can see it's looking much better. If we just switch to the dark mode, you can still see the color. So as I said, this text body color looks great even on light as well as on the dark background. Then the next thing we want to focus on is displaying the user's local time so that the other users can see. This is actually inspired from Slack, okay, which is an application mostly used in like companies to collaborate on, let's say, projects. So here I'm just going to collapse this div again. Then let's create another div. And the purpose of this div is to just render the user's local time zone. Okay. So let's create this div and give it class name just like we did on this one. I'm going to give it padding of x6. Okay. And in the y direction, I'm going to give it margin of 6. Okay. From that means from the top and bottom. Then inside this, I want to create a row. So let's write div, and inside class name, I'm going to write flex row and item center. I want to put some space in the x direction between the icon and the text, because you can see we are going to have an icon of clock and this text. Okay, so that is why we have created a row. We have put it some space in the x direction so that we can have some spacing between the icon and the text. Okay, I hope that concept is clear. Now, the icon that we want to use is called clock from first icons less react. So you can see again, it's auto imported for me at the top. Let's also set the size. I'm going to set its size to 20 in this case. Then inside div, I'm going to basically display the local time zone. Let's say I'm filling in a dummy value. This is going to come from our API later on. So let's write 6:50 a.m. local time. Okay. Then again, we are done with this div as well. We can just confirm it. Okay, the time zone is displayed. Then the next thing we need is a row in which we'll have two buttons, actually three buttons, but third one is going to have this dots three, and we're going to implement a popover for it when we basically click on it. we are going to see a menu like this, which will display us few options, okay, like blocking the user or deleting the conversation. We are going to see options like that, or even options like viewing the media files that are shared, audio files, links, okay, or the documents. We are going to make use of this three dots button for that cases, okay. So for now, let's just create another div. Okay, this is happening all inside this parent div. Please note that. Okay, now here I would like to add class name. First of all, padding in the x direction of 6. Let's make it flex row. So I'm going to write flex row. A space in the x direction of 2 between the children that we are going to put, and justify content property. We can just basically set it to start, which is also the default value. So I'm just going to leave it. Now inside this, as you already know, we are going to need three buttons. So let's create our first button. And inside this button, we need two things, the icon and the text. So let's write video camera. Okay, this is the first icon button that I would like to have. So we are importing this video camera icon from phosphor icon slash React. Let's actually put its size to 20, and class name. Actually, this class name is going to be set to margin right 3. MR means margin right. Why I'm doing this? Because on the side we are going to display this text message, okay, and I want some separation between this icon and this text, so that is why we have placed this margin right of 3. Now let's actually add some class name to the button component. So first of all, I would like it to have full width, okay, as much as it can take. Then let's give it border, since we are using this border property, so obviously we are going to give border stroke color for the light mode. For the dark mode, we are going to make use of this color, border stroke dark, okay, border stroke dark. Then padding of 2 from all directions. So let's write p dash 2. That means from top, bottom, left, right. Then roundedness of medium size. So rounded MD. That means curve on all the four sides. Okay, on all the four corners actually. Then I'm going to turn it into a flex box so that it can have our video camera icon and the text in the same row. So let's write flex dash row. Okay, then items center, so that the alignment along the horizontal axis is set to center for the two children, and justify content also set to center. Okay, so after this, if we just take a look at it, here you have your message button. It's right now it's taking the full width because it's the only children of its parent. So what we are going to do now, we are going to duplicate this button into two, and let's actually change the video camera icon to a different icon. Let's switch it with the chat. So chat from phosphor icon slash React, and over here I'm just going to change this text to message, and this one to huddle. Actually, it was supposed to be like this. The message button will be placed first, so I'm just going to cut it from here and place it before this video message. And after that, if we just take a look over here, I'm just going to open this one, and you can see we have got two buttons, message and the huddle. Now there is just one last thing left, which is this dots 3 icon. So it's actually going to be pretty straightforward. We just need to duplicate this button, but we are going to take off this property w full. Okay. And along with that, we don't want to display any text. So let's remove that as well. Since we don't have text, we don't want any margin in the right side. So I'm going to remove that as well. Okay. You can even remove this flex properties, but I'm just going to leave it here. Okay. Just like that, because it's not doing any harm for us. So I can just leave it like that. And here in place of this video camera icon, I'm going to use a different one, which is called dots 3 vertical. So let's write dots 3 vertical. This is the one that I need from phosphor icon slash React. You can see it's again auto imported at the top. And right now you have also got this icon. Actually, this is not the preview. This is our preview. So let's verify over here. Yeah, we got it. So now if you have the same result as me till this point, then we are good to move to the next video. And in the next video, we are going to start by adding a few other options for messaging over here. So let's meet in the next one. So let's now start creating our GIF picker. As you can see from this project, we are going to have this GIF button over here. And as I already told you in one of the previous videos, we are going to implement the GIF API. Okay. So let's say I search for happy. Okay. Then I'm going to get Giphies for that. And in order to build this, we are going to implement Giphy API. So you can just search for Giphy React SDK and you will find this link which says developers.giphy.com/docs. Okay, click on this link and this is going to open up a page. Let's just wait for it. Yeah. So here you can find all the information about the API. What you need to do right now is click on this create an API key button and you just need to create an account, get your API key. Okay. I already have mine, so I'm just going to tell you to create the API key and get it. Now, here you can see we have lots of SDKs available over here. Okay. And here you can find the endpoints that are used. But what we are going to actually make use of inside of our application, we just need to go to npmjs.com and here you need to search for at the rate Giphy slash JS fetch API. Okay. This is what we want. We want the JavaScript fetch API from Giphy. So please make sure you search for this library on npm.js. Okay. Let's let it load. And after that, you can see it's a very popular library. Weekly downloads are approximately 70,000. So here I'm just going to copy the installation command and open up our terminal. Here our application is running on port 5173. Let's open up a new terminal window. And here I'm just going to run this command npmi at the rate Giphy JS fetch API. Okay. Now, along with that, we are also going to need another Giphy library, and that is called at the rate Giphy slash React components. So let's again search for at the rate Giphy slash, and here I need React dash components. Yeah, this is the one that we need. So just search for it, okay? And on this page, you can see we have got this installation command. Again, we need to run it inside our terminal. Then there is another library which is called loadas. Now loadas is going to provide us some utility function. Okay, so you can also search for loadas, not this spelling, low dash like this. And this is the library that we're talking about. Okay, it actually offers a lot of utility functions for JavaScript. It's a very good library. I'd like to use it in many of my projects. You should also learn how to make use of Lotus. It's going to speed up your development process and also going to make you a very efficient developer. So on npm.js, we are going to search for this library as well. Okay. And I just want to show you the library. Other than that, I can just write this command over here. So you can see this is Lotus modular utilities. We want to install it inside our application. You can see it's really a popular library. Downloads, weekly downloads are nearly 50 million. Okay, so you can just guess how popular it is. Okay, and how many repositories are using it. So I just need to install it inside my uh, React project. Okay, let it install. Now in the meantime, what we can do is open up our explorer and over here inside source, let me first close all of the open files. Then inside source we are going to navigate to the components folder and let's create a new file. I'm going to call it giphy.jsx. Okay, now inside this, first of all, I want to create a React functional component which is already created for us using this extension. And now inside this, what I want is, let's just remove this Giphy text. And over here, I'm going to write ref. Let's create a reference to this div, which we are going to call grid ref. So at the top of this component, I'm going to make use of useref hook from React. So let's write const grid ref is equal to useref, which is a React hook, okay, provided by React library. And here the initial value I want to set it to null. Okay, initial reference. Then we are hooking it to this div. Okay.
Let's also do one more thing. To this div, I'm going to provide it full width. So I'm going to write w full. That means 100% of the width of its parent. Okay. Now inside this div, first thing that we need over here, let me just discuss it with you. Over here, you can see inside our Giphy component, the first thing that we see when we open it up is this search for GIF input. So we want to create this input component first. So what we are going to do, let's take input from HTML. Okay. Now the type is actually going to be set to text because we want to use a type, like we want to type text inside this input. Then here, I would like to also add this placeholder and write search for GIF dash dash dash, and let's actually style it with few class names. First of all, I want it to have border, and border color will be our as usual border stroke color. Then I want it to have border radius of medium size and padding of 2 from all direction. Width will be set to full, and margin bottom will be set to 2, so that the search result below this input will have some separation. That is why I'm providing margin bottom. And after that, I also want to basically hide its outline. So let's write over here outline none. Okay, but I don't think this is enough, because right now, if you just you know for dark mode, we haven't set it the border color. We can't actually see the component because it's not used inside our input right now. So what we are going to do, let's first format this document. Then I'm going to navigate into my section folder, then chat. Inside chat, we have got this inbox. Now, inside inbox, we have this input, right? Now, inside this input, we have this is called the input. Okay. Now, after that, we have got several buttons like the link symbol and the emoji picker. Next to it, before as you can see, we are rendering this send button as well. Okay, so what I would like to do, here we have got this form, and this form contains the button as well as the input. Let's just collapse this form. Now after this form, we are going to place our Giphy component. So let me just write Giphy. You can see it's going to be imported from component slash Giphy. Okay, and let me clear your doubt. You must be thinking, why we are importing this Giphy component over here. Actually, because this is the div that is responsible for rendering input. Okay, input inside this chat section. You can see clearly over here we have got three sections, which is our header, our chat section where all the messages are displayed, and this third section, which is our input. Okay, now there is a form component which contains this input along with these two buttons and this send button, and after that form we have placed our gif section. Okay, so I hope that clears your doubt. Okay, now you can already see this you can also see this gif input already. Okay, so now I want to just go back to my code editor, to this giphy.js, and after that we are going to now start building this. Okay, so let's do one more thing. Inside inbox, we can go, and on this form I'm just going to put over here margin bottom, let's say 3. Let's try it out and see if there's separation. Yeah, there is no separation between this thing. Okay, but what if we just hide this Giphy component? Then what's going to happen? Is the space is still going to be there? Yes, because we have provided margins. So that is why I don't want to implement this over here. The best place to do it will be inside the Giphy. Okay, so here let's just write margin from the top 3. Now after this input, I want to show the loading state. So here let's just create a loading state first of all. So I'm just going to make use of user state. User state is a hook from React. So initially, since we are not going to be loading any GIFs from the API, okay, so that is why I'm going to set it as false. Here the state name is going to be loading, and this will be the function which we are going to call set loading. Okay. Then similarly, in order to store the value That means the current value of the input. We are going to create this state value and the function to update it, that will be called set value. Here we'll have our user state. Let's set the initial value to let's say null. Okay, or we can do one more thing. Let's just define. I'm just going to set it to empty string for now. Okay, which is equivalent to null. Then over here, let's convert this input element into a control component. So I'm going to wire it up like this. Its value will be equal to this value variable, and whenever something changes inside it, we are going to take that event inside this callback. Then we are going to call this set value function, and we are going to get the value as e dot target dot value. Okay, and we'll set it as the new value. So this is now our controlled input. So what I mean is, whatever value, whatever is the current value of this input, we can always track that inside this variable, and we can use that in order to make some API call. Okay, that is what I mean when I say control component. Now, after that is done, okay, let's again come back to the loading state. So I'm just going to write over here is loading. Let's check this is loading, which is actually this one. So I should write is loading over here and set is loading. So based on this variable, we are just going to render a text, or actually a paragraph will work. So I'm just going to write this p tag. Inside this, I'll just display this text to the user, which says loading gifs. Okay. So this is going to be shown to the user when we are making the API call and loading gifs from the server. Now there might be a case when our server throws an error, and in that case, I want to display a nice error message to the user. So here again, I'm going to create a state for the error as well. So let's write const error, comma set error. Now initially, we are going to set uh, is this state to false. That means there is no error at the initial stage. And after that, if there is an error, in that case again we are going to make use of this p tag. Okay, and inside this we'll be displaying the error message like this error, and inside curly bracket will display the error. Let's also make this red colored, so I'm going to make use of class name. Okay, and over here I can just write text dash red. Okay, this is going to give the red color to the text that will be displayed inside this paragraph. Okay, now after that is done, we need to display our actual gifs. Okay, as you can see from this project, let me just actually open this localhost 5174 again over here, localhost 5174. And if I just open up this gif, you can see at the start it says loading. Then over here, if I just write, let's say dog. Okay, you saw that loading GIF, right? Now, after that, all the GIFs are now loaded and it's displayed over here. So, in order to display these results, we are going to first of all create a div. Okay. Now, to this div, I'm going to give a height of 48. Okay. 48 is the height that we are setting as a constant. Then I want overflow to be auto. Okay, that means I want to have the scroll effect, but I also want to hide the scroll bar. Okay, just for the decoration purpose. Okay, now if you are wondering why nothing is displayed when we are hovering over this no scroll bar, that is because if you take a look at index.css, then this no scroll bar is our custom utility class that we have defined at the very start of this project. Okay, I hope that helps. Now back to this Giphy. Inside this div, what we are going to display is called a grid. And this grid is going to come from the library that we installed at the start of this video. So let me take you to this package.json, and you can see from Giphy we have two libraries actually, JS fetch API that will be used in order to fetch the GIFs, and React components. This React components is going to give us a grid. Okay, and that grid is used to basically render all the results. So now at the top we can just write to import statements. The first one will be import grid from Giphy slash React components. And the second import statement that I want over here is, let's just write import Giphy fetch. Let me just correct the spelling actually. Giphy fetch from Giphy.js fetch API. Now we also wanna import this underscore from loades. Okay, so let's just write from loades. Then let me just tell you how to initialize this Giphy fetch API. So we just need to write const and then the name for this variable. I'm just going to call it GF. GF means Giphy over here. Now let's create a new instance of Giphy fetch. So I'm going to write new keyword after that Giphy fetch. Call this, and here you need to pass your API key. Now I have already created my Giphy API key, and I'm just going to copy and paste it over here. Okay. Now you should create your own API key, because by the time you are watching this video, it is very much possible that my project is changed or I have deleted this API key, so that you don't abuse it. So please create your own, okay, and keep it a secret. I'm just showing it to you for the educational purpose. Okay. Now, after that is done, in the next video, we are going to now get the results from calling the API, and then we'll display that inside our Giphy component using this grid, okay, that is coming from Giphy slash React components. So if you have followed me till this point, then congratulations, we are already halfway through implementing GIF inside our project. Okay, so let's meet in the next one. Okay, so let's now continue from the last video. Now we need to make use of this Giphy at GF actually in order to make the API call. So here I'm just going to create a function inside my component. Let's call it fetch gifs. Let me just close this explorer so that you can focus over here, and let's also close this terminal. Okay, now fetch gifs is going to be just a normal arrow function. Okay, now inside this we are going to make an API call. So let me make it async, because this call will be asynchronous in nature. So here what I'm going to write, let's write return, and then on this instance which is created gf, okay, I'm going to call a method called search. Okay, now we need to provide a value to it, and also we need to provide offset. Okay, so what we are going to do over here, we are providing this offset and also the limit. Like at any given time, I just want to fetch 10 gifs. Okay, that's it. Then we have already created our function, and this offset is actually going to be received as an argument to this function. Okay, so now we need to make use of this fetch gif somewhere, because we have just created the function but we are not calling it anywhere. So what we're going to do, we're going to make use of use effect, which is again a hook from React, and let's write a callback function inside it. And as a dependency array, I'm just going to leave it empty, because I just want to run the logic or this arrow function inside it only at the beginning of this, when the component is mounted for the first time. Okay, so here let me just leave a comment for that as well. So gives initially fetch gives initially based on search term. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to write const and then fetch initial gives. This is a function that I'm creating over here. So again, I'm going to make it asynchronous, because we are going to do API call inside it. Okay. So the first thing I want to do before fetching the gives is I want to set this loading state to true, and also make sure that if there was any previously any error, then we are going to set it to null. Okay. Then we are going to write try catch block over here. Okay. So let's write try. Inside this, I want to fetch the initial gifts. So I'm going to write initial gifts equals, and then await. We are going to make use of this asynchronous function fetch gifts. So let's write fetch gifts. Now you already see that inside fetch gifts we have to pass the offset. Offset will be set to 0. Okay, in the because it's an initial call. Then after we fetch the gifts, we are going to store it inside our state so that we can display it on our UI. We haven't actually created this state, so let's create it now. I'm going to write const, and then inside a square bracket, actually I'm going to write gifs comma set gifs. Okay, this will be our new state for storing the gifs inside this component. So initially it's going to just be an empty array. Okay, and the purpose of this defining this state is to store the fetched gifts. Okay, I hope that is clear. So now we are making use of this set gifts in order to set the value. After this try, we must implement catch. That's why we are getting an error right now. So let's write the catch block. Now inside catch, we are going to get access to any error if it happens. So in that case, we'll be setting our error. So make use of this set error function and pass the error inside it. But let's say if there is no error, okay, then what we're going to do at the last, I actually forgot to set these initial gifts into this one. So I'm just going to write initial gifts, and on this object will have a property called data, which actually contains the gift. So I'm just accessing it using the dot notation. After the try catch block, I wanna implement this finally block as well. So in the final, when we are done with the API call and setting the error, if there happens to be any error, at the end, I'm just going to set the loading state back to false. So let's write set is loading and then false. Okay. Now you see this function is created, but we are not calling it. So we are going to call it right inside our use effect. Okay. So let's write fetch initial gifts and call it inside use effect. Okay. So now we have set it this much. Okay. And what I would like to do is let's just implement our grid inside this div that we actually created in the last video. So inside this, I'm going to make use of this grid over here. As you can see, we have this grid from React components, Giphy slash React components. So let's write grid and like this. Okay. Now we need to pass several props inside it. The first one is I want to set its width. Now you must be wondering in the next video, actually in the previous video, why we defined this grid ref. Actually, because I want to take a reference to this divs property, and the property that I want to refer is the width property. So here I'm just going to write gridref dot current. Okay. Now we have access to the node in the DOM tree for the div. Here the property that I want is called offset width. Okay. So I'm going to set the width of this grid equal to its parent width. Okay, because if I just write style and width 100%, that is not going to work on this one. That is why we had to do it in this way. Okay. Now after that, we need to define the number of columns in which we want to display the result. As you can see here, we have columns like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that is what it's asking to me. Number of columns that you want to display 8, and gutter space I want to set it to 6. Okay, then fetch gifts, this is a function that is required. So every time we are going to run this function fetch gifts in order to fetch our Giphy. Okay, and here we also need to pass key. Now this key will be set to value, because each time this value, that means the inputs value is going to be something different. So I'm just going to set it as the key for the grid. And after that, I also wanna use this on give click. Okay, so here actually I'm just going to create this callback function and leave it as empty for now. We'll implement it in the next video. Now here we also need to pass the data, which is the gifs that we want to display. So the gifs that are fetched over here inside this use effect, that are stored inside this variable gifs, and this gifs will be referred to this grid over here as the data prop. And now we can just go back to our application, and if I just switch over here. Okay, right now actually the Giphy component is not visible. Let me see why. Inside inbox, you can see we have commented it out. So let me just uncomment it, and if we go back, then you can see we have got our input. Let's search for, let's say, dog. Yeah, we got our search results, right? We got this result, but there is an issue. Okay, let me tell you why. Because when we are writing, it's instantly it starts making API calls. So let's say if I just remove y, you see it's refreshing. So that means it's very inefficient right now. But if you see, Here, it's not the case because we have implemented something called debouncing in this one. Okay, and we need to do the same for this one as well. Now, initially at the start of the previous video, I told you to install Lodash. Now we are going to make use of debounce, which is a function given inside Lodash in order to create a functionality. So let's discuss that in the next video. So now the target of this video is to implement debouncing. Okay. And let me tell you what is debouncing. So debouncing is, you can say, we are going to tell our application to make API call only after waiting for, let's say, 1 second. Okay. So when I am changing this input field, you can see just when I write any particular letter, okay, API call is made and results are fetched. But I don't want this to happen immediately. I want that after I make some changes inside this input field, this my component should wait for at least a given time that I'm going to specify, let's say 500 milliseconds. Only after that, if nothing changes in that period, only after that it has to make the API call and fetch the results. Now, what is the benefit of doing this? It's going to reduce the overall number of API calls tremendously. So that is how it's going to benefit us. Now, in order to implement this, let's get back to our code base. And over here, after we created this fetch give function, I'm going to create another function now, and I'm going to call it debounced fetch gives. Okay. Now, in order to create this, we are going to make use of Lodash library. Now you can see we already imported Lodash library as this underscore. Now on this, I'm going to use this dot method and I'll access this debounce. Let me correct the spelling. Debounce. Okay. And on this debounce method, we have to pass a callback. Okay. So here I'm just going to create an asynchronous function, callback function. And as a second parameter, we have to pass the time till which it has to wait. Okay. So it's going to wait for 500 milliseconds. This time that I have specified is called debounce time. And here in our case, we have set it debounce time to be 500 milliseconds. Now, our main logic goes inside this callback function. Okay. And that is exactly the same as we have done inside this use effect. So first of all, we are going to set these two states before starting the API call. So we are going to set is loading to true and set error to null. Okay. So what is the purpose of setting error to null? We are just clearing any previous errors. So if there were any previous errors from the last call, we are clearing that. Okay. Now after that, we are going to just repeat the same thing, try, catch, and finally block. So I'm just going to copy it from here and again paste it after setting these two states. So you see, what we are doing is we are trying to fetch the gifts, okay, with offset set to 0, okay, for the new search. Then we are setting gifts from this. Here I'm just going to call it new gifts instead of just initial gifts. So new gifts, okay, and let's also make the same change over here. So it will be new gifts dot data. Then if we get any error, we are going to set the error. Okay, but here actually I made a mistake. It should be error dot message. And same for this one. Here I should not set directly the error object, but this property error dot message that we need. Then finally, after we are done with trying and catching if there happens to be any error, we are going to set loading state to again false. Okay, so this is our debounce function. Okay, now we have to basically make use of this debounce function. So what we are going to do whenever whenever we make changes to this input, here you see we got an input. Whenever we make changes to it, we wanna call debounced function. So here I'm just going to write it like this: debounced fetch gives after we set this e dot target dot value on set value. Okay. So here what we are doing, let me just write a comment. We are calling debounced function We are calling demands function on every change, but we are going to wait for 500 milliseconds after the last change was made. Okay, and only after in the last only if in the last 500 millisecond, if there are no changes to the input field, then only API is going to be called. So now this is going to be a much more efficient solution. Okay, and here if I just search for, let's say, happy, you see I have written the whole text only after that the API call was made. So this is the you can say benefit. Okay, it has now improved our application's efficiency. So that is done. Now, the next thing I want to focus on, or let's say, uh, I want to tell you is when we click on this emoji, then you see what is happening. We are actually getting redirected to the Giphy website, but that is not what I want. Okay, uh, I want I want to basically completely change this effect. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to refresh this one. Okay, and over here, I'm going to create. I'm going to now create a handler function, okay, for selecting the GIF. So let's now create a function over here. I'm just going to call it handle GIF click. Okay. And then here, what is going to happen? We are going to create just an arrow function. Then let's pass the GIF that we will be receiving as the argument in the first place. And in the second place, we'll receive the event. Then over here, what we are going to do, first of all, we have to prevent the default behavior. So I'm just going to call e dot prevent default. Now, why we are doing this? This is going to remove this behavior. When we click on GIF, it was taking us to the Giphy website. Now that is going to stop. So if I just search for, let's say, uh, anything, okay, and if I click on the GIF, okay, so here we have implemented this e dot prevent default. But before we test it out, we need to also make sure that we are using it over here. So in place of this on GIF click, I'm going to pass the reference of handle GIF click. Okay. Now, if I test it out again, let's search for happy. And if I click on it, then in this time, like at this time, you can see we are not getting redirected to the Giphy website. So that is happening because we added this line e dot prevent default. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to console log what we are getting in this GIF. Okay. So now I have added this line and I can just again open up my browser, open up the inspector tool. Let's actually like do it like this, and I'm just going to turn off this responsive mode. Okay. So let's yeah, that's good. Now I'm just going to open up my console tab. Let's remove all the warnings. Okay. Now let's see if I click on any of these Giphies, then we see this object pop in the console. Now inside this object, we have lots of properties as you can see, but the one that I'm interested in is called images. Okay. So this is the one that I'm interested in. Then inside images, we have something called original. Okay. This is the original, and inside original we have this URL. Okay, this is what we want. So we can now get this from this GIF object. So what I'm going to write in the next line, I'm going to write GIF URL equals GIF dot GIF dot images dot original. Let me just correct it. Dot original dot URL. Okay. So now we have extracted the GIF URL. So I can again just console log this URL. Okay. GIF URL and see if it's the right thing that we need. Okay, so I'm just going to just turn off the above console log. Okay, and let me just clear up my console tab and do it again. So this time we got this URL. Now I want to click on it and see where it takes me. Okay, so yeah, this is our Giphy. Okay, this is what we want. Now, the thing is, I want to create a dialog next. Okay, so let me just show it to you over here. What happens when we click on it? So
let's say I searched for a Giphy. Okay. If I click on it, this kind of dialog should open up, which says send Giphy, and I can just close it if I want to. I can just type a message, okay, along with this Giphy, and send it to my colleague, or basically DM it. So this is the thing that we want. Okay, next. So what we are going to do, first of all, we need to set up Redux, because now we are going to start managing our global state. Okay. So in order to do that, I'm going to teach you how to set up Redux in the next video. So now the next thing we should do is we are going to implement a GIF icon button over here inside the input, so that we can toggle this Giphy section by just clicking on it. And also we should display some form of, let's say, icon or text over here at the middle when there is no search result, so that user can know, okay, they have to type in here. Okay, so that is what we are going to do next. And let me just go let me just open up my code editor over here real quickly. After that, we are going to now navigate inside our inbox, okay, which is actually inside section chat. Okay, so inside inbox, you can see this input, which is actually this div, which is sticky at the bottom. Okay, now inside this form, you can see we have right now got two buttons. One is for emoji and the other is for documents. Now after emoji, I want to add another button, so let's write a button element from HTML. And inside this, I can just write GIF. GIF is this time, GIF is going to come from phosphor icon slash react, since we want an icon. Okay. And let me just also set the size. I'm going to set the size to again 20 over here. Let's see how it's looking. If I just open up my browser, then you can see now we have got a GIF button. But if we click on it, then nothing is actually happening. So what we should do, we are going to now create a state over here inside inbox. So let me write GIF open and set GIF open. Okay, like this. And this will be equal to use state. And the initial state will be set to false. False means initially GIF is not going to be open. And then I'm going to create a toggle function for it. So let's write handle toggle GIF. What this means is we want to create a function which will help us toggle the GIF picker. Okay. So we can just take this function set GIF open. Okay. And then inside this, we are going to create a callback function. Now, inside this callback function, we are going to get the previous value of a state as the first argument. Then we'll use that in return after basically negating it. So that means if it was true, by default, it will be set to false and vice versa. Now we need to make use of this function and this state in order to have the desired effect. So what we are going to do, let's just scroll down, and inside input where we implemented this GIF button, I'm just going to add an on click event. So here, let's write on click. Now what should happen when we click on this button? We have to toggle the GIF. So I'm just going to pass a reference to the function that we just created, handle toggle GIF over here. Okay. Now there is also one more thing. I want to add a condition over this Giphy component. So here I'm just going to wrap it inside curly brackets so that I can write JavaScript. And after that, I'm going to check this GIF open. And if it is true, only in that case, I'm going to allow this Giphy component to be rendered. Okay. So now if we just go back and see, if I click on this GIF button, actually it's opening and closing right away, and that is because you see this button is a part of form. Okay, so inside this handle toggle GIF, we have to go at the top, okay, where we created this function. Then we are going to get the event over here. Okay, now we need to call e dot prevent default. Okay, so that the form behavior is basically prevented. So after calling this, if I just go back again and let's click on the GIF button again, then this time you see the GIF picker is open and it's not closing right away like it was doing previously. I can just search for any emoji that I want. Okay, sorry, not emoji, but GIF. And but in the initial state, when there are no search results, I want to display a search icon at the center. So what I'm going to do, next up, let's go inside this Giphy.jsx, and over here, based on the condition whether this gifs array is empty or not, I'm going to render something different. So in place of this thing, I'm just going to write a condition. I'm going to check if gifs dot length is greater than 0. Then in that case, please render this grid. Otherwise, render what I'm saying. So otherwise, we are going to take a div, and inside this div, we are going to place our icon. So let's just write icon and a text. So the icon that I want to display is called magnifying glass from first for icon slash react. And here I'm going to set its size to a very large value. So let's set it to, let's say, 48. And also I'm going to increase its weight property to bold. Then after this, I want to render a text. So I'll use this pen, and here I'll write, please search for any GIF. Okay. Then we also want to basically style this text. So I'm just going to write text extra large. And then let's make this text black color when it's in light mode. And in dark mode, I want to make this text white. So let's write text white also. About the font weight, I want the font weight to be semi bold. Okay. If I just go back again to my browser, then you can see it's appearing like this. But I want these two things to be at the center, and also I can like work with a different color for the text. So I'm just going to change it to text uh, dash body. Okay, this color is going to be okay for me. Now here I want to put the content of this div at the center, so I'm just going to make use of class name. Let's write. I'm going to make it flex and flex row. Then items property will be set to center, item center, and now if I just go back and see it, then you can see it's looking like this. Actually, now I also wanna place it horizontally at the center, so I'm just going to write justify center. Okay. Now let's see. Yeah, it's at the center, but also vertically it should like come at the center. So why is that happening? Because it's not taking the full width from its parent. So I'm just going to write not full width but full height. So let's write edge full. And if I just visit it again, now you see it's positioned at the center accurately. If you want to put it on top of each other, you just need to change the direction, okay, of the flex. So here I can just show that to you. I can write flex call, and also to put some spacing between the element, we can just use a space. Since it's a column, so we want a space in y direction, we can write a space y, let's say 2. If I visit it back, then you can see this is how it's looking right now. And if we turn on the dark mode, then also you can see it's looking good, except for this input. Let's also fix this in the dark mode. So here we have our input, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to write bg transparent. I'm going to make its background transparent for both light and dark mode, and now you can see how it's looking. But yeah, border stroke should also be fixed. So for the dark mode, I'm going to write border stroke dark. Okay, then we can view it again, and yeah, this is how it's looking in the dark mode. So this is exactly what I want. Now I can just click on this GIF button and toggle this GIF picker anytime. Okay. After implementing this thing, next thing that I want is to basically start with our Redux setup. So in order to install Redux, we first need a few libraries. Okay. So I'm just going to again go back to my code editor. Let's close all of the open editors, and I'm also going to collapse all the open files and folders. Then after that, I'm going to pull up my terminal, and inside terminal, we are now going to install few dependencies. So let's write npm I and then the package's name. So the first package that we are going to need over here is called React Redux. It's just a binding for the React, okay? Because Redux can be used with any JavaScript library, okay? So it's just a binding for the React that we are installing. Then after this, we also need Redux persist, because we are going to persist the data into the memory, okay? Local storage. So that is why we need this one as well.
Then after this, we are also going to install few more. Let me see what are the dependencies that we need. So we have already mentioned React Redux and Redux Persist. Okay. So let's now install these two. And after that, we also want to get one more thing. If you just visit your Chrome browser, I would, if you're not using Chrome for the development, I would recommend that you start using it, because right now we are going to make use of Redux DevTools, which is a Chrome extension. So Redux DevTools extension. Okay, search for this and you will find this Redux DevTools Chrome Web Store link. Okay. Let me just tell you that this is the link that you should visit. Okay. And over here you can see it has more than 1 million users. Okay, so it's a very popular extension that is used while developing with this Redux library. So I already have it installed, that's why I'm seeing this remove from Chrome option. But if you haven't installed, click on installation, and after that you can see in the extension that you will have your Redux dev tools. Okay, I have already pinned it so that I can see it over here. Now it will turn to green. This circular icon that you see, that is for the Redux DevTools. If you visit an application which is using Redux, then it will turn green like this, okay? Because Redux is enabled for this website. Now it's actually loading, but it's not able to find any store in it. That is why it's displaying that message. In the next video, we are going to start setting up our Redux store. Okay, so let's meet in the next one. So let's now start with setting up our Redux store. We have already got the packages that are required. Now, what I want over here is I'm just going to first of all collapse all the files and folders. Then inside source, we are going to create a new folder and let's call it Redux. So the first thing that we need inside Redux is called store. So I'm going to create a new file, store.js. And over here, we are going to start by configuring our Redux store. In order to do that, what we should do is we are going to first of all need a library. Actually, this is the one that we left in the last video. So let me just take you back to npmjs.com. And here you have to search for @redux.js/toolkit. Okay. This is what we want. And I'm just going to install this library. So copy this installation command. You can see it's a very popular library and it has installation of about 3.5 million per week. Then we can just go back to our code base, open up our terminal, and let's paste the command, hit enter, let it install. After this is done, I'm going to write over here at the top of store.js, I'm going to write import configure store from redux.js/toolkit. Okay. And after this, we are also going to need few imports from React Redux library. So let's write import, and then inside curly bracket, I'll write use dispatch as use app dispatch. Basically, I'm just renaming the import. Okay. So I am importing use dispatch as use app dispatch, and let's also import use selector, which is another hook provided by this library by the name of use app selector. Okay. I'm just changing its name so that it doesn't basically it will not be same as the one that I export from this file. So here I'm just going to write React Redux. Then from the Redux persist library, we also need two imports. The first one is persist store. So here I'm just going to get persist store from Redux persist. And the next thing I need is persist reducer. Okay. Then after this, we are going to start configuring our store by writing this cons store equals. We need this function configure store coming from a Redux toolkit. This one. Okay. Now inside this, we need to pass an object for configuring our Redux store. So the first thing we need is reducer. Okay. Now this reducer is going to be wrapped with persist reducer coming from Redux persist so that our data is persisted in the memory. And for that, we are going to actually need to write some persist configuration. Okay. So for that, I'm going to create another file besides this store. I'm going to call it root reducer.js. Now inside this root reducer, I want to create something called root persist config. So let's write root persist config equals, and this is going to be an object. Here I'm going to specify the key as root, and I'll also specify the storage that we want to use. Now storage is actually going to come from this redux persist slash lib slash storage. Okay, so we have already installed this library redux persist, so storage is just going to be imported from it. Then the next thing is I also want to specify a key prefix for my key fields. So the prefix I want is redux dash, okay, so that I can see it inside my local storage when I inspect it. Then we need to export this root persist config from here. So I'm just going to export it like this, export root persist config. Then we can just go back to our store.js, and here inside of persist reducer, we can write root persist config. So let's write root persist config, and it's going to come from root reducer, you can see. Then we also want to provide a root reducer. Now root reducer is also going to be created inside this root reducer.js file. So let's work on that as well. So here before export statement, I'm going to write const root reducer equals, and then this is going to be coming from combine reducers function. This combine reducers is actually going to combine multiple reducers as the name suggests, and it's imported from Redux.js slash toolkit library. Now inside this, we need to pass an object with key and the reducer value. We'll be doing that later on when we create the reducer. For now, we don't have any reducer, so I'm just going to leave this comment. Okay, to do create and map reducer. Okay, this is what we are going to do in the next video. But for now, I'm just going to leave this comment. Then, as a next step, we need to basically export this from here. So I'm just going to write it in the export object, the root reducer. Now inside store.js, we can go back and use it here in this place as the second argument. Okay. Now after we have configured this first thing, then the next we need is the middleware. So I'm just going to write middleware. This is actually going to be a callback function. And inside this callback function, we are going to get a function which is we can call it get default middleware. Okay, as the argument. Now we are going to call this function get default middleware, and inside this I'm going to just pass two options. The first one is I want to basically set serializable check to false, and also I want immutability to be false. So I want immutable check. Let me write the correct spelling first of all. Make sure you are writing it correctly. Immutable check, and let's also set it to false. So now this is our store, and after our store is created, we can create a persister. Okay, don't worry if you are finding this Redux setup to be a little bit confusing, then please don't worry. It's going to be all right because I'm going to teach you everything that you need to know about how to dispatch, how to get the state, how to view it inside your Redux DevTools. Okay, so don't worry about that. You can just follow me along through this store setup. Okay, and after that, everything will be very simple. So here I'm just going to write persist store, call this function, which is basically coming from here. And we need to pass our store uh, inside it. Okay. So this is the persister that we have created. Now from store, we can get our dispatch. So let's write over here a store. From store, we are going to destructure dispatch. Now this dispatch is going to be used to dispatch actions from our components. We'll see it later. Then we can just simply write use selector. Use selector is equal to this use app selector. So I can write over here use app selector. Then use dispatch. Use dispatch will be created using let's write a callback function. And here I'm just going to make use of use app dispatch and call it. So when we call use app dispatch, we'll get this use dispatch. And now here we have lots of things that we need to export from here. Store, persister, dispatch, use selector, and use dispatch. So I'm just going to write export statement at the bottom. Let's write export, and I'm going to export all these things as named export. So store, persister, dispatch, use selector, and use dispatch. Okay, this is all the things that we need to export from here, and that's it. That's our Redux store setup. Just one last thing left to do, and that is I have now formatted this document as well. Then we have to go back to our main.jsx file. Okay, now inside main.jsx we must make sure that we wrap our application with the Redux provider. Okay, so here I'm just going to write the Redux provider. Now this Redux provider is actually going to come from React Redux library. So I'm just going to write over here import provider as Redux provider from, and then the library name, which is our React Redux. Then actually I missed this spelling R, actually this letter R. So please make sure that you don't make any mistakes over here, otherwise it will not work. Then we are also going to need one more thing, which is called a store. And this store is actually coming from, a store will be imported from dot slash redux. Let me just write redux slash store.js. Okay. Now here I can just continue writing redux provider, and again over here I need to correct the spelling. Then after this, I'm just going to move this browser router along with app inside this Redux provider, and we have to configure a store over here. So we can pass this prop store, and the value will be coming from Redux slash store.js. Now you can say that our Redux setup is complete, and we just need to start making reducers in the next video. And also make sure that you comment out this strict mode, because this is actually needed for the development mode. Still we are developing, but I don't want this application to basically create extra logs. Okay, so that is why I'm just going to remove this strict mode. Okay, so that's it for this video. If you have followed along with me till this point, then then I congratulate you, because you have come so far, and we are just one step away from implementing global state inside our application. And if let me give you a tip, if you find this Redux setup a little too difficult, that what you should do is you should try to do the same thing. Just watch me how I have done this. Okay, try to understand everything, like piece by piece. What is the meaning of this store? You can just take help of anything like ChatGPT, Gemini. Okay, it's like pretty much the same in every project. So you can just like practice it and practice many times, and then you'll just get hang of it. Okay, like how this root reducer is created, how to create a store. Then we'll also see how to create slices in the next video. Okay, so that's it for this one. Let's meet in the next video. Okay, so let's now start by creating this type of model when we select a GIF. Okay, so first of all, we need to again open up our code editor. And for now, we are going to take a short break from Redux, okay, in this video. So let's go to our components folder. And over here, I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to call it GIF model. Okay. Now, inside this, first of all, let's create a React functional component. And let me tell you what is a modal. When you see something like this, like appearing at the top of other content on the screen, okay, we have you can see a black background, and at the middle we have this screen where we can display our content. This is called a modal window. Okay, now we are going to create it on our own, and the logic for that is we are going to create a screen which will have a very high Z index so that it appears at the top of every other thing. And also we are going to set its position as fixed. Okay, so let's see how we can implement that in our code. So this is our code base. Now first of all, I want to remove this text gif model. Okay, now what I would like to do over here, let's just start by writing few class names. Before that, let me just also make sure that we use this gif model inside our inbox. So let's go to our section chat, and then here we have our inbox. Now inside inbox,
Or we can do even one more thing. Let's place it inside directly the page, not inbox. So let's go to pages and messages. And over here, as you can see, we have got our sidebar, chat list, message inbox, all these things. Now inside this H screen overflow hidden, this div, okay, I'm going to place GIF modal right over here. Okay, from the component slash GIF model, it's imported over here. Now we can just go back to GIF model. Let's also close this explorer. Now we can focus just on this part. Okay. So the first thing I want is I want its position to be fixed and I want to define its coordinates. From the left, it should be 0 and from the top, it should be 0. Now I want its Z index to be the highest value. Now the highest Z index value that we have inside this tailwind, you can see already this Z and then 6 times. Okay. So this is the highest value that we can give. Now I want to make this a flex container and also I want to provide it full height and minimum height should be of the screen. That means it should take at least 100 viewport height. Okay. That is the minimum height that we are setting. Let's also set width to full value. Okay. I want all the items to be placed appropriately at the center, horizontally and vertically both. So I'm going to set item center and justify center. Okay. So let's set these two properties so that we can basically put the content that is the white box in the middle. Okay. Then let's also set the background color. So I want background color to be black, but as you see, we can, there is a transparency that means we can see the content at the back side. So that is why I want this black color to have an opacity of 90%. Then I want to set padding in X direction of 4 and padding in Y direction of 5. Okay. Now we are actually going to have this variable. Actually, this is going to be a variable, but right now I'm just setting it as a constant just for developing this model window. So the name will be model open and it's going to have either true value or false value. So let's set it to true for now. Okay. Later on, it's going to be a variable. We'll see. Now, based on that, I want to do string interpolation in this class name. Okay, since it's a string, I want to do a string interpolation so that I can write JavaScript inside this string. So first of all, let's wrap it inside curly bracket. Then inside backtick, let's remove this single quote. After that, I'm going to write dollar and then curly bracket. Then we can start writing JavaScript over here, right? So the thing that I want to write is I want to check whether model open is true or false. If it is true, then I want to set display as block. Okay. Otherwise, I want to set display as hidden. Okay. So this is the property which is going to basically help us hide or show that particular model. Okay. Now, next thing we should do is we are going to create another div, okay, inside it, which will act as our content. That is the white box that you can see. This is because of the another div that we are creating right now. So let's now work on it. So this is the div. Okay. Now I want to first of all add few class names on it. First of all, on medium size screen, I want padding in the X direction to be 17.5. Okay. Then I want it to take full width and I also want to restrict its max width to this value of 142.5. Okay. Then let's also give it border radius from all the four corners of like relatively a larger border radius. So that is why I'm using rounded LG. Then I also want to give it a background color of white. This background color is only for the light mode. So for dark mode, we can write BG, not BG, but dark colon and then BG. And then the color that we want to implement in this case, which is BG box dark. Okay. So I'm going to write BG box dark. And on medium size screen, in the Y direction, I want padding of 8. Okay. On other screen sizes, I want padding in X direction to be 8 and padding in Y direction to be 12. Let me make sure that I'm writing correctly because right now you can see I have placed this equal to sign, but instead it should be dash sign over here. So this is the correct way. Now, if we just go back to our application that we are developing this one, then you can already see that we have got a background, black background with 90% opacity at the center. We have got our content section. Okay. Now, inside this content section, we are going to place our content. By content, I mean this row in which we'll have this text send Giphy and this close button, and then the actual Giphy that we want to send. And in the third row, we are going to have our input component in the send button. So let's now target each one of these three things one by one. So first, we are going to target this row which contains text and the close button. So here I'm going to move inside this div, and after we are inside this div, let's now start by creating a div. Okay. And since we want to create a row, so first of all, I'm going to give it this flex and flex row, then item center. And since the content, that means the children of this div, or you can say flex box, will be placed at the extreme ends, left and right. So that is why I want to provide justify between property over here. And let's also provide some margin from the bottom of it. Okay. Then let's also put some space between the content in the expression, that is 2. After that, what I want to do is, first of all, let's take care of the text send Giphy. So I'm going to write send Giphy inside this div, which is the first children of this flex box. After that, let's add class name for this text. So first of all, I want the text size to be medium. Font is also going to be medium. So let's write font dash medium. Text color is going to be black. So let's write text black. But in dark mode, it's going to be text white. Okay. Then we want to create a close button. Okay. So let's just make use of button element from the HTML. Inside it, the icon that we want is called X from phosphor icon slash React. So we have used it. Let's also set the size for this icon. So I'm going to set its size to 24. After this, I want to also add an on click property because we want to basically close this thing when we click on the button. Okay, so now we have implemented this on click handler as well, but right now it's just an empty callback function. Later on, when we basically create our reducer in the next video, we are going to implement the logic over here. Now we can just visit our application again and see what is happening over here. So we have got send Giphy text along with this close icon. Right now we can see it has this click effect, but nothing is happening when we are clicking on it. Next up, we want to display our emoji, Giphy. So I'm just going to collapse this div. Then let's take care of the image that we want to display. So please make use of this image tag from HTML. Okay. Then here, I'm just going to leave the alt attribute as it is right now. Then let's actually style it using some class name first of all. I want to give it full width. For the source, we can just take it from here. Let's just go back to this one. Okay, I'm going to copy the image address from here, and if we just go back, paste this source over here. Yeah, this is going to work, I think. Format the document, go back, view your application in development. Yeah, it's visible. So now you can see it has got full width because we provided w full. Okay, but I want its border radius to be like slightly curved. Okay, so because right now it has this sharp corners, so what I would like to do is I want to add few more classes over here. So w full is okay. Then after that, on this image, I want margin from both left and right to be equal, so mx auto. And I also want to set a max height of 125. And let's also define the object fit property for this image, which will be object cover, and object position will be set to center. So object center. Okay. And I also want roundedness around the corner. So rounded LG. Okay. So that's our give for you. Okay. Now we have restricted the height, width, and also given it some border radius, all those kinds of things. Also, we assigned it object fit cover and object position center. So after this, the next thing is we want another row after this image, which is going to basically contain two things: the input, where we can type in some message to send along with the GIF, and the send button. So for that, again, we are going to need to create a div which is going to behave as a flex box. So let's give this class name of flex. And since we want a row, so we are going to assign flex direction to row using this class name flex as row. Item center. Okay. And let's also put some space in the x direction of 2 between the child.
Justify content, that will be set to between, so that they have they stretch all the way. Then margin from the top, I want to set it to 4. Inside this, as we all know, that we are going to create two things. The first one is called input child inside this div. Okay, so the type is going to be text. Next up, we can style it by giving it some class names. First of all, I want it to have a border, and also let's provide curve to its corners by providing this class in rounded lg, so that it has some border radius. Then when it's in the hover state, I want its border to be of primary color. I want to also disable the outline for this input. So let's set outline none. I want it to take full width. So W full, that means 100% of the width of the parent. Padding of 2 from all direction. In other case, when it is not in the hovered state, I want the border color to be stroke color. So border stroke. Then for the dark mode, I want the border color to be border stroke dark. Okay. That is the color that we want for the dark mode. Then background color should be set to transparent. And for the dark mode, I want background color to be changed to form input. Okay. So this is how I want it to be. And let's also add a placeholder to this input. So let's write placeholder. Placeholder will be type your message. Okay. This is the placeholder that we want. And let's just format this document, go back and see how it's coming up. Yeah. So we got this input and it's looking pretty much better. But I want to add a send button next to it. So let's now focus on that. You can already see how we want to create this kind of send button. Basically, we want to take a div which will have a primary color is the background color, and white color you can see for this icon, that is the text color. Then we are also going to have some border radius around the corners. Okay. Then we also have a hover effect. So we are going to do all this. So let's just go back to our code base and start creating it. So as a sibling to this input, let's add a button element. And now inside this, I want an icon which is called paper plane tilt. Okay. Let me write it over here. Paper plane tilt. It's gonna come from phosphor icon slash react. Let's also set the size. I'm going to set the size to 20 and weight property to bold. Okay, so that it has uh, you know thick borders. After that, let's style this button using class names. So first of all, I want padding of 2.5 from all directions, and I also want it to have border. Border color is also going to be set to the primary color, same as the background color. Then I want the icon to be at the center. That is why I'm going to set it as flex and item center, justify center. Okay, so that the icon is placed accurately at the center, both horizontally and vertically. Okay, then let's also provide it border radius using this class name rounded lg. Okay, then I'm going to set its background color to primary. When this button is in the hover state, I want to set its opacity to 90%. So I'm going to write on hover, bg opacity should be set to 90, and the text color, that means the icon color, which will be set to white. Okay. Now you have this thing written over here. I can just format this document and show it to you. Now we have also got our send button over here. But the thing is, right now I cannot open this model when I select a Giphy, and I'm not able to close it when I click on the cross button, because this is the application that this is a required behavior, and this is what we have right now. So in the purpose of next video will be to implement a slice using Redux toolkit. Okay, and we'll see how to create a reducer and create a dispatcher, use selector, all those kinds of things. I'm also going to tell you about this Redux tab tool, how you can use it. So the next video is going to be very interesting. It's the first time we'll be using Redux completely. Like, we'll have the complete setup, we'll be able to dispatch actions, and also we'll be able to get the values from the store. Let's meet in the next one. Okay, so next up we can start uh, writing our reducer. Okay, so that we can have the functionality of opening and closing this model. Okay, so again, we'll be going back to this Redux folder, and now we'll create a new folder inside the Redux. We're going to call it slices. Okay, Now inside this slices, we are going to create a new file. I'm going to call it app.js. Okay. Now inside this app.js, we are going to write our state for this particular app slice. Let's see how we can do that. So first of all, we need to import this method called create slice from Redux.js toolkit. Okay. After that, we can define an initial state, which is just a simple JavaScript object. So you don't need to worry about it. We are defining just an object. Initial state is equal to an object where we are going to define modals property. This modals is going to have multiple key value pairs. So the model that I am interested in right now is GIF, and initially I want it to be closed. So I'm going to set its state as false. Okay. Then I also want to manage one more property over here, which is selected GIF URL. That means which GIF that we picked is from the GIF picker. I want to store its URL over here. Okay. So initially it's going to be null, as you can see, just an empty string. Then in order to create a slice, we can just call this method create slice. So let's call it create slice like this. Then inside this, we need to pass an object containing the configuration of slice. So the first thing we need to provide is the name property. I'm going to call this slice app. Okay. Then let's also provide the initial state. Okay. And after that, we need to create reducers. Now, the reducer that we want to create right now, I'm going to call it update GIF model. Now, these reducers are going to get two things, state and action, as the arguments, and we can use it. So here I'm just going to write state dot, and then you can see the models property because it's defined in the initial state. We want to update state dot models dot give, and the value, the new value will be contained inside action. Action contains a property called payload. I'm going to tell you how to basically pass the payload, so please wait for that. And then the next thing we want to update along with that is when we pick up Giphy, we also want to store its URL. All right. So here I'm going to write state dot selected GIF URL, and that will be equal to action dot payload dot URL. Actually, we are going to pass payload as an object. So let's also write over here dot value, because I'll pass the GIF, whether GIF should be open, GIF model should be open or not. I'll pass it as this property value. So we can just get it from the object payload using this dot notation. Now, after we created this slice, we need to export it from here. So let's write export default slice dot reducer. Okay, we wanna export the result of this property slice dot reducer, not the slice, but slice dot reducer. Now, after we have exported it, we should go to the root reducer, and now we can map the reducer over here, as we talked in the last video. Okay, second last video, as I remember. So here, what I'm going to do, first of all, let's import the reducer that we just exported. So let's also write a comment for that, that I'm importing slices over here. So let's write import app reducer. The name is up to you. I'm going to call it app reducer in the import statement. Import app reducer from, and then the file name, which is slices slash app. Now after that, we can just come over here, give a name, okay, basically a key value, and the value for that is app reducer. Okay. So now you can see to this combined reducer, we are just passing an object which has this key and the value. Now our Redux setup is complete. Okay. So if we just go back and refresh this application, click on this green Redux button, then you can see, uh, just click on this state button, okay, over here, and you can see we have app inside which we have modals, and modals contain this give property which is right now set to false, and there is another property inside app which is called selected give URL. Right now it's just an empty string. Now what we want to do is we want to dispatch an action which will update these values. So let's see how we can do that. We need to again move back inside this app.js file where we created our slice, and after we have created our slice, we are going to now create an action. So here I'm just going to write after this export const and a function. So the function I want to create is toggle gif model. This is actually going to be a higher order function. So we'll receive the value over here. Okay, and then we'll create an asynchronous function. Okay, so inside this we'll get two things, dispatch and get state. Okay, this is going to come from the result of calling this function inside the dispatcher. I'll show it to you, just wait few seconds. Then after this, inside we are going to make use of dispatch, and then we'll get our slice. Okay, this slice, and on this we have defined actions, and the action that I want to use is update gif model, and to this I'm going to pass the value that I received as an argument on this function. Actually, this gif is this value is going to be an object containing two properties, value and URL. Okay, so we can see that. Now I need to just go to our this place where we are going to basically execute this function toggle gif model. Now when it is going to be triggered, when we select a gif. Okay, so we need to go inside giphy.jsx. Okay, and on this function where we created handle gif click, we are going to now dispatch that function. So first of all, we need to create the dispatcher. So here at the top of this function, I'm going to write const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Now this use dispatch is a hook coming from React Redux. So make sure you import it correctly. Here you can see it's auto imported in my case on line number 9. Now we can make use of this dispatcher over here inside this handle gif click. When a gif is clicked, we are going to dispatch, and then the thing that we want to dispatch is this toggle gif model, and we are exporting it as a named export from this file. So inside our Giphy, I'm going to write toggle gif model. What's the name? Let me just check again. The name is toggle gif model. So we are writing correctly. Toggle gif. Actually, my editor is not suggesting it. So what I should do is I should just get it imported manually. So here at the top, I'm just going to write import, and then let's first write the path name, which is dot dot slash, and then redux slash slices slash app. Okay. Now from this file, what we want to import is, let's import this toggle gif model. Then I'm going to use it inside this dispatcher. So let's write toggle. Actually, it's still not coming correctly. So okay, I actually misspelled this. Instead of double G, I placed double O. That's why I'm having problem over here. So let me just correct it out. Okay, yeah, this one is correct now. So I can just go back to Giphy, and then if I write it again, then it will be correct. So toggle gif model. Yeah, right now I can see it. Now inside this, I want to pass an object with two properties, value. Now this value is going to be set to true because I want to open the modal. Okay. And the other one is URL. This URL will be the GIF URL. So let's provide it over here, GIF URL. Okay. Then we need to go inside this GIF model, and instead of opening it by default, what we are going to do now, we are going to check the value in our state. Okay. So let's take a look over here. This is the state, and we have app. Inside app we have models, and inside models we have this gif property. Now I want to take the decision of opening the model based on this gif value, whether it's true or false. So for that we need to get access to that property inside our component, and the way to do that is we are going to make use of this hook called use selector. So let's write use selector. It's going to be imported from React Redux. Okay, like this. Inside this, we can just make use of the callback function. Inside this callback function, we are going to get the state, current state, or you can say the store as the first argument. And then we can just write over here a state which contains app, and app contains a models property. Let's just verify it once again. This is our state. State contains app contains models, and models contain gif. Since models is a uh, since models, as you can see, it's an object. So I'm just going to destructure the property on the left hand side, gif. Okay. Now based on this gif, I'm going to show or hide this. And let me also correct the spelling over here. I just saw that it was not correctly written. So I corrected it.
Okay. Now there is one more thing, that this image URL, that means the Giphy URL, should not be constant because we need to change it. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to now also get this other property which is selected GIF URL in the same way. So let's write use selector again, and then I'll write state. Let's create a callback function and return state.app, and from app I can just get selected GIF URL. Now please make sure that the spelling is same as that you have written over here, okay, inside the initial state. So I need to make sure that it's correct. Now in place of this constant source, I can just replace it with the variable from the store. So I will just remove this string, and I'll put curly bracket, and let's write selected GIF URL. Now there is one more thing still left over here, and that is when we click on the cross button inside this div, we have got a cross button. When we click on this cross button, we should close that modal. Now, in order to close that modal, we need to again update this GIF value to false. Okay, so let's not worry about closing it. First, we need to verify if it's opening correctly or not. So I can just go back to my application, refresh it once. Okay, at the initial stage, you can see inside app modals, we have GIF property set to false. If you go to diff, you can see uh, it right now. We don't see anything related to our GIF model written over here. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to click on this GIF. Let's search for a GIF. Let's say cat. And here we have got several cat GIFs. Now I click on this one, and you see instantly this model open up. That means our logic is working. And if you go to our Redux store, then you can see right now inside app we have models inside models, the GIF property is now updated to true, and also we have got a selected GIF URL. That means our logic work. And also if you go to the difference state, you can see what is different from the previous state. Models, it was set from like GIF value is now set from false to true, and also initially selected GIF URL was set to an empty string. It also changed to this one. Okay, so this is how Redux DevTools is very useful in when we develop an application using Redux. Okay, this helps us to basically see everything that's happening behind the scenes. Now there is just one last thing left to do, and that is to close this model. Okay, and in order to close this model, we should uh, take the same approach, and that is we should go to our code base, and the model should be closed when we click on this button, right? In order to close that, we need to again update the value in our state. For that, we are going to make use of dispatcher again. So let's create our dispatcher using use dispatch hook. Okay. So this use dispatch hook is coming from React Redux. We have called it. Now we have our dispatcher. Then we can just make use of it over here inside callback function when this button is clicked. So I've written dispatch, and what I want to do is I want to toggle my GIF model again. So I'm going to write toggle GIF model. You see it will be imported from Redux slices app. And inside this, I need to pass an object, which is actually going to be the payload. So the first thing I want to pass is value. I'll set it to false. That means it should not be open. And the second thing is URL. I want to set the URL back to an empty string when I click on the close button. So if I show it to you now, you can see right now the state is this. App has modals, modal has GIF property which is true, and also we have a URL inside selected GIF URL. If I click on this close button, then you can see if you go back to your Redux store, now the state is again changed. Inside modals, GIF property is again back to false, and selected GIF URL is set to this empty string. Difference you can again see what happened over here. From true, this value was set to false, and from this value it was set to an empty string, and that is exactly what we did. Okay, right now you can again click on this GIF button, and the GIF picker will be closed. So that is our GIF picker. Okay, now we have basically completed the whole setup. We have implemented Redux, that is our global state, and also we created GIF picker and GIF model. So that's a lot of thing, I think. And after this, we are going to now work on our voice recorder. Okay, so in the next video, we are going to talk about how to record our voice so that we can start sending audio messages. So let's meet in the next one. So now what we have right now in our application is that when we search for a GIF, okay, and we select it, we can open up this modal. But when I click on this cross button, I can even close it. I want the same thing to happen when I press the escape key, like we did for this drop down. If you remember, when we press the escape key, it's going to close. No, in order to display the same thing or basically have the same effect over here, what we are going to do, this is our code base. Okay. And inside this GIF model, we are going to now create a reference to the to this div, which is actually rendering all the content, which has this white background in the light mode. So let's create a reference, okay, for that. So I'm just going to call it const modal ref equals use ref, okay. Use ref is a hook from React, so we are just going to import it from that. And initially, I want to set its value to null. That means the reference will be set to null. But when this component mounts, this reference will be placed over here. Ref is equal to, I'm going to pass the reference to model ref over here. Then we need to basically make use of use effect hook from React in order to execute the logic. Basically, we'll be listening for a key press. When escape key is pressed, we are going to close the model window. So for that, we can get the logic from this dropdown.jsx, which is also a file inside components. If you remember, we placed this logic over here, which is basically used to close when the escape key is pressed. So I'm just going to copy that use effect and paste it inside our GIF model.jsx. Now you see, this is just a use effect where we have created our key handler. Okay, here we are setting up a key down event. We are listening for it and we'll execute this key handler. Then we are also cleaning up this event listener when we unmount this component. So what is going to happen? We are just going to check the condition over here. We are going to basically, we are going to now change this condition. We are going to write inside this if statement, if, and here I'm going to write modal open. Okay. So here we need to first of all write modal open, and how we're going to get to know if modal is open or not based on this GIF property. So if whether it's true or false, it's going to tell us whether the currently the model should be open or not. Okay, and then we are going to compare the key code. If it is not equal to 27 or if the GIF model is not open, then we are just simply going to return in that case. Okay, but in the other case, we are going to dispatch an action from here, and that will be our toggle GIF model. Now this is going to contain an object with two properties. First of all, the value. I want to close the model, so I will set the value to false, and also since we are closing it, so I'm going to set the URL to null value. Okay. So this is our logic. Okay. Here you can see that we have implemented our use effect. This is our handler function and we are just using it like this. Okay, we have also added this modal ref over here, so now we can just test it out. If I open up my browser, actually I think use effect is not imported, that's why it's crashing. So let me just get use effect from React. Yes, and if I go back, let's again try this out. I will be searching for a GIF. Let's say Batman. Okay, then we got the Batman GIFs. If I click on it, no, I'm going to press the escape key and yes, it closed. That means this functionality is now working. Next up, we want to create our voice recorder. So for voice recorder, we are going to have something like this. When we click on this button, we are going to open up this kind of model. And inside this model, we'll have basically a recorder button to start the recording. After the recording is done, we are going to validate. If we have a valid recording, then we'll send it. Otherwise, this button will be disabled. We can click on this cancel button to close this model. Okay, and we are actually going to make use of a third party package which is called React Audio Voice Recorder. You can see it's quite a popular package. Okay, that means it has like 20,000 downloads per week, quite good. So I'm just going to copy this command, navigate. Now we can navigate into our code base, and over here I can just install this package. So run this command and let it install in the background. In the meantime, we can create a new component inside our components folder, and I'm going to call it voice recorder. Okay, voice recorder.jsx. Now let's just create a React functional component. Okay, quickly. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to control this in the same way like we did for the GIF model. So I'm going to go back to my app.js inside slices, which is contained inside Redux. Then after this, inside models initial state, I'm going to add one for voice, or you can also call it audio. Initially, this model is also going to be set to false because it will not be visible. So this is how I'm doing this. Now we need to create a reducer for it. So let's just write over here after this update GIF model. I'm going to write update audio model, and here again we'll get the same things, state and action as the argument. Then we can just write on the current state inside models. We have this audio property. I want to change this. This will be set to action.payload. Now in this case, I'm not accessing any additional property on payload because this time we are going to pass payload as just a value, not an object. Okay. Then let's also create a function for it, which we a higher order function, which we can use to basically dispatch an action. So here I'm just going to write const toggle audio modal, and here we'll receive the value again. This time value will be just you know either true or false, not an object. Then we need to create a higher order function, so we'll create another following of function. Here we'll get two things, dispatch and get state. This get state is actually a function using which we can get the current state. I'm going to tell you more about it when we start integrating the API. So inside this function, we are just going to dispatch, and what we are going to dispatch slice dot actions. Then this action update audio model. In this case, we are just going to pass the value like this. Okay, and this value will be our action dot payload, which will be set it over here. Okay, so now we have basically set it up a reducer in action. The next thing we can do is we can go inside our voice recorder, and I'm just going to copy everything from GIF model. Okay, so let's just copy this JSX. So let's get it. I'm just going to copy it and paste it inside our voice recorder over here. Okay, then in this case, actually, we are going to have two buttons. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this input and this button from the div. And also, we're not going to have any image, so I'm also going to remove this one. Let's actually see if we have the header. So if I open up this, yeah, we don't have any header. We just want to place a voice recording thing over here. So I'm also going to remove this header, which says send Giphy and a close button. So let's just also remove this thing. Now you see what is left. Uh, this thing is left, and here we are making use of this GIF variable, which is supposed to come from a state. But in this case, it will be audio. So I can just also get the same thing from our GIF model. Go to the top. We are actually going to copy this model ref dispatch, also this one. So copy these three lines, go back to voice recorder, paste it over here, and we should get all the required imports. So first of all, let's get the use dispatch from React Redux, also get the use ref, okay, from React, and use selector from React Redux. Now we don't want to get the GIF, but we want to get the other variable from the initial state. Let's see what it is called, audio. So we want to extract that property. So here I'm just going to write audio. Okay. Then the same thing must be updated over here based on this audio variable, whether it's true or false. I'm going to set the display of our modal to either block or hidden. Okay. Then after that, let's just also get this thing use effect, which is going to be basically used to close when we press the escape key. So I'm just going to paste it inside voice recorder as it is. The only difference, in place of getting the GIF value, we are going to make use of audio so that we can basically see whether in this case, when the audio modal is not open or when the key code is not 27, then we are not going to execute this logic.
Okay. And also this set drop down open, we don't need this. So I think over here it's also it's not needed, set drop down open. So let me just remove it. Okay. That must be due to some mistake. Now we can just go back to our voice recorder. Okay. And now we need to do the same thing. We need to place it inside our messages page. So let's go to the messages, and after GIF model, I'm going to place our voice recorder. Okay. Now you see it's going to come from component slash voice recorder. Make sure it's imported properly at the top, as you can see over here. Now, if I just go back to my application, you can see right now it's crashing. Let's see why is it so. So I'm just going to open up my console, and you can see it's complaining about use effect not being defined. So that means again we did the same mistake as the last time. We imported this thing. We actually used this thing but didn't import it. So now I have imported use effect from React, and if I open up my application, it's working. Then the next thing I need is, in order to see that modal window, I should have a microphone button which I can tap and see that modal. So that means we need to go inside our section chat. Inside this, we need to go inside inbox, and in inbox we have this input component, which and here we have our buttons. So now I want to basically add another button before this before our documents button. So I'm just going to duplicate it. uh, the way to duplicate is just select it, press shift and alt key. If you are working on Mac OS, press option instead of alt, and then hit your down arrow key. Okay. So here, instead of link simple, I'm going to make use of microphone from phosphor icon slash react. And if you just go back to your application, now you see we got this microphone icon. But if I click on it, then nothing is actually happening. So what should I do? I'm going to basically create a handler function. So let's write on click, and here I'll just create a function handle mic click. We haven't actually created this function. I'm going to define it now. So let's go at the top of this file. And over here, inside this component, before writing JSX, I'm going to write this function, which is handle mic click. And over here, we are going to receive event due to the click event. So on this event, I want to just call prevent default first of all. After that is done, we are going to now dispatch an action. So we need to make sure that we have the dispatcher inside inbox. We can create it like this: const dispatch equals use dispatch. Now this use dispatch is a hook from React Redux. So we have called it, and now we have access to dispatcher. What we are going to do, we are going to write dispatch, and now the action that we want to dispatch from here is this one. Let's just go to our slices app.js and see. The name is toggle audio modal. This is what I want to dispatch. So again, I'm just going to go back to my inbox, and over here inside this function, I'm going to write toggle audio modal, and inside this we need to pass either true or false. Now, in this case, when we click on the mic button, I want to show the model. That is why I'm going to pass true. Okay. So let's see what happens now. If I just go back to my application and if I click on this audio, yeah, now you can see we got a model, right? So the first thing that I should do right now is we should check if I press escape key, then is it closing? I'm pressing the escape key, but it's not closing. So let's see what's the problem? Okay, why it's not closing? I'll go to the voice recorder. Here we have modal ref, and it's actually placed correctly over here. But the thing is, the action that we are dispatching is not correct. It should be toggle audio modal, and also we don't need to pass an object in this case since we want to close it. So we just need to pass the false value. Okay. So now if I try it out again, if I press escape, yeah, it's closing. So next thing we can focus on is displaying our recorder button. Let me just open this up again. Let me close this window and open it over here again.
If I open this audio recorder, then you can see we want this kind of UI where I can just press, and you see my microphone is in use right now. I have already allowed access. If you are using it for the first time, it will ask for access. Okay, so it's recording my voice, and if I just wanna pause, I can pause it like this. Then I can resume, and even like I can basically end the recording. Then after listening it, you can just verify and send it. So that is what we want. It will be implemented using this third party package that we have already installed inside our project. So let's see. We need to go back to our voice recorder modal. Let me just close our explorer and also close this terminal so that we can focus, basically put all of our focus over here. Okay, so now about this audio recorder, first of all we need to create, basically import that library over here. So I'm just going to write import. We need to get two things. The first is audio recorder from React audio voice recorder, and the second is we want to make use of this use audio recorder hook from this library. Okay. So after writing this use effect, I'm going to now create the record controls. So let's write const recorder controls and that will be equal to use audio recorder. Now inside this, we need to pass an object containing the configuration. And what I want to configure is two things. First of all, noise suppression. I want noise suppression to be true. Okay. And I also want echo cancellation to be true. So let's set these values to true. Noise suppression and echo cancellation. After this, we can also pass this callback function if we get any error while executing this, while basically creating this audio recorder. Okay, so here if we get any error, I'm just going to console log that. So let's write console.log error. Okay, and when it is going to throw an error when you basically deny the access, so it's going to be throw an error when on not allowed, or if there is no audio device found in your system. Okay, or not found. Okay, so on not allowed or not found, it's going to throw the error which will be logged into our console. Next thing is we want to create an audio element. So here I'm just going to write add audio element, add audio element. And what is going to happen when we are recording our voice, we are going to receive a blob. Okay, and this will be received as an argument to this function that we are going to execute shortly. Then we are going to convert this blob into a URL using this URL API provided by the browser. So let's write URL dot and then create object URL. Inside this, we just need to pass the blob as the parameter. And after that, we are going to create an audio element, and we'll insert it into our DOM tree. So let's write audio, then we'll make use of document object model. So let's write document, then create a new element. So call create element method. And the element that I want to create right now is called audio. So inside string, we need to write audio. Make sure the spelling is exactly the same as I have written. Okay. Otherwise, it will not work. So on this audio element, we can set the source. Source will be set to this URL of the audio that we just generated at this line number 32. Then after this, I also want to enable controls. That means ability to pause, play, all those things and view the track. So I'm going to set controls equals true. Okay. Then after this, we need to basically create a target container on which we are going to basically place this audio element that we just created. So what we are going to do inside this div, which has this reference of model ref, we are going to now, let's actually remove this div, which is just a flex row. I'm going to take a new div. Okay. Let's add class name. First of all, I want it to be flex and flex column. Okay. But in the y direction, I want to provide in a space of 8, and items property, I want to set it to center. That means align item center. After this, I also want to provide it an ID. So let's write ID equals,
and let's provide this an ID of audio container. Then we can use this ID to get access to this div over inside this function. So I'm just going to write const target container, and that will be equal to document dot get element by ID. Then the ID that we want to get is this audio container. So let me just copy it from here. Make sure the spelling is correct. Otherwise, it's not going to work again. So after this, we just want to append a child to this container. So let's write target container dot append child. And the child that I want to append is this audio element that we have created using JavaScript. Okay. Then inside this div, which is our audio container, I want to place our audio recorder. So let's now make use of this component audio recorder from this library. Okay. So here I'm just going to write audio recorder. Okay. This is going to be a self-closing element. Now, here we need to pass several props. So please pay close attention to what I'm doing. First of all, I want to display the visualizer. That means that zigzag lines. Okay. So I'm going to set it to true. Show visualizer set to true. Now, on recording complete, when recording is complete, I want to basically get the blob. Okay. That means the binary string. And then I want to call this then I'll just call this function add audio element, to which I'm just going to pass the blob. So add audio element, I'll pass the blob to it, okay, which is then going to use the blob to generate a URL. Then it will create an audio element. It will set the source equal to the URL that is created, controls to true. Then we'll get access to our audio container, and we'll append this audio element to this audio container. I hope that is clear. Okay, it's very simple, and you can basically visualize it when we test it in just a minute. Then here recorder controls. When we are recording, we want the ability to basically stop the recording, pause the recording, or even see the visualizer, all those things. So I wanna pass the recorder controls that we created using the hook over here. That means we want to suppress the noise, and we also want noise cancellation. And let's say if we don't get access to the browser's audio recorder, then we are going to throw the error, and that error will be displayed inside our console. Okay. So this is our recorder controls. Then you can also pass two more things, that is download on save press. So when we press the save button, if you want to download the audio, you can pass the true value over here. And the format that you want to download file extension, you can specify that over here. You can download it into any one of these format, MP3, WAV file, or WebM. Here I want MP3 file, so I'll just select that. Now, after this is done, we can just go back, and here you can now see we got this audio recorder. It's saying start recording. When I click on it, since I'm using it for the first time on this port, so my browser is asking me if I want to allow this particular thing to use my microphone or not. I'll allow it, and now you can see it has started recording my voice, and here my browser is also telling me that my microphone is in use. I can just pause the recording or even stop the recording. When I stop the recording, it's downloaded in the specified format, and you can also see this audio element. This is actually attached here due to the function that we created, which is this one, add audio element. After the recording stopped, this function was called along with the blob. Blob used to create URL set on the audio element, control set to true, and attached to the audio container. I hope that is clear. After this, we can just finish this dialog by creating the two buttons that we need. And the first is send, and the second is to cancel. So on this div, first of all, I want to turn it into a flex row. So let's write flex and flex row. Items value set to center. I want a space in the x direction between two buttons. So let's write a space x4. I want it to take full width. Okay. And from the top, I want margin of 8. So empty 8. Now inside this, I want to place two buttons. Let's create them quickly. The first button is the send button. So I'm just going to write this send over here as the text inside this button element. Then here I'm going to write class name, which is w full width. Okay. Background set to the primary color. Rounded property set to LG. That means large border radius. And after that, let's also provide padding of 2 from all direction. And the text color will be set to white. When we hover over this button, I want to set the background opacity to 90%. So here I'm just going to write BG opacity 90. This is our button. We can just view it over here. Yeah, we got this send button. Okay. And let's also create a cancel button similar to this one. Okay. Which is going to be closed. Which is with the function of that button will be to close the modal window. Here I'll just write cancel text, and inside this button I can pass this class name over here, and let's give it full width as well. I want background to be transparent, border color to be red. Okay. I also want to give it roundedness, that means border radius LG, padding of 2 from all directions, and the text color should also be set to red. When I hover over this button, I want the background opacity. Actually, the background is transparent, so we don't need to set this. So this is going to work just fine. We can see. Actually, the border is not visible because I have missed the border property. So let's provide border over here like this. And right now you can see if I click on this cancel button, nothing is happening because we haven't implemented the on click listener. So on this button, we want to set this on click. Inside this on click, we want to basically dispatch an action. So I'm going to create a callback function. Then let's make use of dispatcher. Okay. We haven't created a dispatcher inside this. Yeah, it's already created, so we can use it. So let's use the dispatch. And inside this, I want to call toggle audio modal, and I'll pass the value as false. Okay. Now, if I just go back and click on this cancel button, this time you see the modal window closed. So that means now we have a second property inside modals in our Redux store, and we are correctly using it to basically toggle this modal window. Here you can see we are able to basically record our audio, and we will be able to send it, and also we can close the modal window. So that's it for this one. Okay, now we have also implemented our audio recorder. Right now you see we have the option to send GIF, we have the option to send emoji, and even our voice. Then the next thing which is remaining is the ability to send media, that means images and video, and also files and documents. So in the next video we are going to create this drop down which is going to present us with two options, either send images or video or files and document. When we click on images and video, we are going to see this kind of model, and we'll build this file drop zone which will in this we are going to basically say that in this particular case, when media files are to be chosen, we are going to restrict them only to images and videos, and in the other case we are going to restrict it to given kind of documents. So let's see that in the next video. I hope you are following along with me at till this point. Then I want to congratulate you. This is like too much that you have learned till now, and there is much more to come. So let's meet in the next video and learn how to implement this thing. Hey everyone. So now in this video, we want to implement this document picker. What I mean is when we click on this attachment icon, we should present the user with these two options, either pick images and videos or file and document. Now let me remind you that we implemented a very similar thing over here inside this three dot icon inside header, and you can see just the difference is that the options presented are very different. We can just update that, but what we need to do right now is we should go back to our application that we are developing. Right now you can see that when I click on this attachment icon, actually nothing is happening. Okay, and we haven't actually like added any interactivity to this button. So in order to make that, we should go back to our code base, and inside source and components folder, you can see this is the dropdown.jsx, which is actually responsible for displaying this dropdown in the header section. Okay, now you must basically get by this point that we need to just duplicate that. Okay, so I'm just going to copy all the things that are written over here inside dropdown.jsx. We can go and create a new file. This time I'm going to call it attachment.jsx. Okay, attachment.jsx, and then I can just paste all the code that I copied. After that, first thing we should do is let's just change the name of this from drop down to attachment. Then the next step is to basically update the icons. So instead of dots 3, it's going to be paperclip. Okay, this is the icon that we need, and it's going to come from phosphor icon slash React. Then inside this drop down where we are going to present the two options, we should update the text from file to images and videos. And then the next one will be our files and documents. I hope that's clear. Okay. Then let's also update these icons. So instead of displaying this pencil symbol, which was actually an option for the edit, I'm actually going to display icon called image, and that's going to come from phosphor icon slash react. Similarly, for the files option, we are going to present the file icon, which is again going to come from phosphor icon slash react. Now this is our attachment.jsx file, okay, and here we have our component that is going to display that kind of drop down where user can either select to send image or a video, okay, and the next option is files and documents. Now enough about this, we can go back to our section folder, then navigate to chat and inbox file. Now inside this inbox, let me just remind you that we have actually three children. You can see this div, which is the parent component, actually contains the chat header, list of messages, and input. We discussed this already. Now, here, if you just take a look inside the input component, we have actually four buttons right now. The one that I want to replace is this link symbol. Okay. So, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove this link symbol link, sorry, icon from the inside, and I'll just import my custom component that we created, which is called attachment. Okay, let's get it from component slash attachment. And after we do that, you can just go back to your application. Okay, and right now you see this paper clip is actually looking very different from the other icons. We're going to fix that. But if I click on it, you see actually the behavior is not correct. Okay, because when I'm clicking on this button, you see first of all it's not appearing in the right place. Okay, then you can also see that it's also closing right away after opening up. So how we are going to fix this thing, you see actually this button along with this div, everything is inside this form. Okay, so we need to prevent the default action. So here what I'm going to do, on this button we can just right click, and then we can create a callback function. Now inside this callback function we are going to get this event, which is basically which we are going to get when the click event happens. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to write e dot prevent default. Okay, this is going to prevent the default behavior of form, that is to resubmit. Okay, and here you can see now if I just click on it again, now this time it's not closing, but it's not looking correct because it's not in the right place. So we should go back to our attachment.jsx, and then this element which is actually positioned as absolute relative to its parent, which is the closest relative parent, here we are actually going to change its position. Right now you can see that it's positioned like this. It has right value 0, top value full. I'm actually going to change this top from full to actually 24, and that too in the negative direction. Okay, we can keep the z index to 40, and for the width I'm actually going to increase it, but let's first view it. And now you see actually it's appearing in the right place, but I still have something to do, and that is you see the width is not like appropriate for the content. So I'm just going to increase the width. Right now it's set to 40. I'm going to increase it to, let's say, 54. Then we can see again now it's appearing in the right place. But there is still one more thing, and that is to basically fix the size of this icon. Okay, so let's also do that. Here we have our paperclip icon. I'm just going to reduce its size from 24 to 20, and we can again check it. Yeah, this is looking better now. Okay, and that's exactly what I want. But there is one more thing that we can do here, where the click event is happening on the trigger. I can just do one more thing, and that is here, instead of just calling this set drop down open, I can get the event from here as the argument, and let's call e dot prevent default over here as well. Okay,
Now let's go back to our inbox.jsx, and actually this is going to, like, this is called event bubbling. When the event happens on the button, it will be transferred to its children. Okay, so that is why instead of calling this e dot prevent default over here, we can just do it inside the children. So let's now see over here inside our application. If we just go back and click on the icon, still it's opening up correctly and it's not closing. So that means we have smartly used this event bubbling concept, and instead of calling it inside inbox.jsx, I just basically use the same event and call the prevent default function in the child component. Okay, so that is something that you should keep in mind. Okay, and learn this concept of event bubbling. If you don't know about this already, it's going to basically come in very handy at many different occasions. So that's it for this video. If you have the same result as me, then we can move on to the next one, where we are going to now implement a model where we can basically see a file picker. Okay, so that's the task for the next video. I'll see you there. Now, in this video, we want to create a model. Okay, let me tell you what I mean. So if I click on this images and videos, you see this kind of modal is now opening, which is asking us to choose media files that we want to send. Okay, and the purpose of this video is to create this modal window and also manage the state in our Redux store, so that we can basically see whether to basically display this or not. Okay, and also we are going to basically create the UI, but we'll leave this file drop zone for the later. Okay, because I want to create these two modals first of all, for file and document as well as for the media, and then after both are done, we are going to create our file drop zone component in the third video. So let's now get started with it. First of all, we need to again go back inside our code base. Inside components folder, let's first start by creating our media picker. Okay, so here I'm just going to call it media picker dot jsx. Now inside this component, first of all, let's get our basic boilerplate code. And after that is done, I would like to basically take you back to this GIF modal. Okay. Actually, we have created the logic for displaying a modal window, and I just want to reuse it again. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take all the parts that can be reused, okay, and implement that in my own model, which we are basically building right now. So first of all, let's copy this div, okay, and let's go to the media picker, and here I'm just going to paste it like this. Let's also close this div. Now, what you see over here is we are basically going to create a div which is going to have position fixed, and the fixed position is from the top it's 0, left is 0. Z index is the highest possible value. It has got this flex display, 100% height of its parent. Minimum height will be the screen height, that is 100 viewport height, and we have also provided full width. And after that, item center justify center means the content that will be inside this div will be placed exactly at the center, both horizontally as well as vertically. Then we have provided it this background color black with 90% opacity, padding in x direction, y direction, and there is a condition. Okay, and the variable for this condition is actually going to change. Instead of this gif, it's actually we are going to receive a prop over here, which we are going to call modal open. Okay, and based on that, we are going to actually change this from block to hidden. Okay, so let's write modal open. That's the change you need to make. After that, we can just go back again to this gif modal.jsx, and let's now get this div, okay, which has got a reference on it. So here I'm just going to copy this one as well. Then we can go to our media picker. Here again, we need to close this div. So first of all, let's create a reference for this model. So here I'm just going to write inside this component const and modal ref is equal to, we need to make use of this use reference hook from React, and inside this I'm just going to pass null. Okay, then later on, actually we are also going to need to make use of dispatch. So here I'm just also going to create it right away. So dispatch will be use dispatch. This use dispatch is a hook coming from React Redux library. Now, after that is done, you can see that again, I'm just going to basically tell you about the class names that are written over here quickly. So MD means for the medium screen, padding in X direction is set to 17.5, width is 100%, max width is set to this value 142.5. And we have also provided this rounded LG, which means border radius from all the four corners. And background white in dark mode, background is going to change to BG box dark color from our theme. For medium screen, padding in Y direction is actually set to 8, and padding in X direction is set to this 8. Padding in Y direction on all the other sizes is actually 12. So after this div, we should actually just write some more JSX inside it. Okay, so inside this GIF model, we can again go, and now I'm just going to get this div, which is actually responsible for displaying a text and a close button. So let's just copy this whole thing, go back to our media picker, paste it over here. Now again, take it step by step. Okay, follow me, and I'm just going to explain you what is happening over here. So this is a div which has got display of flags. Direction is set to row. Items are center. That means along the horizontal line, the items will be aligned. And justify between means one item will be on the extreme left and the other on the right. If there are more than two children, then they will be placed at the at between. Okay. Then margin bottom is set to 8. Spacing in x direction, that means between the children, is set to 2. We have this text inside it, which is actually saying send Giphy, but I want to display a different text, and that is choose media files to send. This is the text that I want to display. Then on the other hand, I want to display a button. But the button icon is actually correct. I want to display this close icon X. But the this on click, yeah, that the logic that is written inside this function, that is actually something that we want to change. So for now, I'm just going to remove this dispatch toggle give model logic from here. So let me just leave a comment like this. Okay, we need to dispatch another action from here for basically toggling this media model. So we'll do that. Now, the next step is to basically make use of this media picker. So we can now go to our inbox, actually not inbox, but inside pages folder, then messages. Then you can see we have already placed this GIF model and voice recorder model. So the next I want to place over here is our media model. Okay, let me again check. Yeah, it's called media picker. So I'm going to write media picker. It's going to come from component slash media picker. Now the next thing is inside this media picker, the thing that we are passing as this model open as props, we can actually get it from the state. Like I can show you. So I'm just going to take you to this voice recorder.jsx, and you can see actually this is how we are going to get it from the state. But first of all, we should create it. So I'm just going to navigate to my Redux folder. Then inside slices, we have app.jsx. Right now we have states for two models, GIF and audio. Next, I want to create for media. Okay. Initially, it's going to be set to false. That means media model will be closed by default. Similarly, we want to create one for the document ticker. So let's call it document. Also, I'm going to set it to false. Then after this, we need to basically duplicate this logic for our media and document model. So I'm just going to write over here update media model. We are going to take state and action as the argument, then state dot models. This time I want to update our media model. So I'm going to choose media, and that will be equal to action dot payload. We are going to do the similar thing over here. We are going to call this reducer as update document model, and here I'm just going to change the variable, which is models dot document. Okay. Now we need to also create this action for that over here. So I'm just going to duplicate this one two times, and let's also change this from toggle audio modal to toggle media model, and we are going to receive the value actually. But over here, we need to change this reducer. So update, and here it will be update media model. Okay. Similar thing we can do over here. Instead of writing audio, we can just write actually document. Okay. But actually I made a spelling mistake. Let me just correct it. So document, yeah, update over here as well. It will be update document. still this O is extra. Let me just remove it. So update document model. This is actually this one. Okay. Uh, and after that, we can actually just go back to our media picker, then make use of use state, sorry, use selector. So here I'll just write, first of all, let's write this use selector statement. It's going to come from React Redux, then we can create a callback function. And over here, I can write state, then the slice name, which is app. And inside this, we have this modals object. Let me just confirm the name. Yeah, it's called modals. And from modals, we can basically destructure media property. So I'm going to write that media property on the left hand side, okay, inside this curly bracket, so that we can destructure it from the object. And we can now basically replace this model open variable with media, okay. And then the next thing is we should basically set this media to true when we click on the images and video option over here. So what I mean is, when we click on this option, we should trigger that modal. And to do that, let's just go back, okay, to our attachment.jsx. And over here, now since we want to dispatch an action, I'm going to first of all create a dispatcher using this use dispatch hook from React Redux. After that is done, we can first of all target this button which is responsible for images and videos. So let's write on click. And now here I'll create a callback function. Now inside this callback, what I'm going to write is, I'm just going to write dispatch. And here I want to call this action from app.jsx, which is actually called toggle media modal. Here again, O was extra, so I just removed it. So toggle media modal. I'm just going to go back and call it over here. Toggle media modal. You see, it's going to come from Redux slices app. So I've imported it, and the value that I want to pass over here is true. That means I want to set the current value of this modals variable inside app. You can see we are going to have this media variable. I want to set its value to true when that action is triggered. So we can now again go back to our application. Actually, it's crashing due to some reason. Let me just inspect why that is. So I'm just going to check this console, and here you can see X is not defined. Actually, it's complaining about the icon that we have used but not imported in the component. So let's just go back, and inside media picker, you see this is the X icon that we are getting error for. So I'm just going to import it from cursor icon slash react. After that is done, we can go back to our application and close this and see. If I click on this paperclip, you see, and I'm going to click on images and videos. Yeah, this time we can see a modal window which says choose media and choose media files to send actually. And if I just close on this, basically click on this one, actually I'm not able to close. And the same thing happens when I click outside. So what is happening? Let me just check. I'm again inside this media picker, and on this X button, actually we have removed the logic. So we want to now dispatch the action again. The action is called toggle media modal. And inside this, since we want to close the model, so I'm going to pass false. Okay, like this. And for the escape key, we can just get the logic from this voice recorder. So we are just going to basically get this use effect. Okay, and all the logic inside it. Go back to our media picker, paste it over here, and let's first get all the required imports. First thing is use effect. Then instead of toggle audio modal, it will be toggle media modal. Okay. Let's also check here in place of audio, it will be this variable media, which tells us whether the media modal is currently open or not. Then, yeah, this key handler function, rest of the things can remain the same. So if we just go back, okay, and now if I click on this cross button, then you see it closed. Again, I want to check for the escape key as well. So I'm going to press the escape key and it closed again. So that means our functionality is working. And next thing I should create is, let's just see over here. Yeah, we also need this type your message and this send button. Okay. And we are going to focus on creating this file drop zone in the next video. So before that, let me also show you one more thing, and that is if you click on GIF, search for a GIF, let's say dog, okay, and we already created this picker for the Giphy, and there we have created the exact same thing, which is actually a row containing this input along with the send button. So I'm just going to copy it from this component. So let's just first of all we need to locate it, and that is our GIF modal. Now inside GIF modal, you see this is the div which contains input and the button. Let's just copy this thing from here, go back to our media picker, and inside media picker this is the div responsible for displaying the text and the button in a row. After that we need to display our file picker, actually file drop zone. I'm going to call it file drop zone. So we need to place the file drop zone in between, and at the end we'll have our input section. So I've just placed the code, but again please make sure that you import the icon, otherwise you are going to get an error. Okay, so if I just go back to my application in development mode, yeah, I can see this input section over here. So that means everything is fine till this point. Now, in the next video, we are going to just duplicate the same thing for our next model, which is our files and documents. Then, in the video after that, which will be the third video for this particular thing, we are going to then create our file drop zone. Okay, so that's it for this one. Let's meet in the next video. So now we can do the same thing for this files and documents. I'm just going to go back to my code base, and let's actually get this media picker code copied. Okay, then we can create another component. I'm going to call it document picker. So let's write document picker dot JSX. Then we can paste all the code over here. First of all, let's change the name of the component, and that will be our document picker. Then the next thing we can do over here is we should change this from media to actually document, the variable that we want to use now. And over here, let's also change it from media to document. Okay. Then the same thing over here, where we are basically writing this condition for the display property. So here again, I'm going to write document. Please make sure that you don't do any spelling mistake, because that is the variable name over here inside the state, and we need to write exactly the same thing. Okay. Then the next thing is actually here you can see this document is our own variable, and this document is actually not going to work because of that, because this refers to the window. Okay, so we need to basically change this somehow. What we're going to do, I'm going to call it doc actually instead of document. So inside our app.jsx as well, over here, instead of calling it document, we are going to call it doc. Same change will be over here inside the reducer update document model. We are going to call it state.modals.doc. Okay. Now inside the document picker, the variable name is now changed to doc. Let's change it over here. Don't change it in these two places. This refers to the window. Okay, not the document that we are talking about. It's the window, and over here also it should be changed to doc. I hope that this is going to be fine right now, and let's also update this text that is written over here, and that is choose files to send. We can just write files because it can be any kind of file for that matter. And then the next thing is we should also change this toggle media modal. Instead of toggle media modal, it's going to be toggle document model. Okay, and let's actually remove this one, this media model. Here also we need to change the same thing, so I'm going to write toggle document model. Let me just correct it, document model, like this. And since this is unused, so I'm just going to remove it from here. Okay, then after that we can go to the trigger place, and by trigger I mean this attachment.jsx. And similar to what we are doing on this button, when we click on it, we are dispatching an action toggle media model. Similar thing is going to happen when we click on this another button which is responsible for files and documents. So we can just write on click, and then this function over here, then we can write dispatch, and over here we can write toggle document model,
And inside this, we need to pass through, because when we click on this button, we want to basically display that modal window. Okay. And it's not going to display. Let's actually test it out, and you'll see why. If I click on this files and document, you see nothing is happening, because right now the variable is updated in the state. You can just check that. If you go to app modal, and inside modals, you can see right now GIF is closed, audio closed, media closed, but doc is open, but still we can't see it. Can you see it? I hope you like. I'm sure you cannot see it, because it's very important that we also place this document somewhere inside our DOM tree. So we have created this document but never used it. So we need to go inside this messages.jsx, and here we need to place it like this document picker, which is going to come from component slash document picker. So many times, like if you are a beginner, you can make such mistake, like you already created the component, okay, but you don't use it and you are not seeing it. Then you might be scratching your head for some time and wondering why it's not happening. So these are some silly mistakes that many developers do. So I'm just pointing it out so that you can basically remember it, and now you can basically have a idea about how to create this type of functionality. We can just try it out again. So it's already set to true. That's why it's open. And if I just click on this close button, it's getting closed. So that thing means we are already halfway through this thing, and we can now focus on building this component at the middle, which is this file drop zone. So let's meet in the next video where we are going to tackle that. Okay. And I hope you are enjoying building this application with me. So let's meet in the next. So now the purpose of this video is to work on our file drop zone. And what I mean is, we want to create a component which can be used to pick files, okay, from our from our desktop basically. And how we are going to proceed is, we're first of all going to our npmjs.com, where we can discover the package that we are going to need. And this package is called drop zone. Okay, you can just search for it, and here this is the one that we are going to actually use. There are lots of drop zone, and you can actually make use of anyone, but the one that I'm going to teach you in this one is this drop zone. Okay, and just click on it, search for it. Okay, and you can see it's quite a popular package. You can already see how it's used. Like it already comes with lots of built-in features, like removing, okay, or like you can also see the progress when it's getting uploaded. So I like this package, and we are going to now implement this in our project. So let's just copy this command first of all. Then this is our project. So we need that package installed over here. I'm going to pull up my terminal. Let's open another terminal window. Okay, at the same directory. I'm going to paste this command, install the package. Then the next thing is, I would like to close all the open editors so that now we can focus on just building our file drop zone. Let's also collapse all the files. Then I'm going to increase the space by collapsing this terminal. Navigate inside source, then components, and over here create a new file. We're going to call it file drop zone. Okay, so file drop zone dot jsx, and then we are going to basically create a React functional component. Okay, we have created our React functional component, as you can see right here. Then the next thing we need is, we are going to now create our logic for rendering the file drop zone. And the way to do that is, first of all, I'm going to define over here drop zone ref. Okay, let's call it drop zone ref. And since I'm going to create a reference, we are going to make use of this user ref hook. I'm going to set its initial value to actually null. And similarly, we are going to create this form ref. And then again, we'll use this user ref hook. Let's set its value again to null. Then after this, we need to make use of use effect, since I want to create an instance of this drop zone when we first mount this component, and also when few variables changes. We're going to talk about these dependencies in short. But before that, let's actually get our props imported. So wherever I'm going to implement this file drop zone, I'm going to basically provide few props in order to customize its behavior. First thing is, I want to basically tell what should be the accepted files. Okay, accepted files. This is one of the props that we are going to pass. Now I want to set a default value for it. If we don't pass this, let's say if we don't pass this prop, then what we are going to assume? We are going to assume that user wants us to allow all of the image files, okay, all types of images and all types of video. So I'm just going to set it as the default value for this particular property, okay. And then the next thing is max file size. I should also get the user like this preference from the user. Like whenever we are going to use this component, we are going to specify what should be the maximum file size that I want the allow the user to upload. And I want to actually set its default value to 16 megabytes. That is why I'm going to write 16 times 1024 times 1024. Then we are also going to need to specify this URL. Actually, I'll discuss more about it when we start the API integration. So for now, I'm just going to set it to files/post. This will be used later, okay, when we start uploading our images. Now, here we have two references, okay, and then we have created a few props, okay. Then the next thing I want to do over here inside this use effect is first thing is I'll first of all get the drop zone imported. So let's write import drop zone from drop zone, and then inside use effect you should write drop zone dot auto discover. Drop zone dot auto discover, we are going to set this property to false. Now this is because we don't want to basically create multiple instances of drop zone, so that is why we need to pass this option, okay, basically set this option. Then here we are going to now check a condition. Okay, and if that condition satisfies, then we are going to create a new instance of drop zone. So here what I'm going to write, drop zone ref, okay, drop zone ref dot current, okay, and this will be equal to a new instance of drop zone. So let's write new drop zone. We are instantiating a new instance. Actually it's not a component, it's a class. So new drop zone. Then over here we need to pass few things, and that is first thing is form ref dot current, form ref reference to the form, okay. Then as the second parameter we need to pass some configurations, and that is the URL. It's going to be mapped to this URL, okay, so we can just write it like this. Then accepted files, again it will be mapped to this prop accepted files. And the max size, so here we can write max file size, and this will be actually equal to max file size divided by, and we need to divide it by 1024 times 1024. Why we are doing this? Because dropzone expects the max file size in megabytes, okay. So here I can just write this comment for you so that you can refer back to it later. Dropzone expects the max file size in megabytes, okay. Then we need to write the condition when we want to basically execute this logic, and this will happen when we don't already have an instance of drop zone. So we are going to write drop zone dot current and the like opposite of it if that is true, or we don't have a form reference dot current, okay. So here I'll write form ref dot current. So if both of these conditions satisfies, that means we haven't already created a uh, instance of drop zone, and the this form ref dot current is also set to null. In that case we are going to create our drop zone. Here actually the spelling is wrong, that is why I'm seeing the three dots, and now I fixed that. Then I also want to basically write a cleanup function. So let's write a return and then callback function for the return so that we can do some cleanup work when we unmount the component. So what is going to happen if when this component unmounts, that means it's get removed from the DOM tree. We are going to again check this drop zone ref dot current value. Okay, and if this value is basically null, okay, sorry, not null, if it has some value, then we need to destroy the instance of drop zone. So here I'm going to write drop zone dot current and then call this destroy method on it, okay, destroy.
Please make sure the spelling is correct. Otherwise, this functionality is not going to work. And if you don't do the cleanup in a successful way, then what is going to happen when you open the drop down for the second time? It's going to crash your application. So please make sure you do this step very carefully and don't make any mistake. Okay. If you get into any error, please refer back and check if you have done same as me or not. So here again we can write drop zone ref dot current, and I'm going to set its value to null after that. First of all, we destroy the instance and then set its value to null. Okay. Now let's focus on writing some JSX because we already written the logic to create and destroy our instance. Okay. So over here, what we want is I want to first of all remove this text from the div. Okay. Then inside this div, actually, we are just going to provide a few very basic class names. So first of all, I want the corners to be smooth, so I'm going to provide this rounded small. Then I also want some border. For the border, I want this color border stroke. Then for the background, I want the white color. Okay. Then I also want a shadow, the default shadow. So let's add default shadow default. Okay. Then let's also define these properties for the dark mode. So in dark mode, I want the border color to be border stroke dark. Sorry, border stroke dark. And for the dark mode, we want background to have box dark color. So let's write bg box dark. Okay. I hope this is fine. And then we can just word wrap it so that you can see it clearly in the screen size available. Then after this div, inside it, we are going to now make use of another div. Let's give it some padding. So I'm going to give it padding of 6.5, I think, from all directions. Then we should create a form which is going to contain our drop zone. So here, let's uh, let's now actually pass this action. Action will be equal to URL. Okay, the URL that we pass as the prop. As you can see from here, this URL is going to come as a prop, but if we don't pass a value for it, it's going to take this value as the default one. Then after that, we also need to pass the reference to this form, which is our form ref that we created earlier. Then I'm also going to provide it an ID, and that is upload. Then here we should basically style this form. So first of all, we should give this drop zone class name over here. Okay, this is a custom class name that we are going to create shortly. Then rounded MD, and here what I want is I want border dashed. So I'm going to write border shape should be this dashed. So let's write dash. And actually, I want to set this property as important, so I'm going to write this exclamation mark at the start. Okay. Then also, I want a few other things like border body dark. This is the color that we are getting from our theme. I also want to make it important, so I'm going to mark it like this. Also, actually, I would like this border body dark one color. Okay. Then background should be set to the gray color. When we hover over it, I want to change the border color to primary. So here I'm going to add border dash primary. Also, since I want to make it important, I want to mark this property as important. I'm going to make use of exclamation mark again. Then for the dark mode, I want border stroke dark, and let's actually again write this exclamation at the start. Now, just few more properties. Please hold on. Okay, I'm just going to finish it quickly. So, dark case, we are going to write background color, and this will be set to gray dark. Then for the dark mode, when we hover, then I want to again set border color to primary. So let's write border primary again. So this is all the classes that we need for our form component. Let me first format this document. And now inside this form, we are going to now create another div. Okay. And over here, I'm going to pass this class name, which is DZ, that means drop zone dash message. Again, this is going to be a custom class name we are going to create inside our CSS file. Then let's create another nested div inside it. Okay.
And after that, what we are going to do, we are going to now pass few class names to this one as well. So first of all, I want margin bottom to be 2.5. Okay. Then I want to make it a flex container, and justify property will be set to center. Okay. Then again, another div. Actually, I'm just going to get all the class names that are needed over here for this particular div, and I will explain all of them to you in short. So inside this div, basically what we want is we want to provide it a very high shadow value, then flex, display flex, height, width, and you can see we have provided this item center, justify center. That means we want the content to be exactly at the center, both horizontally and vertically. Rounded full means we want a complete circle. Okay. Background will be set to white in light mode, and text color will be black. Then for the dark mode, we have background set to black and text color set to white. And after that, we just need one more thing over here, and that is we want to basically get an icon. So if we just go back to our application over here, let's again try to open up this thing. And you see what we are seeing at the center right now, this white box, that is due to the div that we just created. Now inside that div, I want to basically place this icon for the upload. So we can just go back to our phosphor icons library and search for upload, and upload simple is the icon that I want to place. So what I'm going to do over here, let's write upload simple. It's going to come from phosphor icon slash react. Okay. I can set its size. So let's set its size to 24 maybe. That is going to look good. Then here inside this div, which has this flex and justify center property, I'm going to now basically add the text, which is you can see over here. The text that I want to place is drop files here to upload. Okay, that's an instruction to the user. So I just want to place it after this div, okay, which contains our upload simple icon. Here I'm just going to make use of this span tag, and let's actually style it using this font medium. So I want the font weight to be medium and text color to be black. So let's write text black. Okay. Then for the dark mode, I want the text color to be white, and we can just write the text over here, which is drop files to drop files here to upload. Okay, that's it. Now, if you just go back and use this component, you will see that now we have our drop zone functionality. But wait, before that, we are actually forgetting one thing, and that is actually very important. Inside this main.jsx, you must import some styling, and this styling is actually going to come from the drop zone library. So here I have got this URL. Just read it from my screen. That is import dropzone slash dist slash dropzone.css. And let's also search for it inside the documentation. Over here, you can see, yes, this is like they are, you can see already that they are actually importing these stylings from this particular URL. But this is not the same as the one that I have written, because they are making use of vanilla JavaScript in this example. But we want to basically write it inside our React project. So please write this line inside your main.jsx, and let's also see if we want to basically uh, create any custom class names. Okay. So here, first of all, we should just go back to our media picker, and over here where we left the comment for file drop zone, I'm going to just write the component name, which is file drop zone. It's going to come from dot slash file drop zone. Okay. And if we just go back, test out our application, let's actually open up this media picker. And now you can see actually it's appearing, but this icon and this thing, they are not like placed correctly. So I'm just going to fix that quickly. Over here, inside our file drop zone, you see, this is our, this is the span, and this is the div. We actually want them to be like at the top of each other, like in the vertical fashion. So I'm just going to write over here flex call, and let's see.
And then I also want to provide one more property, and that is align center. Align text aligns, sorry, align item center. So here I'm going to write item center. Uh, and now you can see it's placed correctly, but I would like to have some vertical space between these two. So also let's provide this property space y2. Okay. And again, let me check. Yeah, this is looking better now. If we click on it, you can see it's actually asking us to basically select the media files. And if you just want to see if it is working properly or not, then you can see these are all the images. I'm not getting an option to pick any PDF file or any other kind of file because we have written this logic inside our file drop zone that by default we want to only accept images and videos. So where we have used this media picker, okay, we haven't provided any of the props, so these default values are working. And let's say if I want to allow a bigger file size, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to allow max file size. And this max file size, I'm going to set it to, let's say if I want to allow 100 megabytes of file, then I will write 100 times 1024 times 1024. Okay. Now, this component is now customized to accept file size up to 100 megabytes. I hope you got my point. And now we can just copy this file drop zone, go to our document picker, and over here again, where we left the comment, we can import it. Don't forget to get it imported from file drop zone. Now you can see that it's imported over here, and I would like to basically set max file size for the document to be 64 megabytes. Okay. And for the media picker, I would like to restrict it to 16 megabytes, which is also the default value. So I'm just going to remove this from here. Then inside document picker, I want to allow only document files to be selected. Okay. That means I don't want images and videos. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to basically customize that behavior. So let me just get it from here. The accepted files in this case will be accepted files will be this PDF, PPT, Doc, DocX, Excel, XLSX, okay, TXT, CSV, and Figma file. So if you want, you can add more extensions over here, and those documents will also be allowed. But I have just shown you how to basically achieve this kind of functionality. Now you can work on it and extend it even more. So we can again check it. If I just close this window and open the document picker, this time if I click on this pick media, then actually media is not going to be shown to me. Let me just prove it to you. If I go to download section, you can see only the PDF files because I only have PDF, Excel, okay, and those are the allowed types. So I'm going to see that. But you cannot see any images or videos because that is not allowed to pick. So that's it. Now we have also built this functionality of file drop zone, and I'm sure you are very happy to basically learn all these things. Please make sure that you are basically following along with me. And if you get stuck anywhere, just ask me in the discussion section inside the course. Okay. So let's meet in the next video where we are going to now start building different kind of messages. Let me give you a little spoiler. Okay. So we are going to actually start by working on this uh, link type of message. So what I mean is when we send a link, it's going to show us this kind of nice preview. Okay. And we are going to again make use of a third party library, but more on that in the next video. Okay. So let's now start creating our messages section. So what I mean is right now we have very few things over here, and that is only simple text message. Okay. And you cannot see like different kinds of messages like text, media, and document, voice message. Okay. So we are now going to focus all of our attention just on this section where we want to display different kinds of messages, and we are going to make them very customizable. That means they will have props using which we can control whether they should be like incoming, outgoing message, or whether we should show the read receipts or not. Okay. And there will be like lots of props, and we are going to see everything, and we'll be building everything from scratch. First thing I want to build is the message separator. You see, this is actually needed like in most of the chat applications. You must have seen this kind of thing, which basically tells you like it groups the messages into different categories like today, yesterday, or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Okay, that means by date. So we want to create this kind of thing. What I'm going to do, let's just open up our code editor first of all, and I'm going to close all the open editors, also close all the files. Okay, then here inside source, and let's move inside our components. I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call it separator, message separator.jsx. Now let's first get our basic React functional component boilerplate code. And then inside this, we just want to basically create this kind of thing where we will have two straight lines taking all of the available space and after this chip in the middle. So what we want to create right now over here is just a div with direction, with basically display flex and direction row. So I'm just going to open up my code editor and then let's start by removing this message separated text first of all. Then over here inside of div, I can just write class name. First of all, I want it to be flex and flex row. Then we want items to be aligned horizontally towards the center. Okay. Then the space between the children's will be set to 5 along x direction. I want it to take full width of its parent. And from the y direction, I want to give it padding of 2. Then inside this flex, we want to have 3 children's. The first children is just going to be a simple div, which is going to have border bottom. Okay, so let's write border bottom, that means B. And the color for the border will be border stroke. Then also for the dark mode, we need to specify the border color, which will be border stroke dark. Okay, then there is one more property that we want to place over here, then that is grow means it's going to take as much space as it can take along the row. Okay, because it's the only children right now. Then we're going to now create a sibling for it, and that sibling is going to basically display the date or like some phrase like today, yesterday. So here first of all, let's write today. This is just for an example, but what we're going to do, we're going to accept a prop over here as the date. Then based on that, actually not date, but yeah, we can call it date because it will be separated by date. And right now we're not going to make use of this date, but later on when we start the API integration, we'll make use of it and this will be dynamic. So over here, let's now focus on styling this thing. So first thing that I want to do is I want to give it padding of 2 from all direction. Then background color will be set to gray color. But for the dark mode, we want a different background color, which is VG box dark 2. Okay. I want it to have a smooth corner, so rounded MD. That means from all the 4 corners, it's going to have some border radius. Then I want the text size to be extra small and text color to be text body. Now, in one of the previous videos, I already told you that this text body color is actually going to work both for light and dark mode. So we don't need to specify the complementary color for the dark mode. Then I want to also set its font weight to medium size. So I have done that. And now I can basically tell you that we are just going to duplicate this div which has border at the bottom and has grow property. Now our component is done. We can now use it inside our inbox. So I'm just going to navigate to our section, chat, inbox. And inside inbox, you see this is the list of messages where we want to basically render our messages. So here, let's just take these 2 messages from the top. And after these 2 messages, let me first collapse all the messages like this. Okay. And also format this document. Then after these 2 messages, I'm going to place my message separator on this line. This is just for the demonstration purpose. When we start our API integration, this will be inserted dynamically wherever it's needed. So here we can see if we just go back to our application, let me just put it to full screen. Yeah. Now after these 2 messages, we are seeing this message separator and it's just a dummy value today. It's going to be a dynamic date when we do our API integration. So that means our logic is working, our component is fine. So we can proceed to the next video. And if you are wondering how I know that this is one message and this is second, because we already discussed this in one of the previous videos. Okay, this max width 125, this means it's the message on the left side, and on the other hand where we have ml auto and max width 125, this means it's an outgoing message. Okay, so now you know how I knew the difference between these two divs, and I placed this message separator over here. So if you got the same result as me till this point, then we are very good to move to the next video. And the task for our next video is to basically create this typing indicator. Okay. So we are also going to tell the user that, yeah, the other side is typing. So for that, we need this kind of UI. So let's meet in the next. So as I told you in the last video, we are now going to start building this typing indicator. So for that, we need to first of all open up our code editor, and inside this, we are going to now create another file inside components, and this is going to be called as typing indicator. Okay, typing indicator.jsx. Now inside this typing indicator, we just want to create our function or functional component actually. And before that, we are actually going to place some css inside this index.css file. And actually, I have already written this CSS, so I'm just not going to waste time writing this stuff because it's not going to teach you anything new. Okay, so it will be better if you can just pause your screen at this point, and let me just show it all to you that whatever you have to write. Let me just zoom out a little bit. So let me tell you that at this point you should pause your screen and copy all this thing. Okay, just write everything from here that you can see on my screen. From this line number 26 to line number 55, you have to copy everything. And let me just tell you in short that this these are two class names, and on these things we are basically setting the background color. Then these are the tiny dots that will be basically like making the wave animation. We are implementing some uh, we are basically applying some Tailwind CSS classes to them. Also, we are applying this animation, and you can see the keyframe animation at 0%, 28%, and 44%. I'm just translating them to different location along the y direction. Then we are also setting animation delay for each child, which is 1 to 3. Okay, and we are setting an animation delay which basically creates an illusion of wave like effect. Okay, and now with that said, we can now go back to our typing indicator. Okay, please pause the video there and copy everything inside the CSS file that I just pasted. After that, let's now, I hope you have already done that step. And here inside typing indicator, we can now write our JSX. So first of all, we have got our div, and inside this div, we want to basically display this text typing. So let me just write typing, and I would like to style this text using Tailwind CSS. So let's write class name over here. I'm going to write class name. Text size will be medium, and text color will be set to body color. Okay, then in the dark mode I want the text to be white, so I'm just going to write text white. Then next to this typing text, I want to basically create these three dots. Let me just show it to you. These are the three. Now we have got this typing text, then we want these three dots. And first of all, we should create a container for grouping them together. So this is a div that we are going to use as a container. Now here we need to basically provide class. Okay, and now here I'm writing class specifically, not class name. Okay, you should do the same because we are using this CSS that we have written over here. Okay, so that doesn't matter. We are still writing JSX, so you can choose to write anything. But yeah, here you need to pass this TI container, and then inside this we are going to have another div which is going to basically place all the tiny dots in a row. So I'm going to write flex over here. Then we want items to be centered at the start, and height of this container will be like since I'm using a square bracket, that means I am writing a custom value. Okay, like 17 pixels. Then inside this we just need three tiny dots. So here I'm going to write div, and class will be ti dot. Now this class name is actually coming from this index.css, since we have already used this class name.
So please make sure you don't do any spelling mistake. This should be ti container and this is ti dot. Now you can just basically duplicate it 2 times. So copy this line and hold your shift alt key and press the down arrow key. Okay, if you are working on Mac OS, instead of alt, you can use your option key. Then let's actually also style this parent div. So here I'm going to write class name. First of all, it should be flex and flex row, item center, and the space between this text and the 3 dots. I want to provide space in x with the value of 3. Then max width, I want to give it max width of it. That means it should only take the width that is sufficient for its content. So if you just hover over it, you can see the same thing. It's saying max width should be equal to the fit content width. That means only the space which is needed to fit the content of its children. Okay. Then background color is going to be set to gray color. Then for the dark mode, background color will be set to box dark 2 color. Okay. Then padding will be 4 in all direction. I also want some roundedness along all the 4 corners, so rounded axle. Then actually I don't want any roundedness on the top left corner, so I'm going to write rounded dash TL. TL means top left, and on this corner I don't want uh any border radius. Let me show you why. Because if you take a look at it, like on these messages which are actually our incoming messages from the other side, you can see on the top left actually we have this sharp uh, corner, but on the other sides it's smooth, which means it has border radius, and that is just an effect created to tell you that this message is coming from the other side. And over here you can see there will be border radius will be set to 0 on this bottom right corner. So I hope you get that point. It's just for our UI purpose why we are providing this rounded axle on all 4 sides first, and then disabling uh, border radius on the top left corner. Then it's time to make use of it. So back inside our inbox, uh, this is our list of messages. This div contains all the messages. Now at the bottom, I would like to basically place my typing indicator. You can see it's going to be imported from components slash typing indicator. Please make sure that you also import this, because in my case, auto like my ID has imported it, but it may be possible that this feature of auto import might not be working in your case. So please make sure you type it manually. Okay, if it doesn't work. So after that, we can again go back to our application that we are developing, this one. And here at the bottom, yes, you can see this typing indicator. Now, when we start integrating our API and use web sockets, then actually this data is going to come from our backend, which will tell us when the like other side starts typing. So we'll be making use of some logic from the backend to decide whether to show this typing indicator at some point or not. So I hope you enjoyed building this typing indicator with me, and let's meet in the next one where we are going to now create another type of message. So now it's time to create our text message. Okay, actually we already have it, but now we are going to create it as a separate component and reuse it. Because let me show you that inside our project right now, if you just take a look at inbox and go to this list of messages, you can see we are actually writing the same piece of code again and again, and that is not what we want when we are building our application with React. Because the major reason why we are using React is to get the benefit of components. Okay, that means we can break down our application into simple reusable pieces. Okay, and that makes our application more efficient. So in order to implement that thing, we are now going to create a separate folder inside components. This is going to be called messages. Now, why I am creating a separate folder? Because there are not just like one or two kind of messages. We have multiple different kinds of messages. So you can see we are going to have our text message, but text message can also contain link. Okay, in that case we are also going to show this preview. Then we have our voice message. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but I'm going to play it. So you saw that this is our voice message where we are going to basically show the time. Okay, initial time, total time, then this track is going to move. So this kind of functionality is something that we're going to basically
encapsulate inside just one component and then we'll reuse it. Then we also have our media message where we can basically send user multiple images, videos along with some caption. And there is one more thing. We are going to actually implement this feature. Okay. This is called Lightbox, where we can actually see all the images, videos, and we can zoom in, zoom out. We can autoplay them. We can go to full screen mode, and even we can have video inside it. Okay, and that video will be playable. You can see as you can see over here. So that is it. Now you know why we want to create a separate folder, because we have lots of features and lots of things to implement. Okay, so I hope you understood that point. Okay, and now inside this messages I want to start by creating our first component, and that will be our text message. So let me write text.js. Okay, now, similarly, there will be many more components like our voice message. So for that, we'll have voice.jsx. Okay. Then we'll also have our document message. So for that, I'm going to write document.jsx. Then another kind of message, which is our media message. So let's write media.jsx. Now I haven't created any separate file for link message, because link is just text. So we are going to do that functionality inside this component. Now what I want is I want to first of all create boilerplate code inside each one of them. So let me write uh, this boilerplate code using the extension. Okay, and over here as well I'm going to just try this boilerplate code. Now if you don't have this extension installed, just go over here. Let me show you. In my extensions you can see uh, this is the one that I am using. Okay, and over here you can also find few more for the React, I suppose. Yeah, simple React snippets. You should download this one, and when you do it you will have access to all these basically shortcuts. And the one that I am actually using over here is RFC. Okay, which actually creates a React functional component for me. So you can actually see a list of all these things, and this will actually make your development very fast. Okay, so I would suggest installing this simple React snippets by this author, and it has got like 5-star reviews. So I trust it. Okay, and I use it in all of my projects. So back to our code base. Here we have now created these four components. And I actually don't want the import statements to be like scattered all over the place. So I would like to group them together. For that, we are going to now create our index.js file so that we can export all of them as a named component. So let's write over here export, and then inside curly bracket I'm going to write default as, and then the name. Now for this text message I would like to import it as text message in the component where I am going to use it. So I'm going to write import as default as text message from, and then the file path which is text. Now similarly we want to do the same thing for the other components as well. So I'm just going to duplicate it 3 times, and then let's write over here instead of text it will be our voice message, then it will be our media message, and then we have our document message. Okay, let's also update the path over here. So the second one, that is our voice message. So let's write voice. Then we have our media message. So let's write media. And the last one, which is our document message. So let me just write document. So that is how we are going to export all of them as a named component. And now we can basically make use of these components with these names in other files. I'll tell you how to use that. But let's now focus our attention onto this text message. And actually, in order to focus better, I would like to basically close all the files so that we have less distraction over there. And we can just now start again by going into components, messages, and text. So this is what we want to focus on. But we should also open another file, which is our section chat inbox. Okay, now here you can see actually this message and this message, they are both text message, but they have some differences. So I'm just going to copy both of them, and let's actually place them over here. Then I'm going to comment both of them. Let's actually comment this one as separate, and then this one as separate. Now, what I want over here inside text messages, I want to make it customizable. When I say customizable, what I mean is, let me write some prop name and then you'll understand. First of all, I'm going to basically get this variable incoming, whether the particular text message that we are showing is incoming or outgoing. Okay, because we can have a message from two different sides. So we need this information. Then who is the author? That means who is the like originator of this message. Then we also want to know the timestamp of message so that we can show the time at which this message was delivered. Then we also want to get the read receipt status. And if you are not familiar with the read receipt, then let me tell you. Read receipt means telling or conveying the information whether the message has been sent, delivered, or read. So there are many stages when we send a message. First of all, it gets sent from our server. When it's successfully delivered to the other side, then it's marked as delivered. Okay. And when it's read by the like second party, then it's basically called as a read message. So there are three status which we call as read receipt. Okay. Now, obviously, we are also going to need a content because it's a text message, so it must contain some text. So that is our content. Now you see, we are going to basically receive all these as variables, and we can now customize our text message based on that. So here, first of all, in order to return some JSX, we would like to first of all decide whether it's an incoming or an outgoing message. So if it's an incoming message, then we are going to render this way. Okay, actually, this JSX, but obviously we are going to do some customization. And if it's not an incoming message, that means it's outgoing, written by us. Okay, then we are going to get this one. So let me actually just uncomment it, copy it. Actually, I'm going to cut it and then paste it over here between this colon and semicolon. And we can now safely remove this piece of code as well. So yeah, now we are fine. Okay, so now what we want to do next is instead of displaying this constant name, we are going to fill it with the author name. Okay, so we are going to use this placeholder author, and then here instead of displaying this like text message content directly over here, we're actually going to make use of content. So let me just write content over here. Okay, we need to do the same changes in the second message as well, which is actually our outgoing message. Since it's an outgoing message, we don't want to show our own name. That is why we have like omitted this paragraph, as you can see over here, for this, for showing the author name. And here I can just fill in the content placeholder. Then what is common between both of them is this timestamp. Now, this timestamp is actually the variable that we are getting with this name, timestamp. Okay, and we want to show it over here. Now, this timestamp is actually not going to be like in the UTC format. It's going to be in this format, HH, MM, okay, and then AM or PM. So I'm just going to replace it with the placeholder. That is our timestamp. Also over here, we can write it like this. Now, this is a very basic implementation of our text message. And we can now reuse this as many times as we would want. Okay. So inside inbox, this means that now we don't have to basically write the same piece of code, same day with styling everything over and over again. We can just, instead of writing this thing, okay, let me show you. Instead of writing this div, we can now actually import our text message. Let me also take you back that over here, when we were importing it from index.js, we called it as text message. So I'm going to write that name text message. And now you see my editor is suggesting me to import it from component slash message. Okay, now you'll see at the top it's imported from component slash message, and it's not a default export, it's a named export. That's why it's inside the curly bracket. Okay, and now we got our text message, but here we need to basically pass these props. So first of all, about the author name, as you can see over here, is this Andrew Thomas, but I would like to customize it to my name. So let me just pass Shreyans Shah. Okay, that's fine. Then the next thing, which is our content. What do you want to say as in your text message? So I would just like to say, hi there. This is our first message. Okay, something like that. Okay, we're just testing it out. And after that, let's also write whether it's like I'm also going to provide it this read receipt. Now this read receipt is actually it's something that we haven't actually used inside our text message. You can see it's still saying that read receipt is declared, but its value is never read. We are going to do that, but for now I'm just going to pass read receipt as sent. Okay, it can be delivered or read as well, but we'll see that later. Now the next thing is whether it's incoming or outgoing. Actually, I can make it like whatever I want. If you see over here, all the messages on the left side, they are actually our the messages that are incoming, and the messages on the right side, they are actually outgoing. That means sent by us. So I want to basically create the first message as incoming. So here I'm just going to pass boolean value, which is either true or false. Since I want to make it incoming, I'm going to pass true. Okay. Then let's also provide this timestamp. Okay. So I'll just use this value 1:55 p.m. or let's actually write 2:44 p.m. Okay. But please make sure that it's a string. Okay. Otherwise, you are going to get into an error. So 2:44 p.m. something like that. And let me just word wrap it so that you can see it clearly. Now, if we just go back to our application in development mode, then you can see now there are two messages on the like over here. This first one is actually due to the JSX that is basically written right inside inbox, and this one is coming from the component where we pass the name and the user's message timestamp. So what I would like to do, I would like to remove this JSX which is actually written inside our inside our list of messages. So I'm just going to remove that from here like this. Okay. And now we can just make use of this text message whenever we want to render a text message. And let me just show you the beauty of this. If I just set this incoming from true to false, then what is going to happen? Right now, you see this message is on the first message is on our left side, and it's also basically telling us the name of the author. But if I just set it from true to false, okay, then you can see how it changes. It's now on the right side, and its appearance has changed. Now it has border on these border radius on these three sides except for the right bottom. Also, the color has changed significantly. Okay, like it should be. And also there is no author name because it's sent by us, so we don't want to see our own name. So that's the benefit. We can just customize the props, and we are going to get the desired result. We can basically use it as many times as we would want. So that is our text message. Now there is one thing that I would like to improve over here, and let me tell you what that is. So if you take a look at this application, then if we send, let's say, a link along with the text, then what I expect is to see a preview like this. But if I do that right now, let's say I go back to my VS Code editor, and over here where I'm passing the content, let's say I include a link. So let's say I include the link for npm.js. Let me just get the link first of all. So I'm just going to visit npmjs.com, and then I'll copy this link, and let's go back, and I'll paste it over here inside our content. And then if we just go back again, then you can see it's actually appearing as a simple text, not as a preview. It's not showing a preview, not even a clickable link. But here you can see it's clickable. If I click on the link, I get to the website. Okay, and also it's showing me a preview. So we want to basically create something like that, and that's actually going to be the part for our next video. I hope you are enjoying watching this. Okay, and you are learning a lot along with me. So let's meet in the next one where we are going to fix this text message where we are sending link. Okay, so now actually we are going to implement this functionality, okay, for the preview of link. Well, for that, actually, we are going to make use of this package called at the rate microlink slash react. So we are going to first of all install this inside our project, copy this installation command, and go back to your terminal. Okay, let me pull up my terminal. I'm just going to paste this command, let it install. Actually, let me tell you what is going to happen. We are going to now create another folder inside source. So let me create a folder inside source. I'm going to call it utils. Okay. Utils means we are going to add utility functions. Utility functions are just some helper functions. Okay. So inside this, let's create a new file. And actually, what do I need? I want to create a function which is going to extract links for me. So I'm going to write its name as links, extract links.js. Okay. And now the name is clear what it's going to do. Let's see how we want to basically proceed with it. What's actually going to happen? You see, inside text message, it might be the case that sometimes along with simple text we can also receive links. Okay, not just one link, there can be multiple links in the same text. So I want to create a function which will basically separate all the links, okay, and give me a new string. Okay, so let's see how we are going to proceed with that. So let's create a very simple function. Here I'm just going to write function and then the name of function, which is extract links. Now here I want to basically give an input string. Input string is just the text which is sent by the user, written by the user, like over here. This is the raw text that we are talking about, this one content. Okay. Now we are going to basically receive that content as the input string inside this. And here we are going to make use of regular expression in order to basically separate all the links. Okay. So here I'm going to write in the next line const URL regex. Regex means regular expression. Now, please don't ask me about the explanation of this, okay? Because I haven't written this regular expression by myself because uh, it's very like complex. I don't actually know all the patterns in regular expression. So what I generally do whenever I need to write some regular expression, I'll take the help of Google. I'll Google it because most of the time you can find some common patterns already available on Stack Overflow. If you can't find that, then there are tools like ChatGPT, Gemini. You can use them, and they most of the time they'll give you the proper response. Okay, so this is just a regular expression which is going to help us identify all the uh, links. Okay, HTTPS links inside our string. So that's it. Now, let's create an array. So here I'm going to create an array to hold the found links. Whatever links we are going to find inside the text, we're going to store them inside an array. So let's create links array. This is going to be an empty array at first. Okay. Then in the third step, what we are going to do, we're going to replace the URLs. We're going to find all the URLs and then we are going to replace them with the desired HTML structure. What I mean is, let me just write the function and then you'll see what I want from this function basically. So here I'll write const modified string, and this will be equal to the input string that we are getting. First of all, I'm going to get that string, and on that string I'm going to call this a replace method. Okay. Now here I'll make use of this regular expression. Okay, and let's create a callback function. This is how we can make use of this replace. Basically, everywhere where this regular expression is satisfied, we are going to perform some operation. So we are going to get that URL as the argument to this function. Then what we are going to do, we are going to create an URL object first of all. So let's write URL object, and that can be converted simply using this URL API provided by the browser. Okay, so here I can just write in most of the browser you can find this. Okay, so new URL, and then we pass this input which is URL. Then we want to identify the domain of that URL, and since we have a URL object, we can easily get the domain extracted from the URL object. So we can just simply write URL object, and on that we can get all these properties like host, hash, host, and href origin. But what I'm interested in right now is to get the domain name. Okay, no, actually not the domain, but the host name. So let me write host name. I'm sorry for that, mistake earlier. Then what we're going to do inside this links array, we are going to push the URL. So let's write push URL. Then at the last, we are going to return some basically HTML from this. And let me tell you that we are going to basically return a span tag. So let me write span. And over here inside this span, we are actually going to contain another element which will be our anchor tag, a tag for displaying links. Okay, so a tag. Now inside this a tag, what I want to basically display is just the domain, not the full name, but just the domain. So here I'm going to write this, why I've used this backtick, because I wanted to do this string interpolation. Otherwise, I could have just used simple single quote or double quote. but I wanted to write some variable inside it. That means a string interpolation. That's why I've used this backtick. It's a like new feature in JavaScript, so you must know about it. And now here I'm going to just provide some class to the span as well as to the anchor tag for some styling using Tailwind CSS. And let me just provide the primary color. So here I'm going to write text primary, and I also want it to be underlined. Then over here inside anchor tag, I just want to basically provide two things. The first is href, okay, the link where it should take when the user clicks on it. And again, this is going to be a variable. So here we can just write dollar sign curly bracket, and user should be taken to the actual URL when clicked on this link. And also I want to open the link in the new tab. That's why I'm going to provide target as underscore blank. Okay. So now here we have created this modified string, and now we want to return an object from this function, and we're going to return two things. The first is original string, and this original string is actually the input string. Sorry, not the input string, but the modified string. But it's going to be in a different format. That means wherever we found the link, we are going to replace them with this HTML, which actually contains a styled anchor tag. Okay, and also we have specified the href and target property. Then I also want to basically return from this function this links property. Links is actually going to be an array of all the links that we got that we basically found inside the input string. Now back inside this text message, we can write over here before returning our JSX. We are going to now make use of that function. So here let me write extract links, and inside this we need to pass the string which is our content. So I'm just going to pass this content variable. After that is done, we are going to get two things out of it, and those are links and original string. Now since we have some uh, you know HTML written inside original string, so we can't just basically write it like this content, otherwise we'll see some HTML inside our UI. Let me show you. Here actually it's crashing. Let me get the reason by inspecting the console. Here you can see extract links is not defined. Okay, that means we are using it, but it's not imported. So this is just a very simple mistake sometimes happens. Actually, my ID is not actually importing it, so I'm going to do it manually. Let's write import extract links from, and then the path name, which is dot dot slash. Then we need to go to utils, and inside utils we have this file. Now if I just go back and yeah, right now still we are rendering content, but let me just replace it with the original string that we are getting over here, and let's see what change do we get. Okay, so here in my browser still it's crashing again. Let's see what is happening over here. Okay, so it is not a default export, it's saying. So here we need to go inside extract links, and actually you can see I have created this function, but I actually forgot to export it from here. So here I'm going to write export default. That's my mistake. I'm sorry for that. Let's correct it. So now I've exported it as a default. Okay, now we can simply import it over here, and let's see again if I just refresh my application, and now this time it's working. So here you can see right now, uh, in place of that link npmjs.com, actually we got this span, and inside that we have this anchor tag. We don't want to display HTML. We want to actually display the UI in a styled manner, and that is not going to be achieved if you are going to pass your original string like this. So what we should do, instead of passing it as a children, we are going to remove it from here first of all, and then inside this paragraph we have this property. Okay, actually on all the HTML elements when we are writing JSX. So right now we need to use that property. So here I'm just going to write dangerously set in our HTML. Now you might be scared with this name, dangerously set in our HTML. Here we need to provide an object, and the property that we are looking for is HTML. We want to provide HTML, and that is our original string. let me tell you that there is no harm in using this property over here. Why? Because this content that we are rendering, it's not coming from the outside. It's generated by us inside our client side. Okay, and we know that we haven't actually, injected any malicious code, because if this string was coming from some outside source, user generated, then we cannot just render it like this, because it can contain some malicious code like a bug tracker and anything possible. Okay, and it can basically steal your data and do harm for you. But right now we can trust it because we have created it and we know it's safe. So that is why I'm going to set this dangerously set in our HTML property over here. Now if you just go back, and this time you can see the link is appearing in a different manner. That means we can click on the link, it's styled and it's looking great, but still we cannot see the preview. So for that reason we have installed this microlink react package. Now we can just go back to our text message again, and after we have set it this dangerously set in HTML, after this paragraph I'm going to render the preview. Now for that preview I'm going to check this links, and if the links array's length is greater than 0, that means inside text we have at least one link, then in that case we are going to make use of this micro link. Actually that package is not imported over here, so let me just write import micro link from micro link. Actually it's incorrect, so let me write it again, import micro link from at the rate microlink slash react. Okay, now the import statement is correct, so I can use the component over here micro link, and inside this we just need to pass a prop, and that is our URL that you want to display. So I just want to display the first URL from this links array, so I'm just going to write links, and then to get the first element use a square bracket notation and the index, which is 0. Then let's also make it styled, so here we can just make use of this style prop and write that it should take 100% of the available page, that means of its parent. Okay, now we should do the same thing for the other type of message, which is outgoing. So let me write after this paragraph microlink line. Okay, then we can just go back and see, yeah, it's loading, that means it worked. Okay, and you should be happy because right now you can see that you are also able to display a preview for the link, and also link is clickable. It's not looking ugly, like when we were rendering it as an HTML or just as a raw or the raw link. So we have made quite a progress till this point, you can see. And what I would like to do, here you can see this div contains a paragraph and the preview, so I would like to provide some spacing between the two children in y direction. So let's write space space dash y and 2. Okay, that means spacing in y direction with the value of 2. So here I will repeat the same, space dash y 2, and again, yes, see, here now we have got some space and it's looking nice. So that means this is done. Now in the next video I would like to focus on one more thing, and that is this tick. This tick is actually due to the read received variable. Now, let me tell you that it will be a single tick without color. Okay, you can see it's not color, it's just gray. This double tick with gray color means it's delivered. This double tick with blue color means it's read by the user. And if we have just single tick, and that will be in the gray color, obviously, then that will mean that our server has sent it, but the user hasn't basically received the message yet, and they are yet to read the message after it's delivered. So now we are going to implement this read receipt feature in the next video. I hope you enjoyed watching and building this preview feature with me. Let's meet in the next one. Now in this video, I would like to draw your attention to this thing. You can see over here, I already talked about it in the last one as well, that we are going to now implement this read receipt feature. That means this double tick, single tick and blue tick. Let's go back to our code base again, and let me first write it as a comment so that you can basically visualize it more clearly. Let me write three comments over here. Let me also zoom in so that you can see it clearly. Now, what I'm telling you is that when we have a single tick and it's going to be in gray color, this means the message is sent from our server, okay, to the user. And there will be a time when we'll display two tick, okay, but in gray color. This means that the message is delivered to the user but not read. Okay, delivered but not read. Okay, then there is a third case where we display true tick but in blue color. Okay, this means that the message has been read. So now you understand we want to convey this information, okay, so that when we send a message, we get to know, okay, the receiver has received the message or not, he has, read it or not. So that's the purpose of implementing this feature. And we'll be doing it based on this variable read receipt. As I told you earlier, let me also write a comment over here that this read receipt can have three values, okay. So those three values that are possible are, let me write over here, the first value, let me not write it like this. I'll remove this square bracket. The first value is it can be read, okay. It can be delivered or sent, okay. These are the three possible values, and we want to basically, based on the value, we want to show the appropriate UI to the user. Now, in order to implement this, let me also tell you that we are not going to implement this feature for incoming messages because that doesn't make sense. If a message is coming to us, then we don't, and this doesn't make sense that we should know if the user has read or not because it's us we are talking about. Okay. But when we send a message to the user, then we should know the status of that message. So we are going to implement it in the second case that you can see over here, which is our outgoing message. Now, here, after we implemented this micro link, okay, we have this div, okay, which contains paragraph and the micro link. After that, what I want is I want to create another div. Please make sure it's a div which is sibling of this one. Please make sure you are doing it correctly. Now over here we need to provide some class names. So the first class name I would like to add is flex and flex row. That means it's a flex container with the direction set to row. And also items property will be set to center so that we can have multiple childrens and horizontally they will be aligned towards the center. Now I want to put everything towards the end of the row. So I'm going to set justify property to end. Also, I want to have a spacing between all the childrens of this flex. In x direction, I want a spacing of 2. So I have given this class name is space x2. Right? Then let's make use of a div. Okay. And this div is actually going to contain a conditional. So let's write over here read receipt. Then we are going to check the value. Okay. We are going to check the value and we'll check if it is not sent. Okay, the read receipt is not sent, then we have to display a check. That means a single check. Let me also write it like this so that you can see it. Check. Actually this first icon will be checks, but this means two ticks, and the second will be check. Then where I'll explain why I've written this condition. Let's also get these icons imported from phosphor icons slash react. So I'm going to write checks and you can see it's going to come from phosphor icons slash react. Similarly, check is also going to come from the same library. So make sure you import it correctly. After that, let's also set the weight property. I would like it to be bold, and also I would like it to have the size of 18. Then on this check, I would again like the weight to be bold and size to be again 18. In curly bracket, obviously not a square bracket. So that is, we have written the condition. What this means is if the message is not equal to if the read receipt is not equal to sent, then you have to basically show double ticks. If it is not sent, then that if the status is not sent, that means it's either delivered or it's read by the user. So that is why we are displaying this checks. In case if it is not sent, then we have to display just a single tick. That is why we are displaying check. And in order to style it appropriately, we also need to write class name on this div. So let me write class name. Actually we'll be making use of JavaScript variable inside over here as well. That is why I want to basically make use of this string interpolation technique. So I will use backtick instead of single or double quote. And then inside this dollar sign curly bracket, we can write JavaScript. So I'm going to check the value of read receipt, and I will uh, check over here this condition. If it is not delivered, okay, not delivered, then what you have to do, then you have to display a different set of style, and if it is set to delivered, then display a different set of style. So if it is delivered, then the text color is going to be primary, that means blue tick will be shown. And if it is not delivered, then the text color should be the body color, and in dark mode text color should be white. So here I'm going to write in dark, text color should be white like this. So now we have implemented this thing, we can also test it out. And you see, this paragraph which contains the timestamp is actually out of this div right now. But what I would like to do is I will shift it one place above. That means now the div containing our double tick, single tick, or this blue color tick, and this paragraph, they are now siblings, and they are siblings in of this particular inside this particular flex which has a direction set to row. That means they will be in a row and sitting towards the end of the row. Let's now check it out. If I just open up my application in development mode, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to basically set this message which we are rendering through our component as incoming, because right now it's in outgoing mode. So let's go to the inbox list of messages, and here you can see this text message. This has this property incoming set to true. Actually, I want to make it outgoing, so incoming will be set to false, and read receipt is set to send. We already know in case of send it should be a single tick, okay, with gray color. So let's see. Yes, now you can see the message is here. We can see the timestamp and this tick side by side. This tick is just single because it's just sent, not delivered, not read, and also it's in gray color. That means our logic is working. If I change this to, let's say, delivered, delivered means it's a delivered to the user, but it's still not read. So double tick with gray color. Let's verify that. Yeah, double tick with gray color. And if I just set it to read, here let me again check. If it is not delivered, then you have to do this. Actually, it should be a little bit different here. The condition should be, if it is not a read, then you should do this. Okay, now if we just check it out again, here first of all let me make change to inbox. So I have now set it to red, that is why it's double tick with blue color. If I set it back again to delivered, then it will be double tick with gray color. So now the logic is working properly, and we can now use the same thing again and again in other components as well. So that was the purpose of this video, to explain you the concept of read receipt and also show you how to implement it inside your component. So I hope you enjoyed watching this video, okay, and you learned a critical concept as well. Now in the next video, we are going to start building our document message. Okay, this type of message where we can basically send a document to the user, okay, any file along with some caption. So let's see how we can achieve that in the next one. So now it's time to build our document message. And you can see over here that inside document message, we are going to have these things: an icon, okay, file name, its size, and an option to download the particular file. We are also going to provide the user with some caption, okay. If it's an incoming message, we'll show the author name, and if it's an outgoing message, we're going to show the read receipt and not the author name. So let's now get back to our code base. Okay, this is a code base on which we are working. I'm just going to zoom out, okay, a little bit, and then over here, let me first close all the files and also collapse this file explorer. Then what I'm going to do inside the source components, I'm going to actually inside messages, let's go to this document, okay, and inside document now we need to write a lot of logic. First of all, I should again tell you all the props that we are going to get into this component. The first thing is whether it's an incoming or outgoing message. So this will be a boolean prop. Then after this, we are going to also get the author name, timestamp, timestamp, and read receipt. Okay. But actually there will be more props later on, because right now I'm just going to hard code the file name, file size, and you know uh, also the file link. But later on when we integrate it with our API, we are going to get all these things as well. So this is not an exclusive list of props that you're going to get. It will increase over the time. So here again we need to basically write a conditional. I'll write incoming. If it's an incoming message, then we need to make use of a div. Okay. And let's actually give it some class names first. So here I'm going to write class name, and the class name will be max width 125. I want max width 125. And also I want to basically tell the parent to basically take only the width which is sufficient for its content. So that is why I'm providing w fit. Fit means width will be according to whatever fits its content. Okay. Then for the outgoing message just is just going to have one extra property, and that is margin left auto. So I can just duplicate this div over here. I can just copy it, and in order to put that outgoing message on the right hand side, we can add one more class name to it. Okay. ML auto. This is going to give it all the available margin from the left side. Then after this, let's now start by focusing on building our incoming message. What do you see in incoming message? Please pay attention over here. What can you see? The first thing is we should render the name, then a card, then timestamp. And you see all these things are in a column. Okay, so we are going to create a column and render these things. So here I am back in my code base. Okay, and the first thing I can think of is rendering the author name. So let's use paragraph, and here I'll just make use of this author placeholder so that we can basically customize it for every message. And then in order to style it, I can just write class name, margin bottom 2.5. Okay. Then I want text size to be small, font size to be medium, and sorry, font size, not font size, but font weight. I misspelled that. Please uh, forgive me for that mistake. And here I would also like it to be capitalized, because like sometime it can happen that the author name is not capitalized. Then we are going to make it capitalized using CSS. Okay. So that's our styling for the paragraph. Next thing we need is the card. Okay. This is the main card. This card with gray color that you can see, which is going to contain this white card along with the text. Now we're going to create that. So let's write div over here. Okay. And on this div, again, we are going to add a lot of class names. First of all, I want margin bottom to be again 2.5. Okay, so that it can have some spacing between itself and the uh, element which is going to be placed at the bottom of it. Then I want it to have, border radius on all the four sides of 2xl, so rounded 2xl. But since it's an incoming message, so I want to basically set the border radius to none at the top left corner. So here I'm going to write rounded at top left none. Okay, I don't want any border radius on the top left corner. Then background color will be set to gray in case of light mode. Padding from x direction will be set to 5. Padding from y direction will be set to 3. In case of dark mode, the background color will basically change to box dark 2. Here we have two variants of box dark color which are defined inside our theme that we set it up in one of the previous videos at the start of project. So I'm going to make use of this BG box dark 2 color. And also I want to basically have some space between the box and the text, which is actually caption. So I'm providing this property space y2. Now let's focus on two things inside this div. Let me again show it to you. That we have just created this outer box which is of gray color. Now we have to create this white box and this text. So that means there will be two children inside it. First of all, let's focus on the first children, which is the white box that we need. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to provide these class names to it. First of all, class name, this is going to be flex. Let me just correct the spelling, flex and flex grow, because it's going to be a flex container with direction set to row. Okay. Then items property will be set to center so that all the items are aligned horizontally towards the center. Then justify between, so that the content are is separated by as much distance as they can. Padding of two from all the directions. Then background will have a gray color but a different shade of gray over here. So actually we have gray, gray dark, gray 2 and gray 3. Here I want this gray 3 color. Okay, so I've used it. And roundedness will be set to medium, so rounded MD. And for the dark mode I want BG box dark. Okay, let me actually close this explorer so that you can see all the code I'm writing. And let me also format this document. Now you see this is the first children that we were talking about, and we have just now created this div. Next to this div, we are going to have our paragraph, which is the caption for the attachment that we have sent to the user. So we can just write anything over here. I'm just writing this dummy text. This is some text associated with this message. Okay, so this is some a random text that I've written just for development purpose. And next to this div, we are going to actually show the timestamp to the user. So let's write inside paragraph the timestamp. I'll use this timestamp variable in order to basically personalize it for every message. Then over here we should style it by giving it this class name text size extra small. Okay, I hope this much is clear. Now, inside this div, we need to focus all our attention over here. Okay. Till this point, what we have built, this author name, this gray outer box, then this inner white box, this text, also this timestamp. Now, what we need to focus on is this row where we have to build this icon, which is actually placed inside a box. Then, a column where we have two text on top of each other, and then an icon button at the end of the row. So I think this is going to be pretty simple. Okay. So the first thing we need over here is we'll create another div so that we can group these two things together. This box with icon and these two text, we are going to group them together inside a row. So I'm going to create another div with flex class name and flex row. That is our inner row, you can say. Okay. Then again, items property will be set to center, and space between the children in x direction will be set to 3. After this, we can focus on building that icon which is placed inside a box. So in order to create the box, I'll use div. And since you saw that div is actually going to have some padding, also some roundedness, that means curved corners. So I'm going to give rounded MD, that will be sufficient. Then background color will be set to actually the primary color, and I would like it to have opacity of 80%. So you can just write the color and then slash and the opacity value. Opacity value ranges from 0 to 100%. Here I have set it to 80%. Then the text color will be set to white. Then inside this div we need to place our icon. The icon name is actually, it's called file. It's going to come from phosphor icon slash react. You can import it and you can also customize its size. So I'm going to give it size of 20. Then after this div, we need to place two text. You saw on top of each other, this file name and the file size. So here again, we are going to make use of another div to group those two texts together. Let's write div. And the logic is simple. It's going to be again a flex container, but this time it's going to be a flex column. Okay. Then inside this, we are going to create two divs. The first one will be this text which contains the file name like admin v 1.0 dot zip. This is just for development purpose. This is just a dummy name. It's going to be dynamic and come from API later. So here we can actually leave it just like this because I don't want to style it any further. Then after this, we can write the other text which is going to display the file size like 12.5 megabytes, just for again displaying it as a dummy value. Then class name, it's going to be again text size extra small. No, sorry, not extra small, but is small. And font weight, it's going to be medium. So I want the medium font weight. Then we can just collapse this thing, and now we have our div which contains the icon, and this div which contains the two text. These two are siblings, and this is the parent. And after this parent, we can place an icon button at the end. So here I'm going to write button, and It's going to contain this download simple icon from phosphor icon slash react. So I've already imported it using auto import. You should also import this icon. Please make sure you do that. Otherwise, you'll run into an error. Class name, I wanted to have padding from the left side of 5. Okay. So you can just write that like this. And here you see we have actually completed our incoming message. Now, I would like to take a break because this video has been running, for quite some time. So let's take a break over here, and then I'll come back in the next video where we'll just take it forward and we'll complete the outgoing message. After we do that, we are going to make use of it inside our inbox, and then we'll test out this component and see if the functionality that we wanted to build is working correctly or not. So let's meet in the next one. So now let's complete our document message. Okay. And here in the last video, we created this incoming part. So what I'm going to do right now is I will just get all the things that we have written inside the incoming message. Okay. Like inside this div, which has class name of max width 125 and w fit, I'm going to get all those things and paste it right inside this outgoing message. Okay. That is our div with max width 125, width set to content fit, and margin left set to auto. After this, obviously we are going to make some changes to the JSX that we have just pasted over here. Okay, so let's take care of that. What I'm going to do, uh, let's start by let's start with the top. This is our paragraph. We actually don't need this in case of our outgoing message because we don't want to display our own name as the author. Then for this div, here we have margin bottom 2.5 rounded to XL. Okay, good. But instead of setting top left corner to bottom radius to none, we are going to set it to bottom right. Okay, so BR. Then instead of setting background to gray color, we are going to set background to background to our primary color. Okay, and I'm sorry, my voice just it was not good. Okay, and PX5 PY3, that is good. Space Y2, that is also good. But here I don't want to change the background color in case of dark mode. Okay, but I would like to set the text color to the white. Okay, then let's come to the next step, which is our flex row. Here we have flex row, item center, justify between. Everything is fine till this point where will have to change the background color from gray 3 to white. Okay, and here we already have this padding to roundedness set to MD. And in case of dark color, I don't want, in case of dark theme, I don't want to change the, you know, background to box dark. We are going to set it to white forever. Okay, both in light as well as in the dark mode. I also want to make this change that the text class should be primary. So I have already added that class. Now, as for the next step, which contains our file icon as well as the file name and file size, this is going to remain exactly the same. Flex row item center and space x3. Then for the next one, padding of 2 rounded MD. Actually, the background color is going to change over here. From background primary with opacity of 80%, it's going to change to 20% opacity. And also the text color will change to the primary color. Okay, these are all the styles that I have already, test, worked on already, and I'm just telling you what is going to look best. So it's just, a revision of Tailwind CSS, you can say, and you can also try to do it on your own. Here we have flex column, text size small, font medium. Then for the download button, here padding from the left side of file. Okay, then we have a caption with a message, and here after this div we have our timestamp. But since this is our again outgoing message, so we want to display read received. So let's go to the text message, and from this outgoing message, which is actually at the bottom, let's copy this div, which is actually a flex container, and it's going to contain the timestamp and the read received. So I'm just going to replace this timestamp paragraph with that one. Okay. And here we have our flex row and item center, justify, and space x2. Everything is fine. Okay. You just need to get these icons. checks from phosphor icon slash react and check from phosphor icon slash react. And yeah, this is our timestamp. So you can just again see everything is fine. All the imports are placed correctly. There is one last thing that is left on this timestamp, which is over here. We want to set text right property. Okay, that means text alignment to the right side. So this is enough. Okay, now we can just go back to our inbox. Let's open up our inbox. It's inside our section chat, and this is our inbox component. Now inside inbox we should go to our list of messages, and here you can see this is our text message from the component. Then after this message separator, I'm actually going to place our document message. So let me just remind you once again that over here where we are creating all of our messages, we are exporting all from this one file index.js, and the name for document message is document message. Okay, so we are going to use this name for the import over here, document message coming from component slash message. Now we need to provide the props over here. So the first thing is author. Here I'm going to again uh, write my name. Okay, then we can try out both incoming as well as outgoing. First of all, I'm going to try it as an incoming message. Then let's see what are the other props that we need to pass. Read receipt, I want to set it as read. Okay, and then the next thing is the timestamp. Let's set it to 4 23 p.m. like this, and after that we can just view it inside our browser. And here you can see, yeah, this is the message that is appearing due to the component that we created, 4:23 p.m. and Swayansha is the author. And now I'm going to try to make it an outgoing message. So let's see if it appears on the right side and with appropriate styles or not. So here I'm just going to flip the switch. Here I'm just going to set it incoming set to false. And okay, now you can see it's already looking pretty good. Exactly just like we wanted. Also, it's showing us this read receipt double tick with blue sign, which means the message has been read. So that's it. Now you can see we already have our simple text message with link. Okay, along with preview, we have also the read receipt feature along with this document message. Then the next in our list is this voice message. So get excited because I think this is like going to be very much new to most of you. Okay, and you can also basically use the same thing in your further projects. So you'll get a lot to learn in the next video. So please make sure you complete till this point. Okay, till this document, don't escape the lectures, and we'll see you in the next one. So now we are going to start creating our voice message. Okay, and you already know I told you about this voice message in the last video as well. So in order to create this, first of all we need to have a new component, which is our voice.jsx. You can see it's inside source component messages folder. Okay, then the first thing that we need over here is the same structure that we have been following inside the document and the text message. What I mean is, we are going to have the same wrapper, which is going to basically tell that if it is an incoming message, okay, then it has to be on this side, okay, on the left side. And if it's the outgoing message, it will be on the right side, and the color and so on. So we are going to create the same thing over here inside voice message. First of all, let me just remove this text voice. Okay, then as a next step, we are going to first of all take props over here inside this voice functional component. So we are going to basically check if it is an incoming or outgoing message. So for that we need this prop. Then we need the timestamp, okay, when this message was sent, and also the read receipt, whether this message has been read by the receiver or not. So we are going to basically create it like this. And over here, then we're going to ask this question whether it's an incoming or outgoing message. If it is an incoming message, then we're going to display another UI. Okay, and for outgoing we are going to have a different one. Okay, now for the incoming part, we just need to provide the class name max width 125. This is what we have been doing. Actually, now I'm just going to go back to my document.jsx, and over here you see I'm going to actually copy this class, but I'm just going to leave this w fit. So over here we have written the same thing. Then for the outgoing message, what we are going to do, we're just going to write margin left auto. Okay, that means as much margin from the left as it can take. Then max width will be set to 125 again over here. Then as a next step, we just need the timestamp and the waveform. Okay, so I'm just going to leave a comment that we need to place the waveform. Okay, and then we need our timestamp. So we can just get the timestamp copied from this over here. I'm just going to copy this paragraph which contains the timestamp variable, and also here we have the class name text extra small. Okay, so I'm just going to paste it like this. Okay, then over here, let's also do one more thing. I'm going to basically say if it's an incoming message. Okay, here let's actually place this class name later on when we create our waveform, because I just remember one thing that I want to show you why, on the live server. So I'm just going to tell you about that thing that we need to perform. Then over here inside this div, actually we are going to now create another div. Okay, and this div is going to have few class names again. So let me just try it. Class name, first of all, we want margin bottom 2.5. That means some margin from the bottom, so that we can have some space between the timestamp and the read receipt. Okay. Then rounded XL. That means, sorry, 2XL. I want some roundedness along the corners. Then rounded bottom right none, because I want to basically, it's an outgoing message, so I want to do this rounded bottom right none. Okay. So we'll have a sharp corner on the bottom right corner. Then padding x direction 5 and padding in y direction, that means vertical, it's going to be 3. And after that we can just place our waveform. Okay, that will be used to basically play the audio. I hope you get that. And after that, you see inside document.jsx, when we are building this read receipt part, we created this div which is actually a flex box. Okay, and it has this direction of row. It has two things. First of all, it shows you the checks whether the message has been, what is the status of message, and also it shows you the timestamp. So I'm just going to get this div which is this one with class name of flex and flex row. And after this div that we created, I'm just going to paste it. Similarly, over here inside this incoming message, we are going to create a wrapper around our waveform. Okay, so let's do that. Here I'm just going to write div. Okay, and let's add some class names. So I'm just going to write class name, and the class name that I want to add over here is margin bottom 2.5. Then rounded 2xl, that means smoothness from all the corners. Okay, then roundedness from the top left corners, that will be set to none. Okay, then I want padding from x direction to be 5 and padding from y direction to be 3. Okay, background color will be set to gray color, and for the dark mode I'm going to set background color to box dark, box dark 2 color. Okay, so this is what I want over here. I hope this is clear. Now there is one more thing that we should focus on, and that is including these imports for the icons. So let me import it from the first for icons less React. Okay, I'm just basically retyping the name and pressing enter when it's suggesting me. So you can see I have imported both the icons at the top of my file, and now I can just go ahead and use it inside my inbox component. Okay, so this is the list of messages you see. This is our text message. Okay, then this is the message separator document message. Here I'm just going to set incoming to true for the document message. Then after document message, I'm going to make use of the voice message. You see, voice message is going to be imported from component slash message. Okay, now let me tell you that why we are importing it like this, because over here you see inside this messages, we are actually exporting all the different kind of messages as the named export. I already told you this before in a video, so I'm just basically telling you so that you can remember the concept. Okay, now inside voice message, you see what are the props that we need to pass. These are the props. Incoming, actually I'm going to make it incoming false. Okay, just for testing. Read receipt, I'm just going to set it as delivered. Okay, and then the last thing, which is our timestamp, let's set the time to let's say 4:27 p.m. Okay, then we can now go back and see if it is working. So this is my application in the development mode. Okay, and here you see actually there is a message which is only displaying the this read receipt and the timestamp, and this is where we are going to see our waveform very soon, because we have just left a comment for that, but there is no waveform. That is why we are just seeing the empty space. So let me see. Okay, over here till this point we have created our wrapper for the voice message, but the next thing that we need is a waveform, and this is actually going to be a pretty long video, so I'm just going to break it down into two. Okay, so in the next one, we are going to now see how to create the waveform for our voice message using a third party library. I hope you are following along with me till this point. Let's meet in the next one. Okay, so now it's the time to build our waveform, which is basically going to have this track, and we'll also have this option to play and pause the track. So the first thing that we need to do over here is I'm going to show you this repository again. It's again a public repository, let me remind you. And over here inside the README file, if you look for this heading which says waveform render function, you are going to find a function like this. Okay. And this is just some mathematics. Okay. And we are basically going to perform. Okay. So I have already done this for you. Actually, it's not related to, web development. So I have already written this for you. It's about basically analyzing the waves, okay, and creating, the desired format, okay. So I have already created this for you, but if you want, I'm going to basically explain this in the last section of the course, okay. So you can take a look at that. But for now, we are just going to make use of it directly. So we'll copy it and use it inside our waveform function. I'll tell you. Before that, let me also tell you that I'm going to make use of a sample audio file. Okay. But later on, we'll get the audio file from our, server. So here I have basically uploaded this assets slash audio. Okay. If you take a look at it, here we have this file called fileexample.mp3. This is a mp3 audio file. We are going to make use of it inside our project right now to basically test out this feature. So here we need to go back, okay, and we are going to first of all install some dependency because this feature will be created using a third party library. So let me just open up a new terminal at the same path, okay. Then what we need over here is a library called wavesurfer.js. You can just go back to your browser, open up npmjs.com. So let's write npmjs.com, and here I'm just going to write wavesurfer.js, okay. And you see actually there is this React version of it, okay. But what I want to use is let's click on this wavesurfer dash react, and here in the documentation you can see how to use this one, okay. But we can just install this wavesurfer.js like this. Here I'm going to write npm I and then the name, which is wavesurfer.js, okay. This is the exact library that you need to install, okay. We are going to work with vanilla javascript, so I'm just making use of this library. Let's hit the enter button, okay. Then it's going to install the dependency. First of all, let me make sure that it's installed properly. So I'm going to go back to my package.json, and here you can find wavesurfer.js inside your dependencies list. So that means everything is fine. I'm just going to close all the open editors and also collapse my uh, files in Explorer. Then after closing the terminal, I want to refocus all my attention on building just this component. So I'm going to go back to component, and let's create a new file over here, and I'm going to call it waveform.js. Okay, let's actually make it JSX because we are going to write some JSX syntax. Then over here, I'm just going to first of all initialize my component with this boilerplate code. Okay. Then in order to create a waveform, we are going to now first of all write our logic. Okay. Before writing some JSX, let me write over here. First of all, we are going to basically receive the prop incoming to this component. So here I'm just going to write incoming. This will be destructured from the prop. So let me write it like this. I'm going to wrap it inside curly bracket. And this props is going to receive over here. Okay. Then after this, we are going to first of all create a reference to the waveform element. So here let me write waveform ref, and here it will be equal to useRef. UseRef is a hook coming from React. Initial value will be set to null. That means it's not going to refer to any element at the start. Okay. And after this, let me create few states. The first state that I want is for the wave surfer itself. Okay. So wave surfer comma set wave surfer, and this will be equal to our use state hook. Okay. And the initial value will be set to null. Again, if you are not familiar with hooks, then you need to basically revise your React concept. This is a project course, so that is why I'm not going to cover use state user f in detail. But if you want, you can basically take another videos. Okay, you can get lots of videos and information about React hooks on the internet. And if you want me to basically teach you about all these things, then you can request another course on React. Here I'm just going to write another state, which is playing, and set is playing. Now you already understand why I'm creating this state. As the name suggests, we are going to track whether at any given point, okay, our track, or you can say the audio is playing or not. Okay. Then, what is the current time? You already know if because I'm sure you must have used some music application and you must have seen that track moving. Okay, and they show like the current time. Okay, like at what time you are right now. So I want to basically keep track of that current time. So I'm going to create this another state which is current time. Now, here we are going to again make use of use state, and I want to initialize it with 00. Okay, that means 0 minute, 0 seconds. That is what I want. This will be actually a string, so don't write it without this single or double quote. Then also there is one more thing, which is the duration. Okay, so there is a duration for every audio track. Okay, that means how long it is. Okay, and based on at what point we are currently playing, the duration may be changing throughout the time. So let's say the whole audio clip is 5 seconds long, and we have already listened till 2 seconds, then the remaining duration is just 3 seconds. So here I'm going to just write that duration comma set duration. Okay, and this will be equal to again our user state, and at the start duration will be set to 0 0. Okay, then I'm going to make use of use effect in order to instantiate our wave surfer. Okay, so here let me just make use of this empty array. Okay, for now, so that it means this function, whatever we are going to write the logic inside this callback function, it's only going to be executed when this component is mounted. Okay, so the first thing I want to basically make sure is before we create our waveform instance, I want to make sure that this waveform ref has some actual value instead of null. So let me just write waveform ref dot current. Okay, so this is going to check if the value is not null or undefined. So if that is true, then we are going to create our wave surfer instance like this. We're going to write wave surfer, but we need to actually get this wave surfer from wavesurfer.js. So here you can see how it needs to be imported, and you need to basically do the same thing as I did. Okay, so wave surfer dot, and on this we are going to call this create method. Okay, now inside this we need to pass few things. First is container. Okay, let me tell you that we are going to very soon create a div, and we are going to basically hook this waveform ref onto that. Okay, on that div. So here I'm just going to write waveform ref dot current. Okay, that means the div on which we need to basically place that waveform. Okay, that's the point. Then wave color, what color do you want for the wave? So here I'm going to just write this color 3c. 50E0. Okay, this is the color that I want. Then here, let me also do one more thing. I'm going to make actually this, say like this. And after this, we also want to basically define a progress color. Okay, so the progress color in hexadecimal code will be 80CA double E. Okay, let me tell you why we are defining two colors, because if you take a look over here, you see the track which has already been played, it will be our progress color, and the remaining will be our wave color. So now you understand why we are defining these two colors. Okay, and then the next thing is we want to provide it the URL for the file which needs to be played. So in order to do that, again we are going to basically import our audio file over here. So let me just write import, and then we can just write audio file, and then the path to that audio file, and it's actually contained inside this asset. So I'm going to write asset slash. Okay, let me just take a look at it. Here we are currently inside this components. We can go one step back to assets. Inside assets, actually I haven't actually placed that media file, sorry, that audio file. So I'm just going to get it like this. Okay, you should also do the same from this repository that I showed you. Here you have your assets slash audio which contains the audio file. So make sure you paste that in your local repo before importing it. So here now what I'm going to do, slash assets slash audio, and inside audio we have this file called file underscore example, file underscore example dot mp3. Okay, so now that we have our audio file, I can just pass a reference to that file in place of this URL. Okay, then the next thing we need over here is the render function. Okay, and this render function is going to come from our this chatty repo. Here if you read the readme file, here somewhere you can find this waveform render function. Just search for it. Okay, so let's say you are at at this point, you want to basically get that function. Just write just first of all press control F or command F. Okay, then write waveform render function, and you'll basically get to this section. Okay, now you can just copy the code that I have written over here and place it after this URL audio file. Make sure you put a comma over here, otherwise you'll get a syntax error. And this is a render function which is basically responsible for creating a structure like this. Okay, you see the structure, it's actually being made due to our render function. Okay, and after this is done, after basically defining these things, we can now create two more things after this use effect. So I'm just going to collapse this use effect now, and let me create two functions. The first one is format time. I want to basically format time and display it when we play the audio. So here I'm just going to create a simple arrow function. Okay, we are going to get the time as the argument. Then first of all, I want to get the minutes. Okay, so minutes will be calculated like this. We'll use this math API from JavaScript, and we'll use this floor function. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to basically divide time by 60. This is going to give me minutes. Then I'm also going to get the seconds. Okay, and for this we'll use a remainder function. So here a remainder operator, sorry. So here again I'll use math.floor, and this will be time remainder 60. Okay, like this. Okay, then we can just return a string that we want to display as the time. So here I'm just going to do string interpolation. That's why I'm using this backtick sign. Then we can just write dollar sign curly bracket, not this hash sign but dollar. Let me correct. Yeah, now we can just write minutes and then colon, and then again dollar sign. Here we are going to write seconds. Okay, now I'm going to check if seconds is less than 10. Okay, then you need to display 0. Okay, otherwise just display the seconds. And here after this after writing this dollar sign seconds, all these things, I'm going to basically write dollar sign and inside curly bracket the seconds. Okay, so what we are basically doing, if it is if the seconds is like this 1 2 3, then we want to display a 0 at the start so that it is 2 digit. Otherwise we are not going to show anything, just the seconds, like 12, 13, or 50, okay, something like that. So this is our format time function, which is going to basically format the time and display it in a nice manner. Then here we are going to create another function. This is going to be called handle play pause. Okay. Now you already know that we are going to create a button and it's going to basically allow us to play or pause the audio track. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first of all check if we have a wave surfer instance or not. Okay. So at the top you can see I created this wave surfer state and then I assigned that wave surfer. This is our WS. Actually, we also need to set the wave surfer over here after creating it. Okay, let me just write over here inside the use state set wave surfer, and inside this I'll pass this WS function, WS instance. And when we are basically going to unmount the component, then I need to create this cleanup function. So I'm going to write the return statement inside use effect, then a callback function. What this callback function is going to do, it's just going to call the destroy method on WS, which means this waveform instance will be destroyed before we unmount the component. Now, inside this handle play pause, I'm going to basically check if we have a wave surfer instance or not. If we have it, then what we are going to do, we are going to check if it is playing or not. So here I'm going to write if is playing. You already know that we defined this state is playing over here. So I'm just going to write is playing. If it is playing, then I'm just going to again get to this wave surfer instance. Then I'll call this pause method on it. Okay. And in the other case, when it is not playing, then we have to use this else case, and again we are going to do the reverse, which means wave surfer dot play when it is not playing. If it is already playing, we are going to pause it. Okay. And what we are going to do over here, after this if else statement, we are going to write set is playing. Okay. And whatever is the the previous value, we are just going to reverse that, which means if it was in the playing state before, it will turn to pause and vice versa. Now, as a next step, we need to basically work on our JSX for this component. That means how we are going to utilize all these states and the wave surfer instance. Since this video is already running too long, so I'm going to give you a pause over here so that you can process all the information, and let's meet in the next video. Okay, so let's now continue with creating our waveform function. And I know that it's taking a long time to create all this functionality, but it's going to be worth it. You're going to learn all the different things that you need to know. So actually what is going to happen, there will be certain events that will be happening inside this waveform, like when it is ready to start displaying the audio, sorry, you know playing the audio, not displaying. And when the audio is processing, okay, we also need to listen for that event. And when it is finished, okay, that means when all the audio has been played. So I want to listen to those things as well. So what we are going to do, after we created this WS instance over here inside our use effect, I'm going to listen for those events and do the appropriate things. So let's write ws dot on. This on method is going to allow us to listen for certain events. Okay. So here you can see the list of all the events that are available on this waveform, like audio process, when you double click, when you destroy, decode, okay, drag to the end, drag to the start, all these things. Like if you want to create the drag functionality, right now I haven't created it over here like this. Okay. But we cannot drag it, but if you want, you have this uh, you know uh, you have this event over here that you can use in order to implement that functionality. So what I'm going to show you is we are going to implement this ready state. Okay. So what happens in this ready state, when it is ready to play the audio, we're going to create this callback function. And here I'm going to get the total duration. So how we can get the total duration from the audio clip, we can just write total duration equals ws dot get duration. We have this function that we can call get duration on this ws instance, and after we have the total duration, we can just set this duration state. So let me just write set duration, and over here I'm just going to pass the total duration value, okay, when it is ready. Then after this, let's listen for another event. So here I'm going to write ws dot on, and this time I'm going to listen for this audio process event. When it is processed, Then here I'm going to create a callback function as the second argument that will be, executed when this event happens. So let me just get the current time when the audio is processing. So current time, and that will be ws dot get duration. When it is playing at any given point, we are going to get the current time. Okay, and as the audio track keeps playing, we are going to keep updating the duration. So let me write set duration. Here I'll use the format time function that we have created already, and not the format from another library, just this format time function which is written below. Okay, now I'm just going to use it over here. We'll pass the current time. Okay, so basically we are setting the duration two times. No, actually I made a mistake here. I need to set this another state which is set current time. So let me write set current time, and after this we are going to basically add the last event listener, which is when the audio track finishes. So ws dot on finish event, when it finishes playing the audio, we can just do the same thing over here. Ws dot on finish, we can just write set is playing, and here I'm just going to write false. Okay, then we can just write set current time. Okay, we are going to again set the time to 0. So format time, inside this format time function we can pass the time value as 0. Then after finishing all these things, we can now go back to our JSX part. Okay, so over here where it's return div. Okay, what we can do, we can just write the class name, and over here actually I'm going to write this curly bracket because I want to also make use of some JavaScript variable. So let's do string interpolation using the backtick. Here I'm going to write flex row item center and space x6. That means I want some spacing in x direction between the children for this particular flex container. Padding of 2 from all direction, and rounded MD. This means roundedness of medium size from all the directions, all the corners actually. Then over here inside this dollar sign curly bracket, I can just check if it is an incoming messages waveform or the outgoing. So if it is not incoming, then we are going to basically set the background to transparent color. So let me write bg transparent. Also I'm going to format the document. Let me word wrap it so that you can see it clearly. Then after writing this, let's also set a background color for the other case, which is background gray 3. This is what I want when it is an incoming message. Okay, and for the dark mode, here I'm going to change it to bg box dark. Okay, then inside this div we are going to have two things. Okay, first one is the button. You can see this button, and then the second thing is this waveform element. So first let's create our button. Okay, inside this button actually we don't want to put any text, we want to put the icon. Okay, so here I'm going to check if it is playing currently or not. Based on that, we are going to display either play button or the pause button. Okay, and here what we are going to do, let's if it is playing, then we are going to display the pause button. Okay, and in the other case we are going to display the play button. You see this play and pause is actually coming from phosphor icon slash react, so please import it from there. Let me also show you at the top, both these play and pause icons are imported from phosphor icons react. Okay, then let's also make this thing bigger. So I'm going to give it size 24. Let's also set the weight property to bold. So I'm going to write weight equals bold. Inside the play button, I'm going to write size value 24 and weight value, I'll set it to bold. Okay. Then on this button, I want to basically provide it some class name like background gray. Okay. For the dark mode, I want to write bg box dark 2. Okay. Then I want to basically give it, make it a circle, because you can see the outer box, which is this one, this gray color. Actually, this is completely rounded. So that is what we are styling right now. Okay, the button element. So I have given it background color gray for the light mode. For the dark mode, we have box dark 2 color and roundedness full, which means it's going to be a complete circle. Let's also give it some height and width. So height and width will be equal to 18 in, okay, both. Then flex, it will be a flex container. Okay, I just want to basically make sure that we are putting these icons completely at the center. So I'm going to set items, align items property to center, and also justify content to center. This is the age old technique of, centering something using CSS. Okay, with the help of flexbox. Also, I want to provide it some shadow. So let's give this button shadow value, and I want to use this shadow too. Okay, I hope this is going to look good. So we can now actually use this waveform inside this component slash message and voice. Over here, in both the places, we can use waveform. You see, this waveform is going to come from one step back. Okay, so I'm just going to make use of it over here. Then we can, forward this incoming prop because it's needed. So I'm just going to forward it like this. And over here, we can just write it, copy and write in the outgoing message as well. If I go back to my screen and take a look, you can see actually right now we have got our button, and we can, we'll be able to click on it and change the state. So for that to happen, we need to basically add an event listener over here. So when this button is clicked, what we want to do on click, we have to call this function handle play pause. So let's write a reference to that function handle play pause. Okay, and after this button, let's create our box in which we are going to put this waveform. Okay, so after this button after this button, let's actually create a div element, which will be a sibling to this button. So let's write div, and inside this div, first of all, I want to again style it with using some class name. So first of all, it will be grow. Grow means it's going to take, as much width as it can take from its parent. Then flex, and it's going to be flex column. Okay, flex column and space y1. Okay, that means it's going to be a flex container with the direction set to column, and the children it's going to have, they are going to basically have this spacing in the y direction of 1. Now we can just create div. Okay, and this div is going to again get some class names. First of all, width full, that means 100% width, and I want to basically set z index to 0. Okay, and I want to make it important. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Okay, then inside this div we don't need to basically place any children, but on this div we need to add the reference. So let me write ref, and this is where we want to display the waveform. So I'm going to pass the waveform ref over here. Okay, then let me also write this thing is style. Okay, here I just want the overflow property to be hidden. Okay, so that there is no visual scroll. Then after this div, I want to just show the, timestamp, uh, like a standard player for the audio. So here I'm just going to write inside class name text is small. I just want to, change the text size. Then here we'll use the current time. That means the time at which it is playing right now and the total duration. So we can just write duration. So now you see we have used all the states like playing, current time, duration, wave surfer, and waveform, everything. And right now our component is totally ready for use. So if I just take a look at it over here, I can just play the audio. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but I have already, started playing it, and I actually see some error over here because the timestamp is not correct. Okay, so why it's happening, we need to again take a look at it. So let me just go back. Let's go back to our component, and this is the format time function that we created. We are calculating minutes using math.float time divided by 60. Okay, and seconds using math.float time percent 60. Then we are adding it like this: minutes colon seconds, and putting seconds over here. Let me also see over here where we are setting the time and the duration. When it is in the ready state, we are, getting duration, but over here we should use the get current time function. So that was the mistake. When it is audio process, we can write get current time. And now if I take a look at it again, let me just refresh it so that the component mounts and unmounts and mount again. Here we are getting ws dot get current time. Then we are setting the time. We are formatting time and passing it over here. Inside duration, actually I forgot to format it over here. So let me just write format time, and inside this format time function we are going to pass the total duration. Okay, so that was my mistake over here. Now you can see it's displaying nicely that the starting is 00 and it will play till 42 seconds. And if I just put the cursor over here and click on play, it immediately displays me the current time. So that means our functionality is now working, and congratulations, you have come so far in building this application. And then we just have to build one last kind of message, and that is our media message. Okay, so we are going to now start building this media message in the next video. So now we are going to implement the last kind of message inside our application, and that is actually our media message. Let's just get a quick review how we are going to implement this one. Actually, it's running on localhost 5174. So yeah, this is the kind of message that we want to implement, where we can basically provide the option to display images. Okay, and the main thing over here is we are going to provide this option to download right here. And there is also one more feature. When we click on the images, we'll actually see this kind of UI, which is actually called Lightbox. I am showing this Lightbox to you right now, but we are not going to implement this because I want to do it when we are integrating our API. Because okay, so we are going to leave just this part for later. Okay, and I'll actually cover this very soon. So here, what we are going to focus on right now, implementing a message like this where we can have messages, media displayed inside grid. Now, the purpose of this grid is to basically display multiple images. And you see, when the images gets more than four, we are going to display this kind of number after the third one. Okay. So we are going to implement this. First of all, let me also show you what happens if we have, like one image, two image. So from my code base, I'm just going to, comment out the rest of the images. So let's see first of all what happens if we have just one image. So I have commented out the rest. You see, if we have just one image, it will display like this. Okay, then let's test with two images. So here now I'm going to basically uh, now I have created just two messages. I'm actually making changes from a different screens, and you might not be able to see this, but I'm just showing you how this UI is going to change based on the number of images. Okay, so pay attention to that. Let's now see how our grid is going to display images when we have three images. So this is what we're going to see with three images. And when we have exactly four images, then it's going to show us like this. Okay, and then the number will keep increasing if we increase the images like this. Okay, so I hope you got the idea what we are going to build. Okay, so let's now start by going into our code base. This is our code base, and you see our process already running. I'm going to just close my terminal, and then inside this source slash component slash messages we have our media.js file. Here we need to create our component. So let's first of all remove this div with media written inside. Then I'm going to accept props inside this component. So the props will be first incoming. It's going to be a boolean value telling us whether this particular message is incoming or outgoing. Okay. Then the author name for incoming messages, and timestamp. Timestamp is actually very important for every message. We are going to display timestamp. You have already seen this in the previous messages as well. Okay. After timestamp, we also need assets. We are actually not going to use assets for now. Assets means our images. Okay, the source of images. It's going to be an array. So the next thing we need is the read receipt. We have already discussed this read receipt thing many times. So I'm just going to tell us to copy from the other message. Let's see how we're going to proceed. So inside this return statement, I'm going to first of all check the condition, whether the message that we are rendering is incoming or outgoing. And based on that, we are going to display two different kind of things. Basically, we are just going to take it from the other message. So go to text message and copy this div which has class name max width 125. Okay, and paste it over here when it's an incoming message. And for the outgoing message, we have this div max width 125 and margin left auto. Okay, so this is the basic thing that you need to do first of all. After this is done, let's now build our incoming message even more. So first thing I want to show inside incoming message is the author name. Now you can just get the author name from here. Okay, so if you take a look over here, this is the paragraph that I'm going to copy from the incoming text message. Okay, you can see, and I'll just paste it over here. Okay, like this. And after this, let's also get the other thing as well copied from here. After this paragraph, we have this div. I'm just going to get it again. You know why I'm copying and pasting this? Because we have already done this many times, and I'm sure if you have watched previous videos, you must be already clear about it. So I'm just saving some time for both of us. And after this, inside here, we are going to display our media message grid. Media message grid is actually going to be the component which will handle the responsibility of shifting the layout as I showed you in the demo. Okay. That means based on the number of images, it's going to display us different kind of UI. Okay. Then after this media message grid, actually we are going to also display some caption with the caption with this images. Okay, because you see when we allow the user to pick the images, we are also asking them to fill in some optional message, and this message is going to be used as a caption that can be displayed along with the message over here. So we need to make sure that we are rendering this thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let's just take a paragraph. Okay, and inside paragraph we can just write caption, and this caption is also going to be coming from as as a prompt. So we have displayed our caption as well, and after this div we are going to now add our timestamp. You can again get it from text.js. Okay, so you see this is the paragraph that I want to copy, and I'll paste it over here. So make sure, take your time. If you want to pause, you can pause over here and take a look at it. Okay, don't miss anything. You have to make it just like this. Even though we have done it, several times at this point, you must, if you have any doubts, just pause, take your time, and learn from watching me. Then let's come to our next message, which is the outgoing message. Now, inside outgoing message, again, we are going to follow the same approach. It's going to be just like this. We are going to get, this div inside which our content is being displayed. So let's get this div copied again, and I'll paste it inside this max width 125 and ML auto. Let's just confirm we have margin bottom 2.5, rounded to XL, rounded bottom right set to none, background color set to primary, PX5, PY3, and spacing Y2. And then after this, we are going to display our media message grid over here. Okay. After media message grid, again, we want to display the caption. Okay. So we are going to display the caption, but this time the caption is going to have some styling. And let me tell you why that is. Because you see, in this case, the background color will be primary, which is the dark color, blue color. And in the other case, it was, a light color. So by default, it's going to be black. So it will look good. But what is going to happen over here? It's not going to look, because dark on dark, it's not going to give us a good contrast. So I'm going to just write text white. This will give us the text color white for this paragraph. Okay, I hope this is clear to you. And after this thing, we just need since this is an outgoing message, so we need to display the read receipt along with the timestamp in a row. We have done this already. So I'm just going to get this div which has this class name of flex row item center justify and space x2. So just copy this one, okay, from the text message and paste it over here. After this div, margin bottom 2.5, you can paste the div that you just copied. But please make sure that you import these two icons, checks and check. So I'm going to just import this from first for icon React and also this one from first for icon React. Okay, I hope this everything is clear till this point. Okay, then we can move on to use this media message inside our inbox. So we can go to the sections. Okay, inside section we have this chat. Inside chat we have our inbox. And inside inbox, we created three parts. I am interested in this list of messages. Okay. So this is my list of messages. I would like to actually place it after this voice message. So let me write it over here. Media message. Okay. So you see, we are going to import it by this name media message from component slash message. And why we are importing it like this? Because you see inside this index.js file inside messages, we have exported this as a default, named export. Okay. So we can just go back to our inbox file and make sure this media message is correctly imported. I can show you at the top that it is already imported. Okay. And you can then pass the props over here. Okay. So the props that we need are all these things. And if you are, thinking how I got this list of props to appear, I actually just click the control plus space bar. Let's just leave the assets as an empty string for now. Oh, sorry, empty array. I misspelled. So sorry for that. Author name, let me just give my name. Okay, Shreyans Shah. Then the next thing is caption. Okay, so I will just write some sample caption like this is a beautiful car. Okay, then let's provide this incoming prop. It's a boolean. I want it to be incoming, so let's keep it like this. Okay, because if we are not passing any value for the incoming, then by default its value will be set to true. Then we need to pass this timestamp value. Okay, now for the timestamp actually we'll be passing a formatted value later on. We can just hard code it for right now. So I'll just set the time to let's say 5:30 32 p.m. Okay, then after this timestamp, next thing is left is read receipt. So I'm going to just set its status to read. Okay. Then we can see this on our UI. So if I go to localhost 5173, after this voice message, yeah, we can see this caption. This is a beautiful car. But the images are not visible because we left a comment stating that we are going to implement a media message grid. Okay. And that's the part for our next video. Because in this one, we have already, created this message and now we are able to see it inside our UI. We have made it customizable using props. So if you got the same result as me till this point, then congratulations. We'll be able to proceed to the next one. Okay. And in the next one, we'll complete this grid functionality. So I'll see you there.